Hello, everybody, and welcome to the Stormkeep. My name is Paul, and today I am joined by my good friend Jesse from our local store. Say hi, Jesse. How you doing, buddy?
Great. Good. Yourself, Paul?
Doing well. I'm very excited to talk about Flesh Eater Courts. You and I have been talking about it behind the scenes for weeks now, and I'm glad we can finally put our thoughts into the podcast and get some feedback on it and see what everybody thinks.
Oh yeah, we ate the meat and we're starting to feel the delusions.
And of course, Morgaunt is here as well.
Hey guys, how's it going?
Now, all three of us are starting Flesh Eater Courts. We're all coming at it from different perspectives, of course. Morgaunt, you and I are Stormcast players. Jesse, you play Beasts of Chaos and Ogres, so you have a very different perspective coming into this army than we do.
Yes.
Well, that will certainly help, because this army really needs a lot of different angles. There's a lot in this book. All right, before we jump into the video, let's talk about our sponsor for the Stormkeep podcast, Kaiju Gaming Lounge. Located in Orlando, Florida, Kaiju Gaming Lounge is the official sponsor. They supply all the prizes for our painting contests. They also sell our merch. We have these fancy 9-inch, 7-inch range markers with our logo on there. Those are great for playing Annihilators in particular. So if you want to measure 9 inches or 7 inches off the table, you can do so with these handsome-looking colored rangefinders, or go for the clear option, which is also a good one. We also have dice coming back into stock. So if you're interested in picking up a set of Stormkeep dice, they should be available now. You can use Stormkeep to get 15% off all Warhammer at kaijugaminglounge.com. So let's start with an introduction on the Flesh Eater Courts. Who are they as an army? Get some little narrative hooks in here, and then we'll kind of go into the gameplay side of things. But if you want to play Flesh Eater Courts, it's because you want a bunch of just feral vampires and cannibal ghouls created by a blood curse, which rots your body and your mind. You're not able to accept reality, so you create a delusion of a noble kingdom, which, like, that's the coolest story hook for any army in Age of Sigmar. It's so cool. It's the goriest army. It's just gore and horror. It's gruesome. It's bloody. It's not like gross like Nurgle, but there's entrails, there's corpses, there's cannibalistic delusions. It's not for the faint of heart. I would say this is definitely not an army you would give to a kid, maybe like a teenager, probably a teenage boy would love this. In terms of gameplay, the delusion manifests as a buff that you choose for your army at the start of the game. So it's not something you put into your list building. It's a reactive thing that you pick at the start of the game, and the bonuses are very strong. We'll cover them shortly, but I really like this mechanic. The previous edition, it used to be a thing you had to pick with your army, right? It was like, oh, I'm playing Feast Day, or I'm playing the subfaction. You have to give up the Feast Day. But this time, this is just straight up added to everything else that's going on. And it feels really, really good. It's one of the best things about the book, I think, that you can, you might pick one that's like, oh, this is my favorite, I'm going to pick it almost every time. But just having the option to switch, like, oh, I'm facing Gargants. Now I'll pick the +1 to wound monsters allegiance ability. Like, so my whole army is just +1 to wound all the time. And that feels really, really cool. The heroes in the army, they have heroic deeds, quote unquote. They fuel the regeneration of your forces because this is a death army, and apparently every death army needs to revive models and revive units. That's just apparently how the game has to be, so that's how it works now.
Well, except for Night Hunt, but yeah.
Well, they do have the command trait once per game on a 4-up.
Which is so bad. Like, oh my god. Like, that's probably what's holding that book back. It's like, compared to what we've seen for Death, and especially this book, they just don't have that level of recursion.
Oh, if Night Hunt had, like, once per game guaranteed reload, they would be a solid army.
Yeah.
Yeah, like even Lady O's ability for the once a game, everything on the board, D6, it's nice, but you still have that chance of rolling a 1 every single time.
Yeah. Courtiers and Abhorrants are kind of like knights and lords from Stormcast. They're like lesser heroes and greater heroes, sort of. The courtiers, I'm going to say courtiers for this review. They restore models in a unit, so if you lose one model in a unit, they can be revived. Whereas Abhorrants revive the unit entirely. So as soon as the unit is fully destroyed, an Abhorrant can revive half of it on a table edge somewhere. And then you can immediately revive it, more stuff with the courtiers, which is really, really strong. Like, reviving a whole unit multiple times per game with different units is incredibly powerful. Being an army of darkness and vampiric magic, you've got dark magic that empowers your troops and drains vitality from your enemies. A lot of this stuff is pretty standard fare for what you think a death army should be. Buff your troops, steal health from your enemy, debuff them. Pretty typical stuff. But however, the hook here is that this is the only death army with priests. And the priests in this army come with very good prayers. Very, very good. Even if you just take Curse. Curse is an incredibly strong prayer in this game. And being an aggressive melee army like this, it's very, very powerful to get that addition.
I was very surprised at them getting priests, I will say that. I did not expect that, but I guess if you're delusional and you still hold some semblance of like a religion, then it makes sense.
Yeah, I didn't think Ushoran was such a powerful figure that praying to him would generate a response. Like Stormcast pray to Sigmar. He's the god of a whole realm, and they are made from a piece of him, so they can manifest his power. It's weird that Ushoran has that same level of power. It's a little peculiar to me, but they obviously don't worship Nagash, right? A lot of the Flesh Eaters don't like Nagash. Some of them are loyal to him, but others aren't. So it's actually the only death army that has a chance of, just going wild card, bitches, and running amok around Shaiish and just ignoring Nagash entirely.
Yeah, which is why like they have a spotty time allying with other death forces when they have to do coordinated campaigns. Like they can't just expect their loyalty just because it's a death faction and under Nagash. They have to actually like go to the Courtier or Ghoul King who owns that subfaction and negotiate with them.
So in addition to hordes of serfs and powerful elite knights, there's also these vicious monsters that you can bring into battle, which is a really cool niche to have good monsters in a death army. I didn't think that would be a thing. Like Soulblight has the Vampire Lord on Zombie Dragon, sure, but it's not like these monsters. These guys are so much more fun. They come in from reserve. They stop Inspiring Presence. They have breath attacks. They get revived once per game. Like monsters in this army legit look really fun. And this can just be like a Timmy Monster Mash army, and that's totally fine. It seems to still be good. There's a huge variety of playstyles. This is actually an army I would recommend for beginners and for masters as well. Like a lot of other reviews we've done, like with the Khorne review, we said, if you're a beginner, don't touch this army. Like this army, you have to have like really high skill level in order to get the bare minimum out of this army. Otherwise, you will just lose constantly. I think Flesh Eater Courts is not like that. It is very approachable. It's very easy to get good results with this army. But then the more skilled players can go really far with it as well. There's a lot of nuance to it. And being a new army with lots of gorgeous models, I think that's also really good if you're a hobbyist, if you're really good at painting, if you're really good at doing conversions. I'm planning on doing some like Tomb King conversions, putting on some extra bits from the upcoming Old World release onto my Flesh Eaters, putting them on desert bases. So it seems like a hobbyist dream as well. So that's the Flesh Eater Court's identity. Before we start jumping into the rules, what are your first impressions of this book? Like overall, what do you think? Is it too strong? Is it too weak? Is there any mechanic in particular that you really, really like?
I would say my favorite mechanic so far has been the Archregent's ability. Like I guess like for Death Army, this has an unusually high degree of mobility and speed. So I really like that aspect of it. I like that it's hero heavy. I think like Death is always designed around their heroes mostly, like controlling like animated troops. But what I like about this action, a lot of their troops, kind of like OBR, are like self-independent. Having heroes is nice, but like they're not offering them direct benefits that you need to take, otherwise the unit is trash. So like a Death Rattle skeleton unit or something. So yeah.
I agree with Morgaunt there, where it's just everything just basically works well itself. Sure, it's a little strong right now, but I feel like once they do an FAQ and they change the abilities that you can definitely tell aren't supposed to work the way that they're supposed to work, like Ushoran's double deeds and everything like that. But I definitely think it's going to be in a good position. People are going to have to learn to play around Feck. It's going to cause people to think about their next move, because if they kill a unit, then they'll think where we might be able to put that unit afterwards. And with the carrion call spell, everything like that, it's in a good spot.
The carrion call definitely deserves a call out. It's such an incredibly cool ability. The fact that it's not a battle trait and it's just a thing on a war scroll takes some time to find it, but essentially every time we talk about anything in this book, we have to think about this spell. And what it does is, when you set up a unit at the end of the movement phase, it gets to move d6 inches immediately. So if you bring a unit in from reserve, it moves immediately. That's like way better than getting a 7-inch deployment with Lord Imperator, for example. It's way better
we
than...
talked about something like that when they initially nerfed Translocate. We mentioned something like that.
Oh, it's
like
awesome.
That's what they should change it to, and 2 years later, it's in like actual book design.
Now, D6 inches might be too strong. Maybe it has to be nerfed to D3 inches, but I really like cool and strong stuff, and I kind of just want to see how it plays out. I'm sure for every time you roll a 6, you're also going to roll a 1 the next time, so, you know, there's some
also,
randomness
keep in mind that it is bound on a spell, so unless you, and, you know, you can, like, sort of just corner camp your Archregent and do that. We'll talk about it later, but yeah.
Yeah, very cool
Let's
cool
get on
mechanic.
with. Yeah, that's a cool mechanic. We'll just leave it at that.
All right, let's talk about battle traits. These are the abilities that define the army. Usually we just talk about Warscrolls first, but I think it's a good idea to kind of talk about the core abilities that define the army, how it plays, and that way we have some kind of context when we start discussing the rules. So first one, nice and simple, the Flesh Eater Courts units have a 6-up ward. This is very standard in death armies. 6-up ward, cool, right? Nothing to write home about. It's okay. It's better the more wounds you have, obviously. It might, save you a few wounds here or there. Really starts to matter when you have like 60 models in a unit. Like if you have double reinforced ghouls, then a 6-up ward actually starts to feel pretty impactful. But usually it's just a couple wounds here and there. No big deal. The big mechanic with Flesh Eater Courts are the Noble Deeds. So Flesh Eater Court heroes can gain Noble Deeds up to a max of 6, which makes sense because there's 6 sides to a dice. So they probably just want you tracking this with dice. Maybe they could have used like a D10 or something instead, but I'm sure Games Workshop will get there one day. So you generate 1 deed when you cast a spell, and you generate 1 deed when you chant a prayer. And I should note, this is cast a spell without it being unbound. So if your spell gets unbound, you don't get the deed point. You also gain 1 deed for every wound you cause while fighting. So obviously that's going to be the biggest source of getting deeds, is swinging with a hero, doing 3 to 4 wounds, then you gain a bunch of deed points. There's also other abilities in the book that grant deeds. We'll talk about those as we get to them, but these are the 3 basic ways of getting it: cast, chant, or fight. Now, fighting is not a great idea in general with these heroes. A lot of these heroes are weak support heroes that don't do a lot of damage, have poor accuracy. They have Stormcast stats, which should tell you how bad they are.
Yeah. It's like, they're, and by Stormcast stats, we mean like not the Celestin Prime. We mean like your standard run-of-the-mill Lord Relictor, Lord Celestin, 4 or 5 attacks, 3s and 3s, -1/2 damage. Like that's the profile on like most of them.
Yeah, and if you're in range to fight something in melee, that means you're probably going to lose that hero the next turn. It's very risky to get in melee combat, but the reward is oh so great. So I guess they are indeed a heroic deed. The name is fitting.
Also, like the other thing to realize is like they have tried to design mechanics around letting your heroes fight and survive. So it's not like completely hopeless, but it's not like ideal either.
Yeah, losing the heroes in this army is really, really bad. We'll talk about that when we talk about the weaknesses of the faction, but that's definitely one of the big ones, is if you lose the heroes, the game ends pretty quickly after that. So why do you want deed points? Well, one of them is Feeding Frenzy. If the hero has 6 deeds, then they project an aura around themselves that gives +1 attack for all melee weapons for all units wholly within 12. That is a very, very powerful buff in this game, especially in this army. If you buff units like Crypt Ghouls or Cryptguard, that's a 50% damage increase for those units. Even on units like Horrors and Flayers and Morbheg Knights, this is an incredibly strong attack buff, especially when you stack it with ways to boost your damage, the damage characteristic. Both of these things stacking together leads to some crazy blowout turns from reinforced or double reinforced units. Everything in this book can just become scary when it has Feeding Frenzy, and this is why you want to generate a lot of deeds. Now, I don't know how often you will get to 6 deeds, because you really want to spend your deeds on the following abilities. First up is Muster Guard. At the end of your movement phase, a courtier can spend a deed to revive a serf, or 2 deeds to revive a knight. So this is a model in the unit that's been destroyed. The unit is still there, but it's missing some models, so you can spend like 3 deeds and get 3 ghouls back. Cool. Not particularly exciting. but there's ways to buff this. You can double the amount of models summoned. You can increase your deed generation. Like, this can become a very significant source of recursion, and it becomes very important to keep your courtiers near the units you want to revive. But importantly, not wholly within 10 inches, just within 10 inches. So if the back model of a unit is within range of a courtier, you can spend all your deeds and revive all the models. And it's possible even to revive models that are in range of another courtier so that you can chain deeds from one hero and another and just revive the whole unit back. And this is like a little tricky thing that the top players are going to take advantage of, but placing models when you revive them is a very important thing. Or how you place the models, I should say. The other way to spend deeds primarily is at the end of your movement phase, an Abhorrant can spend 6 deeds to revive a Serf or Knights unit. It comes back with half the models, so if you had 9 models, you come back with 5 because it rounds up. If you had 30 Cryptguard, you come back with 15. If you had 60 Ghouls, you revive 30 of them, which is very, very strong. It has to be set up wholly within 6 inches of any battlefield edge, which means you can keep an Archregent in the back generating deeds, and then once a unit dies, you just revive it on the other side of the board, no problem. And then when it revives, since it's at the end of the movement phase, you can move d6 inches immediately. And then you can muster on top of that, which means you can revive a model even closer to an enemy, reducing the gap needed for a charge. So you basically have, 9 inch minus d6 minus the size of the base minus 1 inch coherency. You can end up with some really, really, really short charges, especially if you have charge bonuses. Units like Morbheg Knights can sometimes just not fail and just automatically charge. It's ridiculously strong how good this ability is. Interestingly, the ability also says you can use Rally to revive units, models from that unit. Any ability that works on slain models should work on this, on these units. So, for example, if you have Nagash on your table, he can revive slain models in units. He will be able to use his thing. Now, the timing is a little different. Obviously, Nagash revives at the start of the hero phase, whereas this happens at the end of movement. But the following turn, Nagash would be able to revive. If you have any other effects, Rally, Muster, Chalice should work. Anything that revives slain models should work. The last couple things worth pointing out here. First up is the Courts of Delusion. Now, we talked about this briefly in the intro. This is an effect you pick at the start of the game. In the first round, after priority is determined, so you know if you're going first or second, you can pick one of the following delusions. So the first one is +1 to wound when attacking a monster. Are you playing against Jesse's 6 Stonehorn list? Great. You get +1 to wound everything now.
Oh, it's going to be so good.
Yep. Playing against Gargants, +1 to wound. Fantastic. Playing against Karazai, +1 to wound him, which is a big deal. Alternatively, you could pick +1 run and charge for your whole army for the whole game. There are a few ways to gain run and charge in this army, so it could be doubled up on. But for the most part, you'll be using +1 charge out of reserves or out of reviving. This is a very, very strong buff. Defenders of the Realms, you get +1 save while contesting objectives that you control. So this doesn't work if you're attacking an objective that an enemy controls, but as soon as you take control of it at the end of the turn, on your opponent's turn, which is usually when you're taking the most amount of damage, you will have +1 save. You just need one model with the toe in on the objective, and the whole unit gets +1 save. This is, to me, this is the best one, because this army is so fragile. Everything's got 5-up saves, or 6-up, and getting +1 save is really, really strong on that. It basically lets you become a 4-up save ethereal because you can stack Mystic Shield, all out defense, and this ability on a 5-up save, and you just become Night Haunt. You're now a 4-up ethereal, usually with a 5-up ward. I think this would be my default pick, but let's talk about the next two first. Grand Tournament, +1 hit for heroes that charged, as long as they're not the general. So this is trying to boost the damage output of your heroes. +1 hit is nice because this army really doesn't want to use... it uses a lot of command points, and it doesn't want to use them on all-out attack. Whenever possible, it would prefer to use them for all-out defense, just to stay alive long enough to get your muster off. And +1 hit is a nice bonus if you're running things like Abhorrants on Terrorgheist or Zombie Dragons or things like that. Ushoran would gain benefit from this. It's okay. I really don't see myself picking this one ever, really. Very, very situational. And the last one, Feeding Frenzy works if you have 4 deeds instead of 6, or 4, 5, or 6 instead of 6. So if you know you're not going to be spending, if you know you're not going to get to 6 deeds regularly, and you just want to be able to proc the Feeding Frenzy, this is a good bonus to have. But I think players will be able to get to 6 deeds when they want to get to 6 deeds. There's ways to game the system. There's ways to generate extra deeds outside of combat. So I think, although this one seemed really good when they first revealed it, I don't think it's going to be the default pick. For me, it's going to be +1 save, and then sometimes +1 charge if I know I need to be very aggressive. What do you guys think? How are you building your list? Which one of these do you prefer?
Well, I know definitely with the Feeding Frenzy one, you're most likely not going to do that one because when you think about it, once Ushoran becomes available for purchase, that's a, I believe, 24-inch or like 30-inch bubble if he gets max deeds, and he's going to be the only thing you need with that. So with his double, you're going to most likely want to do the +1 run and charge and then the +1 save, because having, like, let's say horrors at +3 to save, especially if you get them the prayer for the 5+ ward save, that's almost an immovable object.
Yeah, well, let's talk about that for a second. Ushoran has a special ability at the start of your hero phase. He can pick one of these, and you get it in your army as well. Now, the way it's currently worded, it stacks with these. So, for example, if you picked Crusading Army and then Ushoran picks Crusading Army, you could have +2 run in charge. That's probably not going to be the case, right? Like, they're probably going to change that. So let's assume Ushoran has to pick a different one. But then you can do things like combine +1 run in charge and +1 save. Or, the turn you need Feeding Frenzy to be on a 4, you can switch to that with Ushoran, which is really, really cool. So some of these feel like they were designed for Ushoran specifically so that he would have the utility to swap to them as needed. I think the general pick should be +1 save or +1 charge. What do you think, Morgaunt?
I think +1 charge and +1. Okay, so I think that Feeding Frenzy thing is really powerful, but I think that comes down to if you think you're up against an army where you really need that extra attack because they have loads of wounds or like maybe armor built in some way, and you really need Feeding Frenzy, I could see Feast Day. But I think Defenders of the Realm and Crusading Army are the ones you'll see the most, because given the mobility options this army has with the Abhorrant Archregent, given what Morbheg Knights do with their banner, I think that gives this army like a whole another degree of reliability in getting into combat. And +1 save because, I will say the importance of primaries in Age of Sigmar has gone down since battle tactics are so important, but circles are where most of the battles are going to be fought. So if you're just standing dudes on an objective and they are going to be taking counter charges anyway, why not hold Defenders of the Realm? I will say, though, the fact that it's objectives you control means you can't go on the offense and expect this. So you need to be careful.
Yeah, taking counterattack damage, like a riposte, if your opponent is ready to counterattack immediately after you charge, that's a big problem for this army for sure. There are a ton of flying units though, so it's not like you can get bodied off objectives. Like if you're playing some armies like Iron Jaws or something, where your opponent can put models on the edges of objectives, so you literally just can't get on them. With the amount of flying Flesh Eater Courts have, that's not really an issue. It's more so the counterattack damage. That's really what hurts this army.
Yeah, and so what I think is I think the +1 to run and charge is going to be the Delusion, and if you're going for the second Delusion with the Sharan, I think you will constantly switch between Feast Day or Defenders of the Realm, depending on what you're doing.
Interesting. See, I would switch it around. I would go +1 save as the default and +1 charge as the option.
I mean, it depends. I wouldn't always go +1 save, because think about it. If I'm fighting a shooting army, that is very relevant. You are correct. Because you can be standing on circles, and if you get shot, that really helps. But if I'm fighting on an objective I already control, it means that I already outnumber the opponent in a significant way, and so I might not even need that if I'm on the attack. If I'm on the defense, however, I could technically need that, but then again, while this army needs protection against shooting, sustained melee damage will still kill most of your units.
I think
I don't see 4-up save surviving against -2 run stuff.
No, but if it's like a 4-up with +2 and a 5-up ward and a 4-up chalice, like that will survive.
Yeah, sure. Yeah. For hordes, yeah. So I mean, either way, I see Crusading Army and Defenders of the Realm as the two best ones.
Yeah. All right. So this army also comes with heroic actions and monstrous rampages, and I love when Games Workshop does this. For some reason, these two things are just always fun, even when they're bad. They're just fun to have as options. So the heroic actions, first one, and this is interesting because you can use either of these in both players' turns. So you can use these in your opponent's turn as well as your turn. The first one is you roll a dice for each other unit wholly within 12 inches, and on a 5-up you generate a deed. So you just start like chanting a cool sermon and getting everybody all pumped up, and that's enough to generate you a bunch of deeds. So in the first round of the game, this is going to be crazy because you can position your whole army wholly within 12 inches of the hero you want to do this with. So you'll have 6, 7, 8 dice, and each 5-up is a deed. And that can just skyrocket you all the way up to 6 sometimes if you get lucky. But the fact that you can also do this in your opponent's turn, like if they're going first, you just generate a bunch of deeds. And then as soon as your turn starts, you generate a bunch of deeds. It's really, really powerful, like double turn insurance. If your opponent is getting 2 turns in a row, you can still generate deeds so that you are able to revive units and models on your turn. This is such a strong heroic action that it's like, it's almost always going to be used every turn. It's going to be the default pick for until you get to like rounds 3, 4, 5 when you don't have that many units nearby. Then you might start doing things like Finest Hour or getting command points or things like that. But Rousing Oration is incredibly strong. It's like almost core to how this army plays. Now, saying all that, the next heroic action is also really good. So this allows you to move d6 inches. You have to roll a dice first on a 3-up, so that part sucks. But moving d6 inches in the hero phase is very good. It has to be towards a wounded enemy unit, which when you're using heroes, generally everything on the other side of the table is closer, right? So it's really easy to game this. You can always pick an enemy unit that's going to help you. Moving d6 inches in the hero phase before you cast, before you chant, before you do anything is really good. Especially if your opponent is thinking, oh, I'll be just 9.1 inches out, so you can't chant curse on me. Okay, I'm going to move d6 inches and then chant curse. Like it's really, really good. I think people will ignore it for a little while because they'll be so used to using the Rousing Oration for deeds, but really don't sleep on this one. The fact that it's on a 3-up says to me that at some point in their testing, this didn't have to roll a dice, and they decided it was just way too strong, and they had to make it a 3-up to activate. The 2 rampages you get in this army, they can only be used by Terrorgeists or zombie dragons. Now, this is not, obviously it has to be the Flesh Eater Courts version of these. You can't bring the Soul Blight ones. But the first one is on a 3-up, you get to pick an enemy unit with 1 or 2 wounds, they take D3 mortals, and then you heal that many. So it's Stomp, but it's a healing Stomp. Cool. Why not? The Blood-Curdling Shriek on a 3-up, an enemy unit has -2 bravery until the end of the turn. Now that is a lot more interesting, because this army can shut off Inspiring Presence. This army messes with bravery in a lot of ways. There's things like Ushoran's ability to make an enemy take a bravery check and then fight last if they fail. There's so many things in this book that deal with bravery. This ends up being a very, very strong rampage. It's a good reason to bring monsters, especially like a Ghoul King on a zombie dragon seems very, very appealing right now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this actually, I think, given the amount of things that have like the bravery debuff nerfed in this game, I'm surprised they kept that theme in this army. I suppose it makes sense, but this also like puts the army in a really unique position where they're the only ones who do this. Because not a lot of factions interact with bravery other than maybe saying you can't use Inspiring Presence or something.
Yeah, there's actually things that work off bravery, and I really like it. It makes bravery a more meaningful stat, and it's always just been kind of bleh. It's there on the Warscroll, and you ignore it most of the time until you need to fail a heroic recovery.
Well, I hated how it basically didn't matter for like 2 allegiances, right? Because if you're just running demons or like death, bravery was just thing that was nice to have if you just like overkilled them for a little bit. But I like the fact that it actually like -2 bravery plus some of the other shenanigans they have in this army actually makes that matter, and then more than just your models run away, it actually like affects how you fight. So I quite like that.
Yeah, if you get Ushoran, he's giving a permanent -1 that stacks. This is -2, and then you can have the Grim Garland for another -1. So potentially in one turn, you can knock a Bravery 10 unit down to Bravery 6, and then it fails a Bravery check, and then it fights last. And then it takes a lot of damage because it's usually on an anti-inspiring presence monster. So yeah, this is actually really good. All right, before we talk about the Warscrolls, I just wanted to give you guys a quick primer on effective health. We have a full video about this, seen Stormkeep number 48, volume and accuracy. We talk about the concept of effective health. I'm going to break it down real quick for you in this video. I'm going to time myself, try to get it under 2 minutes. The effective health is how much damage you need to destroy a unit. So if your unit has 10 wounds, it takes 10 damage to destroy it. It has an effective health of 10. Cool, easy. But what if it has a 6-up ward or a 6-up save? Well, in that case, let's say a 5-up ward, right? As an easy example. There's a lot of 5-up wards in the game. A unit with 10 wounds and a 5-up save, well, if you roll on average, it will ignore 2 and 6 attacks against it, so about 1/3, which means you'll need an average of 15 damage to destroy that unit rather than just 10, which means a 5-up save is a 50% increase in effective health. And this is a percent multiplier. If you had 100 wounds, it would be like having 150 wounds instead. Now, it gets a little more complicated when you have wards and saves together. If you have a unit with 10 wounds, 5-up save, and a 6-up ward, it will ignore 2 and 6, which is 33%, and then it's going to ignore another 1 and 6, which is 17%. So on average, you're going to need about 18 damage to destroy this unit, which means a 5-up save and a 6-up ward is effectively an 80% increase in effective health. And these stack together, right? They multiply into each other, and they get crazy scaling. Like if you look on the chart on the right side, you'll see that if you have, for example, a 5-up ward and a 4-up save, that's a 300% multiplier on effective health. So if your unit has 30 wounds, you're effectively at 90 wounds, which is very, very good. Not many armies can deal 90 wounds reliably. Now, obviously, saves are affected by Rend. Rend is like a decrease to effective health. It gets more complicated. You can see the full video about it. It's something we're going to talk about in this video. So if you have, 30 minutes, go check out that other video and then come right back to this one. Section 1, Warscrolls. Our ranking system, it's probably similar to other people's, but just to be clear on how we rank things here at the Stormkeep, we say an S tier unit is something that has a high impact ability. It has a unique aspect that's just list defining. This unit does something nothing else in the army can do, and it's very good at it, and it's efficient, and it's a good choice, and you're going to really like it. This scales down through A tier, B tier, C tier, D tier, F tier. A is still good. It's like just short of being S tier. B is like it's useful, it's specific. Maybe it's not the most efficient choice. You can make it work generally. C tier it's a situationally useful thing. Maybe into specific matchups you might find useful. Or C tier is the cutoff for match play, like competitive match play. We think anything in D tier, F tier is just not very good. Doesn't mean it's like terrible. Like a D tier unit is just flawed in some significant way. Maybe it's just too expensive. It could just be a simple situation as fixing its points. F tier units are like irredeemably bad. Like there's just something fundamentally wrong with this unit that even a point cut wouldn't fix. It's pretty rare for us to call something F tier, but there is something F tier in this book, and we'll talk about it. All right, first up, we've got the Crypt Ghouls, the humble battle line in every subfaction serfs unit. You get 20 models for 160 points, which are also 20 wounds. Looking at effective health scores, with a 6-up save and a 6-up ward, you're looking at about 29 wounds. If you manage to give these guys +1 to save, like through the Delusion or through All Out Defense or Mystic Shield, and then a 5-up ward through the Prayer, you're looking at a 225% multiplier, which means your 20 ghouls effectively take 45 damage in order to take down, which is pretty scary. But what if we double reinforce them? What if we get them to 60 ghouls? Now suddenly you can outnumber Mecha Gargants on objectives for only 480 points, and if you stack those same buffs on them defensively, these guys turn into 135 wounds, which is a scary amount of damage that needs to be done. And after they're destroyed, you get to summon back 30 of them with your deeds, and then revive more with muster. So that is just a tar pit to end all tar pits.
It is like, I want to say this is like the zombies, the Soulblight Greatlord zombies of this faction, without the Mortal Wound bounce back, but I think as you're going to mention, I think their high volume sort of offsets that. I think they can actually do a lot of damage, and they're scarier than people will give them credit for.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, these guys really pop off when they get buffs, because they have ridiculous amounts of attacks. Each model is 2 attacks. Even if it's on 4s and 4s, Rend 1, that's fine, right? Because it's just a stupid amount of attacks. And if you have enough models, hit rolls of 5 and 6 automatically hit, that's like hitting on 2s, except it scales. It scales with +1 hit buffs. So, for example, if these guys hit on 2s and auto wound on 5s and 6s, you have literally the best accuracy that's possible in the game right now in terms of hit rolls. It's crazy. You can easily give this unit +1 to wound through Deranged Transformation, and if you can pump the Rend up with Hoarfrost, these guys do a ridiculous amount of damage. Like, I actually think it might be maybe not the most damage in the book, but it's really high up there, and nobody really expects 20 ghouls to suddenly just turn around and do a ridiculous amount of damage. So, really, really scary. 60 ghouls. Well, let's talk downsides here. For starters, they're slow, like really slow. 6-inch move. There's no bonuses to run and charge. They can't run and charge on their own. They don't get bonuses to like 3d6 charge or anything. So they're pretty predictable. They're not going far, especially with how much space they take up. They are not very mobile. They can't go in from reserves. They can't teleport, usually. They're also fragile. 6-up save, 6-up ward is not very good. They just take a lot of damage and die. And you combine the fragility with the high model count. That's a recipe for battle shock failures. So you're going to need Inspiring Presence on this unit, and there's a lot of counters to Inspiring Presence right now, especially, Geminids, Terror. There's lots of ways to counter it. They have a huge footprint. That makes it really hard to stay in range of things. That can also be a benefit, right? If you just take up a lot of space on the board, your opponents can't move through choke points and terrain. They can't move onto objectives. But in general, having a 60 model count unit take up that much space, it can get very easy to just run or charge out of range of your own buffs. I did mention they have Rend 1, but that's only while they are near a hero. So if you revive them on a table edge somewhere, they will lose that Rend 1 and not do a lot of damage. And I think the biggest problem with this unit that I can find is that they're just not very good to revive. They're not very efficient. Whereas you could revive a Cryptguard or a Royal Beastmaster guy, that costs the same number of deeds as reviving one ghoul. And the ghoul is like the worst thing to revive in the book. So in addition to just dying very quickly, they're not very good to revive. So I think they're tactically limited. There's definitely potential here. Even if you just use 20 of them to fill a battle line slot and be a very wide screen, that's a useful niche. So I can't really rank this unit anything lower than B tier. What do you guys think?
For me, I definitely think that if you're bringing a big block of 60 ghouls, you're bringing the Chalice. 100%. Because every time a model dies, you're bringing some back.
Like, I would take them at even 40. Like, once I started a list with 40 ghouls, I'm like, okay, Chalice is a no-brainer right now, because even 40 ghouls, 40 wounds with a 5-up ward are going to be very hard to chew through with Recursion.
Yeah, let's mention the Chalice and what it does, because it's going to be relevant for the next few models here. The Chalice is an endless spell you can cast, and it's like the old Mortec Harvester. Every model that dies within 12 inches of it, on a 4-up, you get to heal a wound or revive a Serf. Basically, it ends up being a Serf. So that effectively gives you a 4-up ward after your ward, right? Because every model of yours that dies on a 4-up, it gets revived, and then every model you kill on a 4-up revives one of your models, or heals a wound if you have monsters. That's incredibly strong. It's so strong.
It's basically like the old Goths Harvester, the way that used to work. Every time like a model dies, they're just constantly like bringing one back on a 4-up. So it's incredible. Like, that spell will definitely see play in a lot of like what I like to call Morgaunt lists. But yeah, overall B tier is a perfectly fine ranking for this. I think as far as chaff goes, it's probably one of the best ones in the game.
I wish there was an option to take 10 for 80 points or even 90 points. Even if it's less efficient, I would rather have the option to take 10 of these.
I think honestly, like, we've seen how bad that can get with Soulblight, and I don't think that's a good idea. Like, I think like having units that are like 80 or 90 points and then have them be 10, like, especially when they have this kind of recursion, I think is like a different altogether. I think they want these to be to where you have a minimum amount of investment, but their maximum amount of investment is higher than what you would have if their unit size was 10. So like, I think that's a good design choice on their side, because what I don't want these to be is like a flexible unit that they can use as a screen, and it's cheap as dirt, and it's something they can turn into a hammer that they can spam. I think like having them choose 2 out of the 3 is perfectly fine.
You mean like Witch Elves are right now?
I mean, the thing is like, yeah, but like, here's the thing, right? I mean, the ceiling on Witch Elves is like not as good as these guys, particularly, and the simple reason is Witch Elves are only good on their turn. No matter what they do to that unit in their book, that unit will only ever be good on your opponent's turn. So you know exactly where it's going to be. Not with this unit.
Yeah, the recursion is what makes this unit usable.
Like, well, not just that, but like the attack buffs, the recursion, the auto wounding, the wards, the recursion, model-wise recursion from the heroes, and the spell, the hero unit recursion, like half the unit comes back. These are things that just don't exist in DOK, and even the damage will stay consistent if you get all your buffs off on this unit. But that is not the case for DOK at all. So yeah.
Mm-hmm. All right, let's talk Cryptguard, our first new unit in the book. They're also a Serfs unit. However, unlike Ghouls, they are only battle line in Morgaunt. They come in at 10 wounds for 140 points, which is half the amount of wounds that you would get from the Ghouls. But when you look at their effective health, because they have a 5-up save and a 5-up ward all the time, they're actually quite similar to Ghouls at 22.5 effective health. And then if you give them +1 save overall and a 5-up ward, which they always have, you can't fail it like a prayer, they get a 300% multiplier, which means 10 of these guys are effectively 30 wounds apiece. And if you're playing Morgaunt, you can double reinforce them, and they become 90 effective wounds, which is a really high amount. These guys are a high-value revive. Like, reviving one of these models is a lot better than reviving one Ghoul. So if you're using things like Muster with Cruel Taskmaster as a command trait, using the Chalice, using Victuals spell, any sort of reviving is a lot more effective on a Cryptguard than it would be on a Ghoul. Another pro here is, I mentioned the 5-up ward prayer. It can fail, right? It's on a 3-up. Stormcast players especially know how painful it is to fail 3-up prayers. It happens all the time. You never rely on them. And having a unit in your army that always has a 5-up ward, something that you can reliably just stick Mystic Shield on without worrying about failing a prayer afterwards, it just works. And that's a really, really big plus. These guys have a banner and musician, which means they get +1 run and charge, and they take half battle shock losses, which actually could end up being relevant, even though this isn't the highest model count unit. Going from, losing 4 in battle shock to losing only 2, that can really add up. In terms of melee damage output, they do about half the max damage of Ghouls, 21, but it's at 3s, rend 1. And that means you can get it to 2s and 2s if you give them all-out attack and deranged transformation or some other sort of wound buff. And because they have 2-inch range, it's very easy to fight in 2 ranks. So even though they have a lower max damage output than the Ghouls, they're incredibly accurate, right? Being on 2s and 2s is almost the best you can get in this game. And if you Hoarfrost them to give them rend 2, rend 3, these turn into a very scary unit, especially once you start giving them attack bonuses with Feeding Frenzy or the Wizard Finders Battalion. Each one of those is a plus 50% increase. Going from 20 to 30 or 40 max damage output is really, really good with these guys. And then the icing on the cake is that enemies wounded by this unit can't get commands for the rest of the turn. So if you're attacking first and you attack a unit, when it hits you back, it can't do all-out attack. So you're basically forcing your opponent to use all-out defense against this unit, which could just be 10 models swinging randomly, like it could just be filling a battle line slot. It also stops Inspiring Presence, though, which is really, really nice. And the fact that it's not based off, like, on a 2-up, they ignore commands. It's like, no, you got hurt, that's enough, you're not taking Inspiring Presence. So although it is dice rolls, it's not like another dice roll on top of that. Then they have this funny little ability, Royal Bodyguard, which gives heroes wholly within 3 inches +1 to their ward rolls. Now, wards aren't like saves. Wards can't fail if you roll a 1. That's just not a rule in the game. And because this doesn't say within 3 inches of any unit with this ability, like a lot of these other abilities do, this ability stacks. And that means you can get heroes to 4-up wards, 5-up wards, 3-up wards, 2-up, 1-up. You can literally be immune to damage. You roll a dice, and any value that it shows, you ignore the wound. I don't think that's good. Like, bringing 5 units of Cryptguard in order to do that doesn't seem very good. But it's a thing that exists, and it seems pretty stupid. So I think it's going to get changed to not stack. It's good enough if it's just +1 to wards. This army doesn't need to have heroes that are literally
there's no way they keep ward stacking. Like, we're seeing them sort of like continuous. This is a problem they keep having, or they keep not having restrictions for like one source. And we saw this with the delusions thing. Pick another delusion. We saw it with this Royal Bodyguard stuff. I think there's another one I'm forgetting about. I think it's like maybe like the what the Grand Judge picks or something, or I can't remember. Like, there was another ability like that, but it's like, sorry, we saw it with Pontifex Sinestra. So it's just something they're just continuously forgetting. I don't think there's any way you can stack this. We're not gonna get 3-up wards in this army, basically.
No, I think it's going to change for sure. So downsides, like ghouls, this unit is slow. It is a little bit faster because it does get +1 run in charge, which is actually quite relevant when you revive 15 of these on a table edge, and that +1 to charge and the extra +1 model that you revive with muster can land you a 6-inch charge, and that feels really good. But otherwise, they are very slow. You only get 10 wounds and 10 models for 140 points, which doesn't feel very good when you can just bring ghouls for 20 points more. If your game plan is to overwhelm people on objectives with model count, these guys are not the way to go. They can only be double reinforced if you're playing Morgaunt armies, and I think double reinforcement is very, very appealing for this unit because the way effective health scales as a percent multiplier, this is the kind of unit you want to put all your buffs on, right? You want to put Mystic Shield on this unit, you want to make sure it gets all that defense off. Like, this is an anvil that also does decent damage. So the fact that you can only really do that in Morgaunt is definitely a downside because the other subfactions are very, very good as well. It can be very difficult to add 1 to wards for larger base models. I think Ushoran's base is too big for you to give him +1 ward ever because the hero has to be wholly within 3 of this unit. It's possible to do it on a Terrorgheist. You have to like wrap around the base completely. It's really weird. But it is possible.
You have to just stretch them out. Like, you have to really take advantage of that 1-inch coherency and stretch it to its max, and then you can ward it. But really, it's really for that first turn, so your monster that normally doesn't get a ward doesn't get shot off the board.
Yeah, it's a weird positioning, but it is a reason to bring just 10 of these guys.
Mm-hmm. Definitely.
So, overall, I'm going to give them the S tier. And I only recently came to that decision the morning we started recording this. I think what pushed me over the edge is just how ridiculous the Chalice is in particular with this unit. Once you figure out that you can just cast the Chalice behind a wall and your opponent can't see it and then they can't dispel it, and then when they attack into this unit on their turn, you have the +1 save delusion, you've got Mystic Shield, all out defense, 5 up board, you're the best Night Haunt unit in the game, right? 30 wounds, 4 up ethereal, 5 up ward, and unlike Night Haunt, the 5 up ward can't be stopped. And then you, on every model that you lose on a 4-up, you get it back at the end of the turn. And then if the unit's destroyed, half of it comes back to life. Like, this unit is really, really good. And I think what makes it S tier in my mind is the Chalice in particular. That interaction is really strong on this unit.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, I definitely think that people are going to be having at least one of these units in their list regardless.
Yeah, a lot of lists Paul and I were making we found ourselves taking at least 1 unit of Cryptguard. But I think they're really only, like Paul said, efficient in Morgaunt because they're not battle line anywhere else. So trying to take them in Hollowmourne is like starting your list 140 points down and not having any battle line. But I can't really see any heroes that aren't already protected by Lookouts there. So maybe again, if Comet Fall becomes really popular or something, then I could see this unit sort of making a comeback in other subfactions.
Even so, just because like the fact with it being them only having 25mm bases allows you to have like a very small footprint, but still like to help you with your backfield. For if you're up against like let's say Stormcast or anyone that does a lot of deep striking, you have these guys able to keep your heroes protected, keep them at least close enough that they'll still benefit from the +1 ward save, but still be far enough back that if your opponent is able to charge, they can't really get into combat with them.
I could see that, yeah.
They're versatile. I like that they can protect multiple heroes at the same time from things like Comet Fall, which I think will be like a natural predator to this army, because when you can kill the heroes, the army falls apart, and Cryptguard come in and make it a lot riskier to try to go all in and try to kill the heroes. All right, let's talk about the Royal Beastflayers, the last Serfs unit. One thing I didn't point out with the other 2 Serf units is that there is a battle tactic that requires using Serfs, and it's like the best battle tactic in the book. It's super easy, and you want at least 1 Serf unit in every single list because of that reason. So it's either going to be Ghouls or Cryptguard or Beastflayers, and I think we can make a really good case for the Beastflayers because they're very strong. So for starters, they're 14 wounds with a 5-up save. So not the most efficient, right? They're in between Ghouls and Cryptguard in terms of effective health. However, they're the cheapest by far. They're only 115 points, whereas Cryptguard are 140 and Ghouls are 160. These guys, the more of these you have in your army, the more wound count you'll have total because they're just more efficient. You can reinforce them. Then they become 28 wounds for 230 points. With an effective health multiplier, let's say you get the +1 save and the 5-up ward on them, which you probably won't. Honestly, this unit probably isn't the one you're buffing with your prayer and your mystic shield, but they can get up to a pretty respectable 84 effective health. These are also maybe the best models to revive with muster and chalice and victuals, because those abilities all specify a unit with a wounds characteristic of 1, which the Beastflayers have a wound characteristic of 1, even though there are models in this unit that are multiple wounds. So for example, the Savannah Apes there are 2 wounds apiece, and the leader of this unit is 3 wounds, and you can take those models off first, and when you revive later, you can put them back. It's really, really efficient to revive those models. So any kind of chip damage that you're taking, this unit is very good against that. In terms of melee damage, they're actually not terrible, right? For each squad, you get 14 on 4s and 4s, which is not good. 6 on 3s, 3s, rend 1, that's okay. 12 on 4s, 3s, rend 1, yeah, that's okay. When you Feeding Frenzy this unit, it goes up to a max of 21, 9, and 16. Like, this can spike high and do way more damage than people are expecting. Unfortunately, because it's only 1 inch range.
Beastflayers have always been a good unit to fight with. And they're very susceptible to again, like most Crypt Ghouls or Cryptguard type units, they are extremely how do you say this? Welcome to buffs.
Yeah. Unfortunately, because you can't double reinforce them, and because they only have 1 inch range, fighting while reinforced is just not great. So it's never an efficient unit to put buffs on, but it can spike high and surprise you. Now, there's this additional utility here. Monsters within 3 inches cannot carry out rampages. Like, what? It's so good. It's so much better than the Astral Templars version. And they have -1 damage. So if you have a 2 damage monster, now it's all 1 damage. You've halved its damage output, which is very, very strong. And it doesn't have to be attacking this unit. It just has to be within 3 inches of this unit. So monsters with ranged weapons can't just fight past this unit and fight into a screen, pass this into a different unit. These guys are anti-monster tech, and they're very, very good at it. That's not the main reason I'd use them. I'd use them just because they're cheap, they're disposable, they take revives really well, so your opponent has to dedicate real damage into killing them. They're just an efficient, all-around good unit. If they could be double reinforced, they would be maybe the best unit in the game. Not the game, sorry, the book. They'd be really high up there. They're not a perfect unit by any means. They're slow, like everything else, 6 inches. They're never battle line, which makes them really inefficient. You can't just flood your list with them. But slotting in 1 or 2 at the end of a list is pretty good. 115 is a weird value. We haven't seen values that end in 5 since, oh gosh, when did they stop doing that? Like February this year? They stopped doing that. But there's still a few books designed before that. I suppose we know when this book was written. So it ends in a 5. These guys are probably not worth buffing, either offensively or defensively. Like, you're not going to stick your 5-up ward prayer on this unit. You'd rather just bring Cryptguard for that purpose. And in a lot of matchups, they just don't have monsters, so you're just looking at efficient serfs. But if that's all this unit is, I think it's still pretty good. The fact that it has the monster tech, and there's definitely a lot of monsters in the meta that you care about, I think it's an A-tier unit. I think it's better than Ghouls overall. Easier to slot into most lists. Even if it's not battle line, the fact that they revive so well, this could be the one surf unit that you bring in a Hollowmourne list, or a Blisterskin list, or a Gristlegore list. If you just need the one surf, this is the cheapest, and it's probably the most efficient too. So I like them overall. I'm going to give them the A tier. What do you guys think?
Yeah, no, I agree with A.
I agree with A. I mean, the anti-monster tech alone is worth that spot, because if I have monsters charging my screens, or a monster within 3 inches of this attacking a main unit like Ushoran, and I have Royal Beastlayers too within 3, I mean, that monster isn't going to achieve much, and that's awesome.
All right, let's talk about Crypt Horrors, the first of our 3 Knight units. These guys become battle line in Hollowmourne. Knights is a very particular keyword. It costs twice as much to revive these with the muster ability, but otherwise, there is a battle tactic for scoring with Knights. I believe there's 2. One of them requires charging, and then the other one requires standing on objectives. So Knights is a very important keyword. Crypt Horrors are the cheapest. If you're playing Hollowmourne, they become the cheapest battle line in the book. They are 12 wounds for 130 points, which, that's not very good. But when you start looking at their effective health, let's say you double reinforce them, you give them +1 save overall and a 5-up ward, that's a 300% multiplier, and you're looking at 108 effective health, which is a lot. So if you ever feel like it's just a slog to try to kill these defensively buffed, double reinforced Crypt Horror units, yeah, this is why, because their effective health scales very well. In terms of melee damage output, they are the highest damage output in the book. Per squad, they can be double reinforced, so even ghouls can't compete with this. Baseline, they're 26 max on force to hit, 3s to wound, rend 1. You get +6 total damage if you Feeding Frenzy, but also each attack gets +1 damage if you charge in Hollowmourne. And these two things stack together, which gives you a max damage of 48 on the charge. That's like 2 Fulminators charging, which is wild amounts of damage. The fact that wound 6s are also +1 damage, like that's an even crazier spike. It's pretty hard to kind of evaluate that. I would say don't rely on it. When it happens, it's cool, but it's not really something worth evaluating because it's so rare to get a wound 6.
I'm surprised they kept that one. I mean, you're just having more bookkeeping for no reason, just maintaining another dice.
It should have just been a mortal wound, right?
Yeah, maybe mortal wound in addition. I don't know. I don't know why they kept that.
Yeah, it's weird. They have 2-inch range, so easy to fight reinforced, even with their 50mm bases. And this is the unit you want to put all your offensive buffs on. All-out attack, deranged transformation, Hoarfrost in particular.
Hoarfrost.
Yeah, you're going to see a lot of Hoarfrost with these guys. So overall, they're just an efficient and impactful reinforced hammer unit. Or they are the cheapest battle line squad at 3 models. One of those two. Not a perfect unit. They are slow. 7-inch move is not very good in this game. There's no bonuses to run and charge. You can get run and charge if you bring Gormayne, but only on a 3-up, so it's not totally reliable. And then you have to spend run 6 as a command point. They don't have any bonuses to run and charge natively. They can't fly, unlike the other 2 knights we're going to talk about. They can't use reserves either, which is a big deal, which means these guys could just get shot off the board before they do anything. And when they have a 5-up save, if you don't manage to get your buffs up, this unit will die very quickly and very easily. And is this the unit you want to put your buffs on defensively? I don't know. I really don't know. The fact that they also only count as 1 model each on objectives really sucks. Like, if you're trying to be aggressive, take objectives, you manage to sneak one of these 50mm bases onto an objective after killing some stuff, that's not good enough. That's a big downside, only counting as 1 model. You also have to be near a hero to get rend. Having to be wholly within 18 of an abhorrent. It doesn't sound hard, but when you have an Archregent at the back of the board being the one who's reviving a bunch of stuff and casting spells, you legit might just charge out of range of him and not have rend anymore. So if you didn't get that Hoarfrost off, you're out of luck. And I think the worst part about this unit is if you're facing debuff armies like Lumineth that give you -1 hit, or if you're facing Coalesce, these guys suddenly do almost nothing. Like, it's actually really bad how much Coalesce nerfs this unit. So there's a lot of downsides, but there's a lot of upsides too. Not the best unit in the book, but I think they do come in at A tier, just because they're definitely good. Like, this is the right point value for them at 130. If they were any more expensive, I think they would fall down to B or even C tier. What do you guys think?
Well, for me, definitely with horrors, I've been a huge fan of them. Having 36 wounds, 4-up save with all the defense, whatever other buffs you have on them, plus the 5-up board save, it's gonna be very hard to remove them. And I'm thinking that if you do a horror list, you're gonna be running multiple Archregents. So you will have the one at the back of the board casting the spells that you need to, but you'll have one close up being able to still cast Hoarfrost. And if you don't get the -3 rend Hoarfrost, you at least have him there for the -1 rend on top of his ability to heal a single knight at the start of all of your hero phases.
Crypt Horrors were a bit of a boogeyman, I think, before this new book, because the points just got so cheap that everyone was spamming like 9 of them, because they were like 120 or something.
Oh, 9, please. I know people who are doing a lot more than 9.
Yeah, so like, and the thing is, like, with this recursion, it's and they sort of kept their cost, even though the recursion and summoning has been nerfed a lot, so it doesn't have the same impact. Because people had 9 in their list, and they would summon 3 more from like all around the battlefield edges or something, and it got to be a bit obnoxious. And this unit has like an absurdly high damage rate. It is extremely like the damage scaling on this with Hoarfrost is absolutely insane. So like it is balanced in the sense that you will have to unbind Hoarfrost, and then this unit can have troubles going up against armor. So like 2-up saves is a big problem for this unit. But there's not a lot in the game that can chew through as much meat as these guys. I mean, if you think about it, this is basically a 6 of these is what, like 24 wounds? They're 4 wounds each, right?
Yeah, 24.
Yeah, so it's almost as bad as like Necropolis Stalkers almost. But for like a fraction of the price, almost half the price.
Yeah, and then when they die, remember, they get revived. Unlike last edition,
Yeah.
half the unit comes back to life.
Yeah, so I don't know if we'll see the same kind of meta where you would just like bang your head against the wall, going up against 9 of these things, and they would you would not kill enough, and then they would just swing back and completely kill you. I don't think we'll see that, depending on what buffs these guys have gotten. But it'll be crucial to find ways to be able to deal with this unit, because it is going to hit you at least once and kill whatever it hits, and then it's going to come back and try to hit you again.
Yeah, the speed, I think, is what keeps them out of S tier for me. They're not charging you turn 1, maybe even turn 2 if your opponent is playing defensively and you're trying not to overcommit. The fact that these only move 7 inches really kills it for me, especially because the other 2 knights we're going to talk about are both 12-inch flying moves, and they can do reserves, and they can do carry-on call.
I think this unit still has a place, considering it has the most damage. Sometimes your opponent just has like what I like to call a base 4-up save characteristic or 5-up save characteristic as a bunch of wounds at that save characteristic. Like if my opponent has 6 Crypt Horrors or 9 Crypt Horrors, I want 6 Crypt Horrors to go into that 9 Crypt Horror unit.
Sure. But what if I told you there was another unit that did almost the same max damage, but way more accurate and way faster?
Yeah, well, we're gonna get to that, aren't we?
Yeah, it's next. So, Morbheg Knights are the only new knight unit in the book. They are only battle line if you bring a Gorewarden general. However, this can be in any subfaction, so you're not locked specifically to Hollowmourne like you would be with the Horrors. At first, I was really bummed out by that restriction to have a Gorewarden general, but the more I build lists, I'm like, yeah, I can do a Gorewarden general in Morgaunt and get battle line Morbheg Knights. Cool. That seems good. So first off, these guys are fast. 12-inch flying move, and because they're flying, they have a specific keyword, they can go into reserve with the Gorewarden. So he just combos naturally with them. They're +1 run and charge always because of their drummer, and they can always retreat and charge, which is like, it's amazing. It's amazing how good that is. Retreating and charging is one of the strongest things in this game. Flying, retreating, and charge is maybe the strongest thing in this game, like as a single ability. They're super wide bases. I think they're 75 mil bases. Those are excellent for reviving the unit and then mustering it and then charging in. I think even without any other bonuses, just with this Warscroll, you're looking at like a 4-inch, 5-inch charge because of the width of this base and the +1 charge. Crazy good. They are only 9 wounds and 3 models for 150 points, which seems really, really bad. However, against most forms of damage, they actually have the same effective health as Horrors, 21.6, because save bonuses are better than just having more wounds sometimes. If you double reinforce this unit, like looking at absolute max effective health, what you can do, you get them to a 3-up save and a 5-up ward. That's a 450% multiplier, and this is actually 122 effective health, which is more than double reinforced Horrors. Now, obviously, Rend factors into that, but I'm just saying the best that this unit can do. In melee, they're a max of 25 damage per squad of 3, which is all on 3s, Rend 1, which is right away better than Horrors, because Horrors on 4s, 3s, and they need a hero nearby to get Rend. If this unit gets Feeding Frenzy, it adds 9 max damage, so they scale better with buffs than the Horrors, and they still get a charge damage bonus in Hollowmourne. Granted, it's not as big, but when you stack all these effects together, 3 of these guys can do a max of 44 damage, which is only 4 damage short of the Horrors without, any wound 6 rolls triggering bonus damage.
But they're also more reliable, right? Like,
Yep.
You can get them to 2s and 2s as opposed to having to rely on hit rolls of 4, because if your opponent has -1 to hit, Horrors actually do fall flat against that.
Absolutely. Yeah, this unit doesn't suffer with that. Even if this unit's on 3s and 2s, that's still very good. It's better than being on 4s and 2s, for sure. They've also got this funny little ability, the Shrieking Charge. After you charge, you pick 1 enemy unit, and then for each model that's within an inch, you roll a dice, and on a 4-up, they take D3 mortals. And that enemy unit also can't unleash hell. So this ability, I've kind of been all over the place with it. First time you read it, it's like, oh my god, it stops unleash hell, and it does a bunch of charge mortal wounds. It's so good. But then you realize it has to be 1 enemy unit within 1 inch of the whole Morbheg Knight unit, which means you can't, like the bigger, physically bigger the unit gets, the more units you're going to charge at the same time. But the fact that you can only pick 1 of them to do this effect to, really limits the potential max power. But then you remember that this unit flies, so you can just jump over a screen with one model, keep cohesion through the screen, and then still disable Unleash Hell on the unit in the back waiting to shoot you. So, yeah, pretty good. Sometimes it stops Unleash Hell, sometimes it just does a bunch of charged mortal wounds into a single reinforced unit or like a Gargant or something. Really good ability overall. And then the icing on the cake, when this unit charges, they count as 3 models each on objectives. So everything that's wrong with Horrors, this unit doesn't do wrong. It seems almost strictly better than Horrors, aside from the fact that they're not just generically battle line. But honestly, that might not even be a bad thing, because you can bring a Gorewarden in Morgaunt or Gristlegore or Blisterskin and still get these guys as battle line. So all around fantastic.
Honestly, considering how versatile the Gorewarden is, I don't think that's a downside at all.
Yeah, he's very, very useful. There are very few downsides with this unit. One of them is that, Shrieking Charge has to pick one unit, like I mentioned. This is not a good unit to Hoarfrost because the weapons are split across 2 different weapons. However, buffing up the mount attacks on this unit is still very good value. It's not the best Hoarfrost in the book. That would be probably Ghouls, followed by Horrors. But these guys are still a decent target for it. And I guess they can't go in the Wizard Finders battalion, which is, that's something Horrors, Ghouls, Cryptguard, all these units can do. This unit can't do that. Despite those minor flaws, this, I think, is the best unit in the book. Overall, it's so impactful, it's so versatile, just a wonderful unit, and the models are gorgeous too, which is great. So I'm giving this the S tier. I'm very confident in this ranking. A lot more confident than I am with Cryptguards being S tier.
Yeah, honestly, I don't expect this unit to stay at 150. I can totally see them increasing the points on this.
What are your thoughts, Jesse? How many of these guys have you bought already?
I've only gotten 3, but I know someone that bought 4 of the boxes just to be able to get 12 of them. I know people are going to be going nuts for them. I'm still iffy about it because I personally feel like they're going to get changed a little bit, and I feel like you kind of have to put too much into them to get the most out of them compared to spending the same amount of points on different heroes. But that's just me personally. So this is like, sure, you can get the Gorewardens, put the Gorewarden in the sky, have one of them come in with them, and then, but with that, you just dropping the Gorewarden, you're spending the 150 just for that purpose and alone. So there's definitely play with them. I'm not going full tilt into them myself, but I know they will be very strong.
I think a squad of 6 is going to be very common, and a lot of other times you'll see like 6-3-3 just to fill battle line. Yeah, 12 seems like, I don't think I'd go past 12 in a list. No.
Yeah, because if you do two units of 3, 1 unit of 6, and then just Flayers, that'd probably be pretty good.
Oh yeah, that's a scary list. Just remember, these guys always come back to life and charge you that same turn and count as more models and the Shrieking Charge and everything. Oh man, what a good unit. All right, let's talk about our last Knight unit. And this one surprised me at how good they are. Not going to bury the lead. I think this unit's S tier, and I'm going to do, hopefully, a good job convincing you why they are S tier. So pros, they are battle line if you're playing Blisterskin, which... yeah, okay, Blisterskin is not terrible because these guys are so good. Like the Morbheg Knights, these guys are a 12-inch flying move, which means they can also come into play with the Gorewarden and be teleported by the Gorewarden. Being able to drop in more than 9 inches from enemies and then scream within 10 inches is really cool, especially if you have the carry-on call to move D6. You can get in there and start screaming at these little foot heroes. They have the same defensive profile as Horrors, but obviously they cost more points, so... yeah, that's unfortunate. They can use Unleash Hell. They have a shooting attack, and let's talk about that shooting attack. It's only 10-inch range, so you're quite limited. You're not like Long Strikes or Judicators or anything. But it is 12 max damage on Force 3's Rend 2. Now, that's a pretty gross-looking profile. Only 12 damage, and it's forced to hit. Yuck, right? But hear me out. You can get +1/+1 on this unit. Deranged Transformation works on shooting. These guys get a +1 wound bonus if they are shooting something with Bravery 6 or less. You can get +1 to wound against monsters with the Delusion. There's ways to get +1 wound, and you can always all-out attack. This unit also can benefit from Curse. If you're playing Blisterskin, Curse is pretty likely to be a thing that you're doing. And at that point, you're looking at 12 max damage on 3s, 2s, Rend 2. That is very comparable to Stormcast Tempesters. Tempesters are max 12 damage for 2 models on, you'll usually all out attack them. Let's say 2s, 3s, Rend 1. So these guys have more Rend. The Tempesters have some mortal wounds. Honestly, they're very similar if you get the buff off, right? But what makes this unit crazy is that the Crypt Infernal Courtier can double the damage output of this unit, which means a squad of 3 can suddenly double the damage of Tempesters, go up to 24 max, and if you reinforce that unit, well, that's 48 damage on 3s, 2s, Rend 2. Now, this is the best case scenario. Obviously, you need the Infernal to get his buff off, and we'll talk about that in a bit, but the potential of this unit is through the roof. 48 damage, max, 3s, 2s, Rend 2 for 320 points, coming in from reserve. I guess you wouldn't get the +1 wound with Deranged Transformation, but there's other buffs to get. That's a crazy amount of shooting damage. Like, maybe the best shooting unit in the game. It's really, really scary. And their melee is not terrible either. They're obviously not as good as Morbheg Knights or Horrors, but they're 13 base on Force 3's Rend 1. They get +3 attacks total if they get Feeding Frenzy, but if they charge in Hollowmourne, because they are a Knight unit, they get the Hollowmourne bonus. So add all these things together, suddenly you're looking at a unit that can do 32 damage per 3 models. And because they fight in 2 ranks easily with range 2, you can keep a nice tight formation and still hit everything. You can potentially be doing, 64 damage max. And if this unit has Deranged Transformation to help with shooting, it's also going to work on melee. You can all-out attack there. This is a really punchy unit. They can shoot one thing off the table, then charge and kill another thing. And when your opponent kills them, you revive half of them back. And then you muster back the rest. Wild. Already, this is really, really good. But then, it's also got this neat little utility ability where you can teleport non-flying heroes when this unit moves. Specifically when this unit is picked to move. So that means you can't do it off a redeploy, unfortunately. However, the hero, when they teleport, finishes within 3 inches of this unit and more than 3 inches from enemies, and then that hero can just act normally. So you can just teleport a Varghulf onto the front line, and then it charges in, guaranteed if you have the +1 charge delusion. And if your opponent redeploys off the Flayer move, then your hero can move normally. So it's not like your opponent can redeploy away from that hero. It's really, really good. But there's all sorts of tricks you can do with this teleport. For example, pulling your hero out of your garrison and then putting another hero in there in your movement phase, because the timing on that actually works out. So lots of fun things to do with this teleport. Push your heroes out all around the board, get them in range to muster, save them from terrible situations, pull them out of combat. There's so much cool stuff to do with this teleport. There are some downsides. Unlike the Morbheg Knights, these guys have no bonuses to run a charge. 12 wounds and only 3 models is really inefficient. It's one of the worst efficiencies in the book in terms of model count and defenses. Like Horrors, they only count as 1 model each on objective, so even though they're killing everything, they're not standing on circles very well. If you're not playing Hollowmourne, they don't do a lot of melee damage at all. It's actually quite poor, and you really need an Infernal Courtier to make these guys insane. They're good without that buff, but with the buff, they get insane.
Either that or the melee damage is poor, so you need Infernal Courtiers to really help with their shooting, or take them in Blister Skin and hopefully curse your targets.
Yeah, or just have tons of them. Just spam them. Honestly, I think Crypt Flayer spam is going to be a list, and it's not going to be fun, but it'll be effective.
Mm-hmm.
The 10-inch shooting range really sucks, even more limited than Tempesters with their 12-inch range. However, this army does have carry-on call, so if you're reviving this unit or setting it up out of reserve, you can just move it D6, and then you're shooting deeper into enemy lines. The fact is, after this unit shoots, it's going to get charged, and it's going to get wiped out. So don't expect it to stick around forever. There's definitely better units in this army to buff with melee damage bonuses. This is not the unit you want to Hoarfrost. This is not the unit you want to Deranged Transformation only for melee. You want to get value out of the shooting and the melee with this unit. And like Horrors, 4+ to hit, which means it's very weak to -1 hit effects. That really sucks when you play into Lumineth and you're hitting on 5 suddenly because there's Total Eclipse up and you don't have enough command points and they're -1 hit. That's rough. Despite those weaknesses, I think this is the second or third best unit in the book in terms of basic troops. I think they're S tier. Their damage output is insane. And when you get the Crypt Horror, the Crypt Infernal Courtier off, it goes next level. Like, this is wild damage output. Infantry-based armies are going to struggle into Flesh Eater Courts because of this unit.
Yeah, I definitely agree. These are going to be a real pain in a lot of people's sides. I feel like they're probably going to go back up to the second edition point cost of, I believe, 180 per 3. Either that or the Infernal will possibly go up in points some more, but I feel like it's going to be the Flayers, if anything.
I agree. I could see the Infernal and him going up simply because that interaction of having things drop out of the sky, move d6, then shoot you, then charge you, have +1 damage on the charge, have possibly +1 damage on shooting. It's not problematic when you consider like a unit of 6 or like two units of 6, but when you start considering like people are going to start taking 21 Flayers, that's a problem.
And they all come back to life.
Yeah, yes, that's right. Specifically, yes. Correct.
Like, imagine if Stormcast Tempesters, you put all this effort into killing them, and then they come back to life.
Yeah. Raptors and Tempesters coming back to life. Like, oh, I've had people quit after I rallied 3 Raptors back once. So, like, Jesus.
Yeah, I know. I think Jesse knows something about that.
Yep, I'll always go after the Raptors first whenever possible with my monster trucks.
Yeah, Crypt Flayers are really good. Personally, I think I'm just going to do like Infernal and 6 Flayers as a staple in many lists. I don't think I'm going to go the spam route, but I think it's going to win a lot of games very easily. It probably won't kill Gargants, but anything else is fair game. All right, let's talk monsters. First up, let's talk Terrorgheist. So Terrorgheist were like the big thing in the last book, right? We almost never saw a list without a Ghoul King on Terrorgheist. This book, they are looking a little worse. But let's go through it. So Royal Terrorgheist on their own without the Ghoul King. They are Battle Line and Gristlegore. And they are a monster. So they count as 5 models. They do rampages. They do the custom rampages in this book, which are really cool. They're very fast. 14-inch flying move is like almost like there's few things that are faster than this in the game. 14 wounds on a 4-up save, like, okay, that's not terrible. It's not great. In terms of effective health, even if you get the 5-up ward off and +1 save, there's more efficient choices, obviously. Like, you're not taking these for their durability. Their shooting attack is called Death Shriek. You roll a d6 and you add 6. And if that's bigger than their bravery, you do the difference in mortal wounds. So this gets really cool if you add it with things like Grim Garland and you bring like a bunch of Terrorgheists. All of a sudden, you're just screaming things off the board with mortal wounds, which is pretty cool. If you bring Ushoran, he can permanently debuff enemy bravery, and then you bring in the Terrorgeist squad to scream at it to death the next turn. Pretty cool.
Really cool, actually. I'm glad they kept this. Like, that was like a cool thing you could do in the last book, was just like reduce your opponent's bravery by like 3/4, because you could ally in Morghasts, and Morghasts used to have like a minus bravery aura, and then just shriek at them with Terrorgeists and Flesh Eater Courts. Now the shriek from the Flayers is gone, but I like that they kept this. It's like a cool little feature that again interacts with bravery, which this army wants to be doing. So.
Oh, it was terrible on the Flayers. You had to roll 2d6 for each Flayer every single time.
I mean, it was slow, but it was like very powerful if you got -3 bravery on something. Like I saw a game where I think a local player, Zano, faced off against a Gloomspite Gitz player, reduced if their effective bravery for everything in that army to like 3 or like 2, just getting insane mortal wound, like 8 mortal wounds, 10 mortal wounds, 6 mortal wounds, 7 mortal wounds. It was awful. It was like so fun to watch.
Yeah, this is going to be super fun into destruction and order, and then it's just going to be not fun into chaos and death.
Well, chaos it could be like chaos. Like, I mean, demons. Yeah, it's not going to do much against demons, but like, let's say you're fighting Slanesh, or let's say you're fighting like Khorne Mortals, which is like their most common list right now. This can still put in work.
Fair, yeah, and Slanesh can't offer you temptation on this because it's not an attack.
Yeah, it's not an attack. Yep.
Yeah. In melee, they've got 2 attacks. There's like this 14 damage.
Let's just skip this. You don't care about anything this unit does in melee. There's this thing called the Fang Maw, and it does 6 mortal wounds on 6s. That's all you care about.
Yeah, it gets 3 attacks base. You can Feeding Frenzy to get a 4th attack. Yeah, you roll a 6, you get 6 mortal wounds.
That is it. That is the only reason to take this unit, is because it's the one thing in the book that can do 6 mortal wounds flat on a 6.
It's actually the one thing in the book that can do mortal wounds. There's almost no mortal wound output in the book besides this.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
And then when it dies, every unit within 3 inches takes D3 mortals. It's like a tank in Warhammer 40k. I was about to say StarCraft. And I think what makes Feck monsters really cool is you can take a command trait that allows you to revive them when they're destroyed. So a big problem with monsters is that they are impactful but not efficient. And I'm sure we've seen this with Seraphon, the dinosaur spam lists, and the monster truck beast claw lists. All of these lists, when they lose a piece, that's it. It's gone for good. Feck is the one army that can revive these units. And that is really, really cool. Especially because when they revive, they come in with 6 wounds allocated, but their bracket starts at 7. So, like, yeah, they come in wounded, but they're still fighting and doing everything at full capacity. And they're moving D6 inches immediately if you have carry-on call up, which is crazy.
Yeah, and really, I don't even think their main attacks is the Fang Maw. I don't think it brackets at all from that.
I'd have to double check.
Yeah, I don't think, because it doesn't, yeah. So their best attack, which is what you take them for, stays the same, whether they have 1 wound or 13 wounds.
Like, if anything, maybe the 2 wound roll maybe gets bracketed, but as Morgaunt said, you're not caring about that at the end of the day.
Yeah, no, you're there to ball out and go roll 6s all day. I mean, I think the breath thing changes. Their breath gets weaker as they take wounds, but again, you don't really care about that. That's just a nice to have.
It's also cool that the breath can be used with Unleash Hell.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that. Yeah.
So if people are trying to charge you with like Aether Wings or a Foot Hero in order to eat the Unleash Hell, it might just die to that.
Yeah. Yep.
So there's a couple other cool things with monsters I want to mention here. There is a +1 hit mount trait aura that you can get on a Ghoul King on Terrorgheist. This
Zombie Dragon.
Zombie Dragon, yeah, sorry, Zombie Dragon. And that's really cool. You can also get +1 to wound if you have Gormayne, who we'll talk about later. He just picks a unit and you get +1 to wound against it. So it is possible to get +1/+1 on this unit. It's probably the hardest thing to do in the book. It's a lot harder than just using all-out attack and deranged transformation, but it is still possible to get +1/+1.
And, it's a monster. It's a big base. It occupies a large area. And, like, sometimes that's just good in, like, denying your opponent space on objectives. Like, if they're spending time killing this thing, they are not getting enough models on circles, letting you hold that objective.
And monsters are really important in this army because there's not a lot of Rend built into... Like, look, we looked at all the Warscrolls. The only Rend 2 we saw was on Scream attacks for the Flayers. Being able to roar really pumps up your melee damage and makes it more consistent for times when you can't get Hoarfrost or it gets denied. Downsides, though, and I think these are pretty significant, you can't run in Death Shriek at the same time, and there are ways to run and charge with monsters, but not with this, unfortunately. Not run and shoot.
I mean, it's not really a downside. What I see is that it's utility when you know your Death Shriek isn't going to do anything. Like, if all my Death Shriek is going to do is maybe 1 or 2 mortal wounds, I'm just going to take the run and charge.
Yeah. 4+ hit on everything. I know we're fishing for the mortal wounds here, but 4+ hit, it should be stated. It's another unit with 4+ hit.
If you don't roll any 6s, there's a chance this unit maybe only does 2 wounds, and you'll be really sad you spent like 240 points on this.
Yeah, 240, it's 315.
oh, sorry. I was going off to the SPG Soulbreaker Lord prices.
Yeah, this is very expensive. It is not efficient as a hammer or an anvil, but it does offer a lot of utility, and if you're playing against a lot of destruction, if there's a lot of Gits or Orcs in your area, super fun to use this and just scream things off the table. But reluctantly, I have to call it D tier. I think it is overpriced. I don't think it's good enough to see competitive play. There could be a scenario where you spam a bunch of these and you get the Grim Garland and Ushoran, but it's just not cost effective to do that right now. If these things were 280, maybe, then that could work.
No, I don't think they can be any cheaper, because when that 6 spikes, it really spikes and makes people have a bad time. I think in a Gristlegore list, I think they're fine, because there's a lot of things built in there that help out monsters. Things like Fight First. You can sort of engineer your Abhorrant Ghoul King on Royal Zombie Dragons or Terrorgheist to be perfect support pieces, bring these guys back. I think they're fine, but this is not something you will just slot into like a Hollowmourne or Morgaunt or Blisterskin army to try to fill in that monster role. I think there's other things that are more efficient than this.
It's got to be Gristlegore, right? That's the only use case for these.
Yep.
The other monster in the book is the Royal Zombie Dragon. Now, this guy's always been overlooked. I don't think I ever saw one on the table. Either this guy or the Ghoul King version of him. It just wasn't very good. But I think this book has breathed new life into them. But tisk. It is a battle line monster in Gristlegore, like the Terrorgheist. It is almost the same thing, right? In terms of effective health, speed, everything. The shooting attack is, instead of being off bravery, it's just a regular attack. There's D6 shots on 3s, rend 1, 3 damage apiece, which is cool. Like, that's not a terrible missile weapon by any means. It can spike up to 18, which is cool. In melee, instead of having the hit 6 mortals, it just has rend 3, and instead of D6 damage, it's flat 3. So you're looking at 9 max damage on Force 3's rend 3, and then 14 on Force 3's rend 1. Feeding Frenzy is not particularly good with these models, only giving a max of +5 damage per squad. But it's got a lot of the cool stuff going for it. For example, Terror stops enemies from receiving Inspiring Presence. This is in addition to, for example, the -2 Bravery, Rampage, or Roar, or all sorts of other things. Like the Terrorgheist, this guy can be revived and then immediately shoot and do everything. He gets more benefit from Gormayne's +1 to wound thing. And unlike the Terrorgheist, which will usually just get shot off the table turn 1, this thing can deep strike on its own. It can go into reserve and then come into play at the end of your movement phase. And carry on call triggers, and then it moves D6 immediately. So you are guaranteed to get at least 1 turn of value out of these guys, usually multiple turns of value because you're going to be reviving them. And if you bring multiples, one of them can fight first, and then the other one can fight. Both of them can be +1 hit, +1 wound if you have the right buffs up. Yeah, it's cool. I think, like, if you want to play the monster mash, I think zombie dragons are the way to go, simply because of the reserves and how good reserves are in this army. So where does that rank in terms of competitive play? It's probably like a B tier, maybe C tier. I think it's B. It's about as good as bringing ghouls. Like, this is a legit strategy in this army. Not the best, but it is good.
Yeah, no,
Jesse?
I definitely agree with that. Mainly just because, like, against some shooting armies, you want to have, like, this is a good way to be able to, as you said, drop out of the sky, carry and call, move D6. You can potentially shoot something, like the fact that it's shooting at 10 inches, so it can hit something when it drops down. But just the fact that it can still go in immediately afterwards and just charge something and be a nuisance on the side flank in your opponent's deployment zone causes your opponent to then have to spend resources to go after it. And there's the fact that, as well, too, like, the fact that this has the terror ability on top of its monstrous rampage to give -2 bravery. It's a good way to even be able to chew through like undead or even like demon units that have the bravery 10.
Oh yeah, for sure. Especially if you're bringing a Ghoul King on Zombie Dragon, which we'll talk about shortly. He can bring the Grim Garland and then give basically -3 bravery to those units. All of a sudden, demons are now on bravery 7, which is scary for them. Like, legit, they're not used to being bravery 7. So
no, and then they're used to losing quite a few models, so that bravery decline is quite big for armies like them.
yeah. I like the Zombie Dragons a lot. I'm definitely going to try out the triple Zombie Dragon list, and hopefully it's fun. It might not be the most efficient or best list this book can do, but it'll definitely be fun. So look forward to the list section later on. While I'll talk about this triple monster list.
Nice.
I think they're good. I think they're one of the few things these guys that have reserves in this army that are like monsters and have reserves in this army. But I think, like, much like the Terrorgheist, I think it is a Gristlegore only tool. I don't think you'll be bringing one of these things just natively, because I don't think the damage and utility is as high. But in a Gristlegore army, supposing you build towards that whole reviving a monster with some half wounds remaining or whatever it is, plus the fact that with a Regent, this thing can arrive from Deep Strike and then move immediately D6 inches, I think that's where it'll see the most play. But ultimately, I just see it as, yeah, okay, it's a fine monster. I'll see it play in Gristlegore. Outside of that, it's not really efficient at all, and you shouldn't take it seriously in, like, Blister Skin or Hollowmourne lists.
I think there's a chance it sees play in those lists.
As what, like a utility monster for Roar?
Yeah, for Roar, for the -2 bravery debuff, for
How
stopping
it's
it's 310, I believe.
I don't know, man. 310. I would just rather just like cut like a Flare unit and take Ushoran instead or something.
Maybe it depends on your hero slots. The fact that this comes out of reserve, like, unlike most monsters, it just can't be touched until it's in play. Native reserves on a monster that's actually like a good monster, and like a Stormcast monster, which, sucks and dies. Well,
I mean, yes, but the thing is, like, it cannot issue commands to itself. It hits on 4s. It hasn't got the 6s mortal wounds that the Terrorgheist does. I mean, yeah, like, that Deep Strike Arrive monster is pretty good, but, like, you're not getting a lot for 310 points. Like, it's not going to just give you any returns on it.
I'll tell you, I'm not excited about it outside of Gristlegore. Like when it fills battle line and you bring, let's say, at least 2 of them, and then you take the command trait to revive them, that all starts to sound a lot better. But
plus that +1 to hit aura, like you mentioned in the slide here, that you get from the mount trait on the general. Yeah, possibly Gormayne's +1 to wound. That's like, but you have to like build towards it. I just think like slotting it in, you're not gonna get much. Hasn't got a native ward unless you pray for it. 4-up save, can't issue commands to itself. The terror is nice. Like that's the only real thing I like about it. But even then, like if I'm considering 310, I'll probably go the extra step and maybe consider an Abhorrant Ghoul King on top of it.
So I think the reason it might see play outside of Gristlegore, and this might be a stretch, so I could be way off base here, but there is a problem with this army that it's mostly Rend 1. Aside from screaming from the Flayers and monster attacks, everything in this army is Rend 1 unless you Hoarfrost it. And Hoarfrost is best used on Crypt Ghouls and Crypt Horrors, and I don't think those are the best units in the book. So I think you'll end up with lists that are something like Cryptguard, Flayers, Beastflayers, and Morbheg Knights. Like some combination of those 4 units, and they're all Rend 1. And none of them are great targets for Hoarfrost, and those lists might drop Hoarfrost entirely, because we'll talk about command traits later. I don't know if Shaman is necessarily the best choice. And in that world, a deep striking monster that can smash to rubble, roar, give things -2 bravery, and stop inspiring presence. 310 is a lot to ask. Like, I'm not trying to say it's well costed for that role, but in terms of impact, I think it has a good impact. The problem is the cost there, right? Like, if this was a 280 point monster, even just a 30 point cut would make it a lot more appealing in that role.
Yeah, like, I feel like 310 is like, at 310, I start expecting some efficiency. Like, 250, actually 280 would probably be fair for this thing. Yeah, like this thing could afford to take a decrease.
Yeah, so some of the other stuff is, like we talked about Morbheg Knights. They feel a little too cheap for all they do.
Yeah,
and this guy could maybe use a small cut. But I think the ranking here, B tier, is appropriate for Gristlegore, and I think that's mainly where you're going to see them. Okay, let's move on to our hero selection. We're going to do the courtiers first, and then we'll move on to the abhorrents and special characters after that. Our first courtier we're going to talk about is the new model. One of the 2 new models, I should say. There's 2 new courtier models. This one is the Royal Decapitator, and the second I saw this model previewed, I got vibes of like Lord Executioner from Night Haunt, all these various foot heroes that are never good enough to see play. They don't have any kind of specific supporting effect. They just hit things, and that's all they pretty much do. And I thought, just from looking at the model, this was going to be another one of those. And I wasn't that wrong. He does do a bit more, because fighting in Feck in Fleshier Courts has more value than fighting in other armies. Like, there is a real tangible benefit to having your heroes cause wounds in this army that no other army really does. And this guy has a cool thing where he pulls serfs into combat with him, and there's a lot of good serfs in this book. All 3 serf units are very good and worth using, not just for battle tactics.
What's the third? Oh, Royal Beastflayers.
The Beastflayers, yeah, which they're very, very good. Like, they're good enough that I think people are going to consider using like 2 squads of 20. They're that good.
Okay.
And I know that sounds outlandish, but
they're efficient. Like I think their lowest costed serf, a lot of anti-monster. They're definitely going to see play. I just don't know how if I would reinforce them.
Well, the reason to reinforce them is because, like I said, there's only a lot of Rend 1 in this army, and if you can't punch your way through save stacking, which you pretty much can't reliably do in this army, there's no mortal wounds. Hoarfrost is unreliable and requires bringing it and being in range and all that stuff. Another way to play this army is just to not die. Just get on objectives and outlast your opponent. Cast a Chalice, sit there with, what is it, 28 wounds on a 5-up, 5-up, +1 save on an objective. Like, the Royal Beastflayers are so efficient at taking deeds and getting revived by the Archregent that you can just outlast your opponent and not let them get onto circles. That is a valid way to play this army. So heroes like the Royal Decapitator, you think, okay, well, if this is so good, surely this guy fits into that style, right? He can fight first, and then he can pull that unit into combat. He gets up to 6 deeds. He activates Feeding Frenzy. He's on the front line, but he can't be shot because of Lookout Sir. In theory, that's what this model's supposed to do, I think. But I don't think he does it very well, because he's so fragile. Like, all the courtiers are pretty fragile. This guy's one of the most fragile ones. He's only 5 wounds with a 5-up save. You know, he's very slow. 6-inch move means he's not keeping up with anything except the Surf units. And if those Surfs get run in charge from, like, Gormayne, they're just running out of his range, right? There's no way he's keeping up with them. His melee attacks, you know, I have it listed here at 9 damage at Force 3's Rend 2. It's 3 attacks. So one of the nice things there is only 2 of the dice need to get through. And with Rend 2 and you know, wounding on 3s, it's not impossible for 2 attacks to get through. It's hitting on 4s that really kills this, right? Like, it's so unlikely to have 2 of his 3 attacks get through on this profile, that he's probably not going to even get the 6 deeds you need to activate Feeding Frenzy. Yeah, it's really not great. It's not a great niche. It's kind of weird to start with this guy in the courtiers. Maybe we should have put him later on, but there is a reason I wanted to put him before another hero, which we'll talk about soon. Yeah, overall, I'm not very impressed with this particular courtier. There's a lot of great stuff for courtiers in this book, right? There's command traits that are absolutely worth using. The best enhancement in the book is there. They're great, but this is one of the worst ones, I think.
I think his like instant model kill thing is like it's cute. My like issue is like I look at this guy and all I can like think of is like, are they intending on like attaching units to heroes next edition?
Maybe.
I feel like that's like the main problem with like people like these kinds of heroes. Like, it's like when I look at Fire Slayers, you know, they're so attached to like their foot heroes, like the Heart Guard, but it's you have to play defensively because otherwise you're just going to outrun your support every time.
Yeah, the biggest problem with this whole style of like infantry being supported by infantry heroes, or even cavalry being supported by infantry heroes, is when you have short range auras like 12 inches or lower, it's very easy for units to just run or pile in or charge out of range of their supporting hero. Because these are 2 independent units, one of them is a very small footprint and the other one is a very large footprint relatively, you're going to just be out of range constantly. Like, it's just a game problem, I think. They could maybe fix it in the next edition if they did something like add a command ability that after a unit charges, a hero gets nearby, you know, just put them next to the unit. They just auto charge basically. Maybe
I could just see it like some heroes just be, you know,
part of units.
Part of the unit. Yeah, like attach this unit to a hero, it moves alongside that unit or whatever. This unit can be attached to a surf unit.
Yeah, if that happens, this book needs to be rewritten. Because if the heroes can't be sniped out, this army is terrifying. Like, it's so deadly.
Yeah, and like, I mean, because right now the only heroes that I would think of running this, because of it's so fragile, is with Cryptguard, and that's because, you know, Cryptguard basically just give it a 5 ward.
Well, currently Cryptguard stack, so we could have a 1+ ward.
I mean, I'm being real. I don't think that's gonna happen. But yeah,
probably not. Yeah. So what do you think about this guy, Jesse?
He's okay. Like, don't get me wrong. If you can roll that 5 up once he's done an attack, hey, that's pretty good. That hero's instantly slain. But besides that, once the Marrowscroll goes up in points, because most likely it will once there is an errata, maybe you'll see a little more of the Royal Decapitator. He's okay for what he is.
Yeah, I don't know if the Herald is going to go up in points, frankly. 100-point courtier that basically does nothing else is fine. The problem is that there's like 3 of them in this book, right? That's the main issue there.
No, exactly. Yeah. But yeah, the fight first is good, because especially if you pair him with, like, let's say a unit of 20 Beastflayers, that's him fight and then them fight immediately afterwards. So there's play, but we'll have to see how things go later on down the road.
Yeah. So this guy's D tier. 100 points is cheap, but it's not cheap enough because there's another 100-point courtier that is much more useful. This guy could be playable if he was cheaper, 90 points. You know, if there was like a 20-point difference between this guy and the other hero we're going to talk about, then I could see him getting slotted into lists. But at 100 points, this guy is not worth it.
Nope.
I forgot to even mention the hero instant killing thing. Yeah, so end of combat, if you wounded a hero on a 5+, that hero is slain. So like we've seen this effect before with Korgus Cool and Neferata. I'm sure there's some non-unique unit that has this effect as well. But again, because it's only 2 attacks, you need at least one of them to get through, which is not likely on this profile, because you don't want to all-out attack this guy or buff him in any way. And then you have to survive until the end of the combat phase, and then on a 5-up, it has to activate. Like it's just not a good ability. But
Yeah,
it's
no.
the
I mean, it's cheap on a really cheap body. I remember Korga's Cool pulling off some insane moves with that one, but it's not model. I think it's only hero, correct?
Yeah, and Korgus Cool works, in air quotes, he works, because he just has other stuff going on. It's a bonus ability he has, whereas it's one of the 2 things the Decapitator does. But at least the Decapitator is better than this pile of garbage, the Crypt Courtier. So he is also a 100-point Courtier, and he has the same, when he fights, you can pull a Surf unit into combat. And I should mention, these abilities are kind of useful because this army doesn't have strike first on its infantry. So if you get a strike last effect, somehow this can help negate it. Or if you're just trying to deal with your opponent activating units, like it's useful to mess around with the combat activations. But this guy is, a couple points of damage lower than the Decapitator. Otherwise, he's functionally the same. Like he has the same ability. He just doesn't have that other ability, and he doesn't have Rend 2. And he has 1 less wound. It's just it's such a terrible unit. Like he's almost strictly worse than the previous unit. I think he deserves F tier. I think it might be the only F tier unit in this book. And I could make the argument he could be D, because if he was like 70 points, he could see play. But I'm still just mad about the fact that you have to throw away a box of 19 ghouls in order to make this model. It really annoys me.
Yeah, I don't know why they kept these guys. All I guess for people who already built them, but it's like, well, one of the courtiers is actually good, but it's like, in my opinion, they should have just done away with these guys. Like just get rid of them. Like why are you making people parse out their models like that?
Yeah, it might be a holdover from Warhammer Fantasy. I don't know how the Vampire Count's army construction looked like, so it could just be because people built them back then, they've kept carrying it forward, and more people build them, and so on. The instructions for these units, like the Crypt Ghast, the Crypt Haunter, and the Crypt Infernal, the instructions for the kits tell you how to build these units. So this has always been an intentional build, and maybe that's the reason they're still in the book, because they're in the instructions and they don't want to reprint them or something.
Yeah, I mean, my God, yeah, that's the best reason. It's still not a really good reason. You could just, there's a lot of, I feel like there's models in the entire Stormcast range that don't allow you to do something like this. It's like they have no rules associated with them. So I think they could just say, yeah, these have no rules, but you can play these as just your leader or another one of those models or something.
Well, the weird thing is that these models are also, if you drop the Courtier, the instructions tell you this is the Crypt Ghast. This is the leader of the Crypt Ghoul unit. That's the champion of the unit. But then there's another one that's just the same thing, but it's a hero and it's on a slightly bigger base. So just bad. I get the impression ghouls were supposed to be replaced with Cryptguard, and this guy was supposed to be replaced with the Decapitator, because the Decapitator looks like a hero version of a Cryptguard.
Okay, yeah, I could see that. Yeah.
Once he goes down to 70 points, sure. That's all I'll say. When he goes back to his original points from 2nd edition effect, sure, you could take him. But at the point he is right now, there's no use for him at all.
How cheap does he need to be to see play? Because there's a common thing in Stormcast armies where if a hero is 10 points cheaper than another hero, that's enough to sometimes see play, right? Could this guy be 90 and he would see play? I don't know. I don't know how often Flesh Eaters cares about squeezing just 10 points. So he's got to be 20 or 30 points cheaper than the next hero.
Thing with this guy though is he's only 4 wounds. If there's any AoE in the game and someone were to spam let's say 2 to 3 of these guys, they're still just dying to a stiff breeze. I know last edition, obviously 2nd edition, they did not have the deeds, and these guys did not muster
in the same way that Muster is now, but maybe like 80 points, because sure you could, because the main problem with this guy is that you have to get him into combat for you to get deed points up on him, unless you are Morgaunt. And that is where I think the problem is that unless you give him Arcane Tome or the Charnel Conviction or Charnel Atone, the one artifact to make him a priest.
Yeah, the Charnel Vestments.
He's not going to be scored getting many deed points. So I personally think that like if he goes down to 80 to 70 points, people might just incorporate him as that one cheap courtier just for muster. But beyond that, I don't think people are going to spam him, even if he was at 70 points.
Yeah, there might be an argument that it would be easier to get to a double warlord setup with 6 heroes in your list. And I don't think you're going to bring 6 of this guy, but it would be easier to get to that point. And that would actually be an interesting niche for him if he's so cheap that you can run a list like that. Because nothing else in the book would let you do that. So that's kind of interesting. All right, let's talk about our first good courtier, the Marrowscroll Herald. He is 100 points, like the other two we've talked about. His melee damage, doesn't really matter. 10 on 3s round 1. That's the Stormcast profile. That's fine. It's nothing special, but it's not bad either. This guy does 2 things. The first thing he does is that he just can't be seen pretty much all the time, as long as he's wholly within 6 inches of 5 or more other Flesh Eater Court models. And this is actually really easy to do. Even if you bring nothing but knights, like you bring Morbheg Knights, Flayers, Horrors, it's really, really easy to keep this guy hidden in that pack. Enemies have to whittle you down all the way until you have like 1 or 2 models left around him. And by that point, they're out of shooting, so they just can't see him. He can't even be seen by spells. So unlike other heroes which get protected by Lookout Sir, this guy can't be targeted by things like Croak Celestial Deliverance. I'm pretty sure that spell requires visibility. Probably. But anything that requires visibility, this guy's just immune to. So you can do cool stuff like charge him in, and then your opponent tries to unleash hell, but they can't see him because he's still getting this ability, and you need line of sight in order to shoot. So he can just eat unleash hell with the right positioning. He's just really hard to take off the table. There's very, very few things that can get rid of this guy, and this army is very weak to heroes being sniped out in general. It wants all of the heroes you start the game with to be on the table at the end. That's like the perfect game for Feck, because as long as your heroes are alive, everything else comes back to life. And this guy not being seen is critical in that plan. It's really, really useful. The other thing this guy can do, he can give people the bone. Now, this ability it's really complicated, it has a lot of wording, and it's not very impactful. In fact, you could pretend this ability doesn't exist, and this guy is still an S-tier unit, simply because he is a 100 board courtier that can't be seen. That's why he's S-tier. Right, so this bone mechanic doesn't even matter, but it's kind of interesting. So at the end of the charge phase, this is both players' charge phase, he can pick an enemy unit within 3 inches, kind of like a monstrous rampage, and you can offer that unit the bone. If they refuse the bone, then all Flesh Eater Courts units within 3 inches of this guy gain strike first. So your opponent charges into you, they refuse the bone, wham, they just get smacked by everything before they have a chance. So they're never going to do that, right? They're always going to accept the bone, because it would be silly not to. If they accept the bone, for the rest of the battle, that unit has to do a bravery check in order to use commands, to cast spells, or chant prayers. And that's kind of cool, right? Because you can stack bravery debuffs in this army. There's like the Terrorgheist Rampage or Zombie Dragon Rampage. There's Ushoran's permanent stacking -1. There's the Grim Garland artifact. There's ways to mess with bravery, and it's cool. But by the time you get to the end of the charge phase, all the casting and chanting is done. So what you've mostly succeeded at doing, and usually people don't charge you with units that cast and chant. There's not a lot of units like Dracolines out there. It's mostly melee units that are charging. So, most of the time, what are you going to shut off? All out attack?
Do you play Magic the Gathering at all?
I'm familiar enough with it.
Yeah, okay. So there's these things in Magic the Gathering where people like to set up combos, right? They're like, I get this card together, and then I'll get this card for my deck, and I'll get this card for my deck, and suddenly then it'll become good. But when you play the first or second part of that combo, in more than, let's say, 50% of the scenarios, that 2 cards, like, they're not relevant. They're not doing anything that's like too spectacular. And this sort of feels like that. Like, I'm not denying the utility this hero can have. Like, against a destruction army, I'm gonna feel incredible about having this guy with me. The fact that he can't be seen and he's like one of the cheapest heroes, I think, as far as like courtiers go, is really, really good. It's a really good niche for this army because I think most of the other things, like, they're either downright terrible or at least like 130 points starting out 130, 140 points. The fact that you have to lower their bravery, meaning against death and like demons, like, you're not going to be doing anything. They'll just be like, okay, cool, yeah, do your 2d6. And you have to set it up for like 2 to 3 turns to actually maybe try to get a good like essentially a roar effect, but for prayers and spells as well. And then you have to pass a 2d6 check in order to make this good. So I don't know how good that is. I think it requires a lot of setup. I think this guy, even if he can't be ranged killed, he needs to be within 3 of whatever he's offering the bone to. So I don't know. This one's I'm a little iffy on. I don't know if he's S. Yeah. I think he's at least A because he occupies that very key slot of giving you a very cheap courtier to take some really good like command traits and artifacts. But other than that, I can't really say much about them.
The S comes from just being the cheapest courtier that's also not trash, and his ability to stay alive is very, very useful.
Yes, not being visible is a good thing.
Yeah, you want at least 1 courtier in every list. Usually you want 2. Like, this looks like an army that wants 4 heroes, 2 abhorrents, 2 courtiers. Having, picking the best of those, this guy is the cream that rises to the top, He
Sure.
It's not the best niche in the world. Like, you're not excited about bringing this model. It's just that the army requires a certain number of courtiers, and he is one of the best ones, maybe the best one.
That's a fair niche, and I I don't want to be too pessimistic. Like, yeah, like against destruction and like some even some order armies, like, my god, like, you could have some good luck against like a Stormcast list if you reduce their efficiency. Like, sure. Annihilators are only bravery 7. You roll an 8, and it's like, cool, you're on 3s and 2s now, buddy.
Yeah, it's not a great set of abilities. The bone thing is tons of text, tons of bookkeeping. You have to remember it that your opponent accepted the bone, and then every time they try to cast or chant or whatever, you have to remember this. Like, it's the worst combination of text and low impact. It's just, I hate abilities like this. I'm going to pretend it doesn't exist, and as I play the game more, I'm going to try to remember it exists, but yeah, 100-point courtier, that's all you need. So he is, I also want to point out, he is very slow. He's a 6-inch move hero in an army full of 14-inch flying move stuff, right? All the Terrorgheist, all the monsters have 14-inch move. The Morbheg Knights and the Flayers have 12-inch move, and they can get deranged transformation to go up to 14. So this guy falls behind all the time. However, you can get around that by bringing some Flayers and just teleporting him around. Courtiers need to be at very specific spots at very specific times. So it's honestly not even the worst thing in the world just to bring courtiers and have them carry this guy around. There is another hero that does get around this problem, and we'll talk about that later. But yeah, I think just for the reason of not being seen, he's S tier.
Having a priest that can give your units a 5-up ward save that cannot be targeted is hard to come by nowadays.
It's very valuable.
I think that's where his whole play comes in. It's just he's that one person you give the prayer artifact to, and that's just his whole play. I can't see people bringing more than just one of this guy, but one is almost a staple in lists nowadays.
All right, let's talk about the Crypt Haunter Courtier. So he is 140 points, which seems like a lot to me personally. His melee is okay. He hits like 2 Crypt Horrors, I think. Like 2 Horrors are 8 damage apiece. Force 3s rend 1, so he's Force 3s rend 2. Okay, cool. Only 2 of those attacks need to get through in order for him to generate 60. It's like he's a punchy hero, relatively. Like, force to hit, that's not great, but whatever. He can swing high. After fighting, he pulls a Horrors unit into combat, kind of like the other heroes pull Serfs units. He pulls Horrors units in, And on horrors in particular, this is a very more useful than pulling in serfs, because horrors are meant to do damage. They're not just there to outlast your opponent. The only thing horrors need to do is as much damage as possible. And if they get hit with a strike last effect, it's over. Like, it's so bad to get strike last. So that's pretty much all this guy does. And it's not great. You know, he's a 140 point courtier. He can easily fall behind the other units because he's only a 7-inch move. He's only possibly useful because you need a courtier. You might not want to take the next one, the Infernal, and you're bringing a bunch of horrors and you want to make sure you avoid strike last. Like, that's this guy's niche. It's not great, but it's good enough to maybe sometimes see competitive play. Honestly, he could go 20 points down and I'd be okay with it.
Yeah, he's bad. That's all I'm gonna say.
Yeah, he has enough. He has enough to get around the D tier, I think.
I don't even know about that. Like, it's like I don't know why I would take him. Like, there's better options available. I just can't see ever taking him.
Yeah, it's like just in case the meta is stacked with strike last stuff.
Yeah, maybe. And then maybe if he got dirt cheap, like 110, I'd maybe think about it.
Yeah, he's got to be a lot cheaper for sure. This is like Stormcast hero pricing. It's not appropriate.
For a hero that costs 140 points, if he gets all of his attacks through, he's dealing 15 damage just by himself, and then a unit of Crypt Horrors is going to fight. That's pretty significant.
Yeah, and horrors are good. They are a good unit, even though they're not the best unit in the book. They are a good unit, and I think part of the reason why they might not be the best could even be a seasonal thing. Like, if the rules change enough next season, Crypt Horror spam could very well be the way to go. And in that situation, this guy becomes a viable option.
Agreed. And can also do damage to be able to generate his own deed points by causing wounds. So there's that in itself. He's probably one of the easier courtiers, obviously besides the Varghulf, that can generate his own deeds.
Yeah, and then because he pulls the unit into combat immediately, it's like having a pseudo strike first. You can fight with the horrors and they'll all have feeding frenzy.
Yeah.
Hopefully that works. Sometimes he just hits on 4, so sometimes he just does nothing.
That's where you just gotta hope for the best. But he only has to do 6 damage to go up to max deed, which is only 2 attacks through.
Yeah, that part's nice for sure. All right, let's talk about the Crypt Infernal Courtier. So we talked about this guy when we talked about Crypt Flayers, and we mentioned that he has an ability to just add +1 damage to the Flayers attack. It takes them from 1 damage to 2. It's doubling their damage output, and that is a crazy good ability, right? He's also a courtier, which is great. You need courtiers in your army. Unlike the other courtiers, he is reasonably fast. He's 10-inch instead of 12-inch like the other Flayers, which I don't really understand that. He's got extra wings on his back, so he should be faster, logic would say. So he's a little bit slower than the other units, but he is flying, so he can go into reserves with the Gorewarden. You can teleport him with the Gorewarden. He's got this weirdly inaccurate shooting attack. It is 4 shots on Force 3's Rend 2. It's D3 damage apiece. If any of these shots kill a model, then all Flayers wholly within 9 inches get +1 damage. Like, that's an insanely good buff. His melee attacks pretty much don't matter. Yeah, so he's a courtier that flies, moves 10 inches instead of 6, has a missile weapon that also turns Flayers into the most insane shooting unit in the game. But yeah, that's all you need. I think he's amazing. He's the second, maybe first best, maybe second best courtier. If you're going to take 2, it's probably going to be one of these and a Marrowscroll Herald. I think those are the 2 that are going to see the most play.
Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, I think the damage buff alone for Flayers is insane. Like,
yeah, and
this guy could go up. This guy could go up like 10, 20 points and still be playable.
Yeah, I've also found the flying and the movement very useful, because a lot of times you want to revive units and you have to put them in really bad spots because they have to come in on table edges. And being able to just move, guaranteed run 6, 16 inches, and then at the end of the movement phase start mustering on top of the unit that just revived, it's a very, very useful thing to just have more movement on a courtier.
Yeah. He's definitely good. He has great play with the damage buff. Sure, he hits on 4s, wounds on 3s, so you have to make the choice. Would you rather have him hit on threes for the higher chance of getting the +1 damage, which I feel like you might do that if you're running 2 blocks of 6, just because you hitting on four is more likely to get damage through with the regular players, but he definitely has play. Like, only being 145 points, 5 attacks in melee, 2 damage each, so 10 damage there. His range attack being 4 attacks, rend -2, D3 damage each, so you're averaging sure, like maybe 1 hit through, potentially 2, but that's enough to chip off a screen to then cause your players to go jacked with the damage.
So, do you think there's an argument to make this guy S tier? Because we ranked Flayers as S tier, and I feel like this guy is doing what Flayers do. Like, anytime you bring Flayers, you'll bring this guy. I think. It's almost 100%.
Problem is that it's hitting on 4s, wounding on 3s. Situationally, it depends. Flayers have their use because of, especially if you're in Hollowmourne for the charge, they're doing the load of the damage. Problem with the courtier is that, let's say you're going up against 6 monsters in Stonehorn, like 6 Stonehorns, or let's say going up against Gargants, anything that has higher wounds, he will have a harder chance of getting the +1 damage for the rest of everything else. While everything else is as it is, you're spending 145 points to potentially get that +1 damage, where certain armies you face against might not have that. It might not be easy enough to kill your enemy models to be able to get that +1 damage. And that's where I do believe that he's better off at A than he is at S.
Okay.
Because it's still somewhat situational.
Yeah, I can totally see that argument. There's just going to be some matchups where you will feel very stupid for bringing him.
Yep, but with Flayers, yeah, you're still getting 12 shots off with a unit of 3. If you're in Hollowmourne, when you charge, they're going up to 2 damage each. That's still pretty good just by itself without the need of the courtier.
Yeah, Flayers are an auto include almost. This guy almost. So yeah, A tier makes sense. Okay.
Yep. It depends on the build you want to go for. Like, yes, he's A, but he's not an auto. It depends on what you're leaning more towards, I think.
Yeah, I see that. And I believe this is the last courtier in the book, the Varghulf Courtier, which is a sick model. Like, that is so cool. And this is one of the models that convinced me that I was going to buy the army box before I saw any of the rules. Like, the pose is great. It's another one of these like surfboard heroes like Thanquol and the Night Judicator, which are weird, but it works for this guy because his arms are just so lanky. He's so weird that it's okay for him to have a weird sized base. He's just a beast. So let's talk about the rules. He is 165 points, which is like, what? Why is he so expensive? I don't understand.
I guess my guess is, like, of all the courtiers, he can actually fight, and because his mobility makes him more survivable than most others.
So he does have a 10-inch move, which is nice. I like having a 10-inch move courtier. He can ignore terrain, but unlike the Infernal, he doesn't fly. He just ignores terrain, so he can't move over your own models. He can't move over enemy models. He is more durable, 8 wounds instead of 6 like the other one. His melee attacks can get good. He's got potentially 28 damage against infantry. He's got this funny little ability where he gets +2 attacks against units with 1 or 2 wounds. And you can stack Feeding Frenzy on top of that. So he just gets a boatload of attacks, and he can just start just mangling infantry. So he's very much definitely going to get up to 6 deeds. But the problem is he doesn't strike first. So if you're activating him to fight and clear out a screen and then letting your other unit attack, you're going to have this problem where that unit gets hit first, and this army can't really take hits very well. At the end of combat, if he killed any models, he can heal D6, which is cool. Like, why not? But also at the end of combat, he can just retreat if he's within 3 inches of an enemy. So you don't have to slay any models to activate this, and you have a 10-inch move. That's a pretty reasonably big retreat, and you can climb over terrain when you do it. So if you best case scenario, this guy charges in, kills a screen, is still within 3 inches of some enemy unit, survives the combat because there's only like 1 or 2 models in range to hit him. He heals d6, and then he, climbs over terrain to get out of there so that he doesn't get charged by the enemy the next turn. That's the best case scenario, and that just doesn't seem even that worthwhile, because why wouldn't you just bring a unit of like 3 Morbheg Knights who, when they get hit and die, you can just revive them, and they're going to do a lot more damage, and they're flying, and they're 12-inch move, and more wounds and a better save. Like, it's just...
I don't know. He doesn't really support anyone or anything. He's just there to, I guess, like, if you wanted to get deed points really quick, like just purely out of combat, this hero is like your best chance for it. Like, if you wanted to stack 6 points on a courtier really fast, because on a Abhorrant Archregent it's easy, right? With the heroic action and you put him in the throne, and with the casting, double casting. If in terms of combat, this unit is the one that's most likely to just get out there, kill like a scream, come back, and boom, you're at 6.
Yeah, and I would love it if you could transport him with Crypt Flayers, but because he's 8 wounds, you can't. That would probably be the best case for him, is, I have this slappy hero, I'm going to teleport him onto the front line, he's going to kill something and then retreat. That would actually be cool. Not good, but cool. And he can't even do that. So I don't know exactly what this model's niche is supposed to be. I'm sure people are going to have a great time converting it, though. People are already sticking like banners and giving them custom faces. I've seen a lot of cool stuff being done with this model. But in terms of rules, I don't know. I don't think he's good enough for competitive play. He's got to be like way cheaper, like 130-ish. He's got to be cheaper than the Infernal Courtier, that's for sure.
Yeah, maybe.
Like, there is a command trait you can give him to give him exploding 6s or double exploding 6s if he has 6 deeds. And that seems like it was just built for this model in particular. But by the time you actually have 6 deeds, you're already done fighting, mostly. Like, you're usually not generating 6 deeds before courtiers get into combat. It's quite rare.
Do you think, like, is there any merit to, like, I don't know, I feel like if they make it cheap, people will bring like 3 or 4 of these things, and like that can be like fairly annoying for some armies. Like, you run a whole bunch of ghouls with them, right? And then you run like 3 Varghulf Courtiers who are just like going out, hitting you, coming back.
Sure. I don't even think that's overpowered. Like, it's basically a hammer that generates deeds, right?
Right.
Which is cool, but the deeds are only as useful as the number of hammers you bring. So for each hammer deed hammer you bring, you're getting rid of another hammer that could just be there and then not have to get revived with deeds. Like, you could just have that unit there. And heroes are also really bad for battalion purposes, unless you want to go like, Acolyte Warlord and you want to bring 5 heroes. I could see that happening. If he gets cheap enough, he could be an option there. It's an interesting niche, but I don't know what point value it would have to be where it's not overwhelming that you have so many heroes, but it's also a benefit to bring a hero that can generate deeds and hit things. And even then, his damage is only good against very specific units, right? Like, if he doesn't get that +2 attack off, he is not worth his points ever.
Yeah. Like, I feel like he's just slightly off. Doesn't offer much in terms of support, but I don't know. Maybe if his points come down or like the meta changes, we could see lists with him, because he really just thrives in a arena where there's lots of, like, in a target-rich environment, basically.
The model is absolutely stunning. I just think at 165 points for what he does isn't the best. Yeah, that's like he seems fun. Like, if you ran a list with 6 of these, sure, that would be a blast to play. But for what he does, he's a screen killer when Feck already has enough screen killers. That's basically the way I'd put it. Yes, he's an easy way for deeds, but I don't know if 165 points is worth it for what you get with him.
Yeah, the cost is so high. I figured this guy should... Well, what do you think? How much do you think this guy should cost for you to play him?
That's like maybe 150, because like he does more damage than obviously the horror courtier and like the infernal courtier, but He just doesn't give as much synergy with the other units that are around him. Other than obviously Feeding Frenzy, that's pretty much where he shines by himself. He's like a flanker. Maybe later on, with if anything changes, you might see more play with him. But just at the moment, everything else has more value than him.
Yeah, if he gave fight first, like some of the other courtiers, I could see a place for him eventually.
Yeah, like fight first with Morbheg Knights, that would be too good.
Well, maybe not Morbheg Knights, but yeah. All right, let's talk about the Abhorrents. So, I mentioned you want to run 4 heroes in this army. Not necessarily, but it just seems that you want to run 2 Abhorrents and two courtiers. And I think this is easily the best Abhorrent in the book. He is a 2-spell wizard, with wizard Abhorrent for 150 points. 2-spell wizards for 150 points are incredibly rare in this game. I think the only other one that comes to mind off the top of my head is the Starseer in Seraphon. And that model is legit so good, I've considered running 2 of them. Just being a 2-spell wizard is really good for this point value. In this army in particular, more spells means you generate more deeds, and all of the spells in this army are great and worth casting. And you want to bring as many casts as you can while still bringing enough hammers and courtiers to revive stuff. He's also 2 unbinds, which is really nice to have. Unlike most armies, the support heroes in Flesh Eater Courts are 7 wounds with a 4-up save, and they heal D3 wounds in your hero phase. So they are arguably the most resistant to chip damage. Well, that's not a fair thing to say. I'm just thinking of like playing.
They're resistant to any like 2d3 effects, basically.
Yeah, they will not die to d6 mortals. They will not die to 2d3 mortals. They are guaranteed to survive these things. You know.
Yeah, and that's a fair amount of survivability. Like I would rate that pretty high because there's a lot of things in the game that can, like Seraphon likes to do 2d3 to something. Like you can land a comet and do d6 to something. There's artillery in the game that does d3 plus 3 to something. So if you can like take that to the face, the max damage, and still live, I think that's great.
Yeah, especially what's another model that's getting popular? Severeth. He specifically does D3 shots, and the only way he can kill a model with 7 wounds is to land at least 3 shots and roll high on those 3. Right? If he only lands 2 shots and he's only got 4 max, so if half his attacks miss, which they're likely to because it's going to be on 3s and 3s through Lookout Sir, 7 wounds is just a very, very key number to have when you are a support hero. It's very, very important. Especially in this army, because 7 wounds means you can be transported by Crypt Flayers, which is awesome. The fact that this guy can also have that. Melee damage, he's a support hero, whatever. The fact that it's a Stormcast attack line is a bonus. You don't want to attack with this guy unless you have to. It's not usually the kind of thing you charge into combat with. Mm-hmm. So he's got 3 main things going on. First off, he's the 2-spell wizard, which is great. The second thing he has going on is he just gets a free muster at the start of your hero phase. And because the timing on this is different, this can be done at the same time as rally. It can be done after you pick your battle tactics. It can be done, you can revive models in the hero phase and then revive models in the movement phase. And then, like, because they've been revived in different phases, you can place models differently, right? Because there's the general rule about reviving models. They have to be within an inch of a model that was there at the start of the phase. Because this is a different phase revive, there's like tons of little micro movements you can do with this. But it's better than a muster because it doesn't cost deeds. It just straight up revives 1 knight model within an 18-inch range or 3 surf models. So like this guy just pukes out revivals at Beastflayers and at Cryptguard. He's so good at reviving those units. And it's not wholly within 18, it's just within 18, which means this guy can stay very far in the back and just cast loads of spells. It also stacks. So like if you have multiple Archregents, if you have 2 or 3, each one of them can use it on the same unit. There's no restriction on how many times you can do this. And because he's such an efficient caster and this army wants as many spells as possible, I do think you will run 2 or maybe even 3 Archregents. That's not an insane prospect, really. They're just so efficient. And we talked about at the start of the review, this is the guy who casts the Carrion Call spell, which allows you to move a unit d6 inches at the end of the movement phase if they were set up then. So this works on Loyal Servants when you revive units. It works on all reserves. It's a table-wide effect. You can cast it from the back corner of the table, and it affects units coming in on the other side. Once it's cast, there's nothing your opponent can do. This is not a normal move, so your opponent cannot redeploy against it. It's not a retreat, so your opponent can't redeploy against it. This is just a free move that there's nothing your opponent can do. Incredibly powerful spell, like army-defining spell. You need this to go off on certain turns for this army to work. And that's it. Like 2 spells, an amazing revive, and the best and most important spell in the book. Almost no downsides to using this guy. You know, he's slow, sure. Without the command trait, he has +0 to cast. You're going to usually take that command trait. I think it's actually a lot better than it seems. If you bring multiples, like this is how good the model is. That one of the downsides is if you bring too many, they might not be efficient enough. Like,
yeah. Yeah, I don't think there's a single list that I can foresee for Flesh-Eater Courts that doesn't involve at least one of him. His abilities, like this is the Lord Relictor of this faction in a way. Like it just ties everything together.
See, we sometimes when you could take Arcane Tome on a Relictor, we had considered using double Relictors. This guy is that good that you do, like, every list starts with 1, sometimes 2.
Yep, and just think about this as well. In 2nd edition, he cost 240 points. Basically, everything he has currently is the same. He did not have the Countless Servants ability before, but he had the ability to summon a unit of, I think, 20 serfs or like 6 knights.
Yeah.
He gets to, and that was only a once-a-game ability. Now he can do that whenever there's a unit that's dead, and he has 60 points. So just think about that. He is down 90 points and can still do all of that essentially, plus bring back models.
Yeah.
That is the, I don't understand why GW did that, but thank you, GW.
I really think this is one of the first models there. If anything gets nerfed in this army, and I'm not convinced it should be, I'm just speculating that if things do get tweaked, this would be one of the first ones.
Yeah, I agree. If it's points, rules, obviously they have their magic when it comes to it, so they'll play around with things first, so we'll see. But yes, I do agree with you, Paul.
So, yeah, fantastic. S tier. Easy S tier. I don't think there's any chance we're wrong about this one. Looking at the Abhorrant Gorewarden, then, now that everything has to be compared to the Archregent, he is another Abhorrant. What makes him different from the Archregent is he has a 12-inch flying move rather than a 6-inch regular move. 1 spellcast instead of 2. And then instead of Carry on Call and Revivals, what he brings to the table is the ability to put a flying knight unit in reserve. This could be Flayers or the Morbheg Knights, so he can go in reserve, and then one of those units can go in reserve with him, which is very good, especially when you combine this with Carry on Call, so you can move D6 after coming out of reserves. He can move away into safety, and then the unit that comes into play can move forward for a shorter charge, or with Flayers, you can just shoot more stuff past the front line. Very, very strong to have reserves like this. Even just the threat of having reserves, immediately your opponent deploys differently, they approach the game differently because there's a threat of 6 Morbheg Knights coming in from reserve. Or 9 if you make him your general. The other thing this guy does is he casts Winds of Shaiish, which is a surprisingly important spell. It teleports this unit and another flying unit wholly within 9 inches. Pretty much it's like Translocate, but he has to go with the unit. Now, he can only teleport things that fly, but there's no restrictions other than that. It has to be a Flesh-Eater Court unit that flies, so he can teleport zombie dragons, he can teleport any unit that you cast Levitate on. So if you want to teleport 30 Cryptguard, you can cast Levitate on them, and then cast Winds of Shaiish to teleport them onto a central objective. Now, because this is a hero phase teleport, this does not trigger the D6 carry-on call movement from the Archregent. So just keep that in mind. You do not get the extra movement. So if your goal is to charge, you're better off coming in from reserve. This is more so for repositioning or teleporting units into strategic locations, or just teleporting Flayers up the board so that you can be in shooting range immediately. So pretty good overall. I think he's got a good enough kit that even though he's the same price as the Archregent, I think he's still going to see play. There's downsides. If he's your general and he's in reserve, like you want to make him your general because you want Morbheg Knights as battle line. Because you want to take as few ghouls as possible. Like 1 or 2 units of ghouls is okay, but you generally don't want to take more than that. And you're tempted to make him your general, But then if you put him in reserve, you don't get command points while he's in reserve. You know, your start of turn, if your general's on the battlefield, you get a command point. You don't get that. When you drop into play, like let's say you want to drop 6 Morbheg Knights into play, well, he has to be wholly within 9 inches of those knights. So you're putting him in a dangerous location right away. And if he's your general when you do that, you might just be throwing your general away, which is really not good. And in general, just throwing away an abhorrent is probably not a good idea. Like, you want to keep your heroes alive as long as possible. So, yeah, there's problems there. Really, the main problem is that he could just be another Archregent. You could just have another spell cast and another revival, like the thing where you revive 3 serfs or 1 knight. Like, he could just straight up be another Archregent.
Yes, but like, there's also the argument that like this is the Rune Smiter argument, right? It's like, yeah, I would much rather just take a Rune Master. I don't know why I would take a Rune Smiter, but then like that single-handed like deep strike changes the equation.
Yeah, it's a little different in this army because you have 14-inch flying move with crazy bonuses to charge. So it's affecting units in different ways, but the argument still stands. Like, the utility of having a reserve deployment is so big that it's worth the opportunity cost. I think it's going to be very common to see 1 Archregent and 1 Gorewarden in lists. Sometimes 2 Archregents instead if they're not going to be using the reserves. I think it's tactically a little more limited. Reserves are just very, very, very good. Right now in this season, I don't think it's a good idea to make him your general because the grand strategy you want to score is Spellcasting Savant. And although he would qualify for it, and he has 7 wounds, so he's going to survive a lot of sniping attempts, because he comes into play and then dies usually because you're putting him in a dangerous position, you don't want to throw away your grand strategy when you do that as well. So I don't think right now he's the best general choice, although it's very tempting to get Battle Line Morbheg Knights. I think there's better options right now.
Yeah, I think like anytime I want to run Crypt Flayers with shooting, I think I want him. Because I think Crypt Flayers, the limiting thing about them is their range, and then like, you know, Deep Strike shooting is good in Stormcast. Deep Strike shooting with extra movement on top has to be good here. So that's my thought on it anyway.
Yeah, it's like having Tempesters without reserves or without Translocate. Probably honestly not worth using. Despite how good Tempesters are, if all they can do is hit things within 22 inches, there's going to be games where they just don't shoot anything at all. Or at least for 1 or 2 turns, which is crucial, right? So having just the option to make these plays, I think, is what makes Gorewarden an S-tier unit. I think he offers something nothing else in the army can do. He augments exactly the right units. Like, the best units in the book are made better when this guy's on the table. So I think he's definitely very good and worth playing. Maybe S-tier might be a stretch just because of how ridiculous the Archregent is. But for different reasons than the Archregent, I think he is S-tier.
Personally, for me, just because of the playstyle I haven't been leaning towards him too much, just because I like his deep strike ability. Only problem is that he has to go in reserves with the unit that's going in reserve. So he's not on the table until turn 1. And at that point, you can't obviously get D points started on him. He can't cast, and then once he comes down, he is where he is. It's obviously it's mainly just to bring the Flayers and the Morbheg Knights, and obviously his spell. But with his spell, it doesn't trigger the carrion call from the Archregent because it's set up in the hero phase rather than the carrion calls affecting units that are set up at the end of the movement phase. So like, I think personally, and then with him only being a 1 cast, like, I see use for him for being able to go around and capture objectives, but just currently at the point for me personally, I'm just falling over heels for the Archregent in comparison for just what it does.
I can't blame you at all. So I suppose, let me ask you a question. What would the point difference between the Gorewarden and the Regent have to be for you to consider it? Like 30, so 40, 50 points?
Gorewarden needs to stay where it is, and then maybe once the Archregent goes up to even like 170 pass is where the switch comes in personally for me. That if the Archregents go up to 170 per model, then you drop one of them, and then you just go with the Gorewarden afterwards.
Mm-hmm. Looking at the Abhorrant Cardinal, this is the only Abhorrant that's not a wizard. I guess Gormayne technically as well, but he's the only priest Abhorrant. Well, unless you play Blisterskin. He's an Abhorrant. That's what matters. And priest is one of the best keywords to have in this book, because priests can learn very good prayers. Curse is very good in this army. Hit rolls of 6 causing a mortal wound in addition is very, very useful, especially when you have ghouls that are just pumping out tons and tons of attacks. It's better than just having it automatically wound. It's a mortal wound is straight up better. Priest can also learn the Charnel Conviction prayer, which is how you get a 5-up ward on any unit in the book, which is crucial to how this army plays. There's also, there's some funny plays with Bless This Meal. I think we'll talk about that prayer when we get to the prayer section. It's not really worth mentioning here. So unlike the other 2 Abhorrents we've talked about, he is a lot easier to kill. He's only 5 wounds instead of 7, and 7 is that crucial critical number. So he can get sniped out if your opponent wants to kill him. Like if he's got 6 deeds and he's ready to revive a unit, your opponent might overextend and try to kill him. He can be transported by Crypt Flayers, which can make it more difficult for your opponent to snipe him. His melee damage is worse than the other Abhorrents, which is peculiar. He has a prayer on his Warscroll, which is actually a really good prayer. Chance on a 3, and you pick a unit with an 18. And until your next hero phase, every time this unit receives a command, on a 4-up, it just doesn't. The command is used, the command point is lost, but the command just has no effect. And that's really, really, really strong, right? Like if people have seen what Command Corps are doing right now with Cities of Sigmar, blocking a command is very, very good, especially on a 4-up. Like that's one of the most reliable ways to block commands right now. The problem is the unit has to be on the table when it does this, so it doesn't work on anything in reserve, doesn't work on anything that's not within 18 inches. There's just a lot of problems to doing this. You also have to chant it, which is on a 3, which I guess Mystical Terrain could make it a 2, but it's still not totally reliable. And then every time they have to actually receive commands, your opponent could just be like, I'm just not going to give that unit commands, right? They could use them elsewhere. So there's a lot of, it's hard to evaluate how useful this prayer really is because of all these things. It's random, it's a low range, the unit you want to put it on might not be there. On the other hand, there's going to be some games where, you play against like Ironjaws and you stop them from using Mighty Destroyers on the Mock Russia, and that's pretty big. Like, I really like that a lot. You can also stack it with, you can bring a monster as well, so you can have multiple chances to shut off commands if you're just trying to stop all-out defense in the combat phase or something like that. It's a very, very powerful effect. But how useful is it to bring an Abhorrent Priest? And I don't think it is, frankly. Because any courtier in the army can just become a priest, and you could also play Blisterskin, which is competitively viable, I think. And then every Abhorrent becomes a priest. So you have to have a list specifically that doesn't want to bring a courtier with the vestments, so you want to bring some other artifact. But you still want courtiers, so it's not like there's a huge opportunity cost there. I don't know, I'm not really feeling him. The fact that he can only generate 1 deed per turn with chanting, whereas the Archregent can generate 2, he's more fragile, he's easier to snipe. Yeah, I don't know. His prayer is powerful. I think it could definitely see play. So I'm going to give him the C tier. I'm kind of in the middle about this. What do you think?
Like if Blisterskin and that Rosary or whatever that artifact is didn't exist, I think he could be better. Maybe if they like somehow do the Lord Relictor thing and they're like, if you take a Wizard Courtier, you can't put that prayer thing on him, the prayer artifact.
Well, there are no Wizard Courtiers unless you give them Arcane Tome.
Oh, okay. Oh, cool. Yeah, then I don't know. Maybe like it's like an opportunity cost thing. If like you're not taking Warlord and you're not taking that artifact already, because that prayer artifact is basically this faction's Arcane Tome. It's like the opposite of Stormcast.
And you could just take Arcane Tome instead, right? So you could have a list where instead of having a Courtier Priest, you have a Courtier Abhorrent, and then you have a Wizard Courtier instead.
Yeah. So I don't see him. Maybe like I don't know. Anytime I think of a curse list, I'm like, why would you not just take Blisterskin if that's what you want to do?
Yeah, that's really the problem. Is that there's just most of what this guy does can just be done with less opportunity costs by other units.
Personally, for me, I see him more of an ally in other death factions than in Feck itself. Because he's 120 points. Yeah, he has his prayer. It depends on if you have the artifact on another courtier or not. If you just only have this guy, he is always casting the 5 up ward spell. Or sorry, 5 up ward prayer. You are never obviously it's situational, but I if you had to cast pray for one or the other, you're always going to be doing the 5 up over this. So the only time I think you'll be doing the speak in tongues is if you have a second priest in your feck list. Otherwise, I personally feel like this guy is a great ally in the other death factions because of that prayer.
Yeah, he would be a good ally. That's certainly true.
Because it's just with most of the stuff Feck does by itself, you're not really worrying about what your opponents are doing for commands because most of the stuff you're doing is just raw damage.
I wish it was more reliable than a 3+ and then a 4+.
Agreed. Like, don't get me wrong, the 18 inches is nice, but if you're having this guy within 18 inches of an enemy unit, this guy is dead the next turn.
Very likely. If not the next turn, well, you get doubled and then he dies. Like, that's just how it goes in this game. 18 is a threatening range. If it's not 24 or higher, then it's like danger zone.
Yep. And like, there's ways around it, of course. Like, if you really wanted to go crazy, you could give this guy, you could cast Levitate on this guy, and then you could cast the Gorewarden's spell to drop this guy within range, and then get that prayer off. But that is just way too much effort for what it does.
You feel lucky?
Yeah, exactly. And then you have to roll a 4 up on top of that afterwards.
Now he's only 120 points. I think he's the cheapest abhorrent, which is something. If the Archregent goes up to like 180, 190, and this guy stays at 120, yeah, okay, I could actually see that.
Sure. Yeah. I mean, yeah, C's probably right. He's not bad, but it's just like there's so many other options that you have in this army that it ends up being like this niche thing that you would sometimes maybe do.
Yeah, rarely. All right, let's talk about the Abhorrant Ghoul King, and shown here is not the one that you get in the kit. This is a special edition model from Boxing Day 2022, I think. That sounds right. They made a really sick-looking sculpt, and you just can't get it anymore, so sucks to be you if you want one. Let's talk about the rules. He is a 1-spell Wizard Abhorrent for 130 points. And he heals D3. He's got the 7. Unlike the other ones, he's not 7 wounds. He's only 6, which means he can be sniped out, which is very unfortunate. He can still be transported by Crypt Flayers, so that helps get around that 6-inch move. His melee damage is slightly better than the other ones. He's the standard 10 at 3/3 rend 1. If you're fighting a hero within 1 inch at the start of the combat phase, he gets +5 max, so he can potentially just kill some softer heroes pretty reliably. Only rend 1, unfortunately, so it's not like you're going to take down monster heroes or anything with it. His spell is kind of funny. I really like it. It casts on a 6. Doesn't have a range, because what it does is it just allows him to immediately charge. In the hero phase, he makes a charge move. And if you do charge, you gain strike first this turn. So it's really, really cool to have hero phase movement. Because you can do things like get within half an inch of an enemy, and now they can't redeploy, they can't unleash hell later. You can also do really funny things like charge him in the hero phase, and then retreat him in the movement phase, and then pile in the combat phase. Because the only restrictions to piling in is if you charged. It doesn't say anything about like if you retreated, you can't pile in. So you can do that. You can also do things like charge him and then teleport him out with the Crypt Flayers, and then move him and then charge with him normally later. Like, there's a lot of funny things you can do with this. I don't know how useful any of them are, and when it's tied to a 1-cast wizard for 130 points with no casting bonuses, and that's all he does, like he doesn't have any other utility, Yeah, as funny as that ability is, I don't think this guy's going to see any play. I think he is D tier. He would have to be a lot cheaper. He would have to be like 110 points, maybe. I don't know how cheap he could get, though.
Maybe 100.
Do you think they'd have a 100-point Abhorrent in this army, though?
I mean, it wouldn't be nice for internal balance. I'll put it that way. But like, I'm just saying, like, at what point would I take him 100-point Abhorrent? That would be his only niche.
Yeah, it's not a great one, but if he gets cheap enough, he could see play. This season, definitely not. In the future, this charging in the hero phase is so cool that there's going to be some seasonal rule at some point that makes this look a lot better. I just don't know what that could possibly be. It's so unique that it will eventually be good. Maybe.
Okay, so the Abhorrent Ghoul King on Terrorgheist. For those of you who remember playing 2nd edition, if you ever played Age of Sigmar 2nd edition, when this model came out with its new 2nd edition book and rules, it was by far the best model in the game in terms of melee combat. And its main reason is it's extremely fast. It has a 14-inch flying move. It has used to have 14 wounds, now it has 16 with a 4-up save and heals D3 in your hero phase, which it did before. It used to have a spell that gave it a 5-up ward, I want to say, and I think that's gone now.
Yeah, that's a prayer now.
That's a prayer now, so I guess it's more like a side grade than anything. And its main draw again is the Maw, the Fang Maw that does mortal wounds on 6s. There's lots of ways to buff the attacks on this with the new deed system, and your spell on your Warscroll, instead of your 5-up ward spell, is now a spell that you can reroll hits for the Gaping Maw, the attack that does 6 mortal wounds. This previously was a mount trait, but they made it a spell, probably because mount traits guaranteed 6 more rerolling is like was really, really, really strong. And yeah, for 450 points, this is the only significant mortal wound generator in this army, and it's still, the classic monster hammer unit in this army. It puts out a really respectable damage for its points. It's got a good shooting attack, and this is one of the units that, when we just talk about the Terrorgheist or Zombie Dragon, we don't see a place for them in lists outside of Gristlegore. This is a unit that many people will consider as like the general to have, but at the same time, he can outrun his support very easily, because if he's not near the priest for the prayer, or if he just gets caught out of position in a list with flayers and you have nothing around, he can get targeted or like ganged up on and just killed, because he does have a 4-up save, not a 3-up.
Yeah.
So it comes down to efficiency. In Gristlegore lists, definitely sees play. In some Hollowmourne lists, I could see play, but like Archon's mentioned, 450 is a lot, and unfortunately, 6 Morbheg Knights are 300 points, and they put out almost as much, if not more, damage than this guy. So, yeah, that's it. What's your mileage?
Mm-hmm. What made this guy super scary in 2nd edition? Part of it was that he was actually quite durable. Like 4-up saves back then meant a lot more than they do right now. There's a lot more rend in the game. There's a lot more save stacking in the game. So a 4-up save, even though it might be the same number, is actually just worse now than it used to be. There's less mortal wounds now, so save stacking is better. But what made him really scary,
it was mostly it was Feeding Frenzy.
Yeah, so Feeding Frenzy, for people who just got into Age of Sigmar, it used to be a command ability you use that would let you fight again immediately. So you would fight, resolve all the combat, remove all the slain models, and then immediately fight again, which meant pile in and attack. And what made
Which meant his Maw had 8 attacks, rerolling everything, and you're fishing for 6s the whole time.
Not just that, because it also allowed you to attack 2 different units, right? Because if you killed the screen and then piled in past it, what was the scariest part of this model, and it remains still, is the Maw is 3 inches. It's a 3-inch range attack, which meant you charge the screen, you kill it. You pile in 3 inches, and then you hit something within 3 inches of that. So within 6 inches of the front line, you can hit anything, basically. And just the explosive mortal wound output that you would get from this was truly insane. You can still get that. Like, you don't have the double attack anymore, which is unfortunate. Like, it's probably good for the game and the army, frankly, to not be balanced around fighting twice. He is hard capped on how much damage he can cause, and it's like the Boom Thirster. It's like, do you feel lucky? Can you roll sixes? How much does your opponent value that? It's tough. Like, the point cost is so extravagantly high in this army. In an army that wants to use the Gorewarden, the Archregent, Morbheg Knights, Flayers, like, all of these units are so good that by the time you think about using this model, it's already too late. Your list is already way too full. He's good enough that he's playable. I wouldn't mind it, honestly, if he dropped like 40 points. Like, he does feel disgustingly overcosted.
I think they were being the safe side because with the deeds and the mount traits and the command trait, he can actually be pretty good. And the thing is, like, they always have to take his like mortal wound ability into consideration.
Mm-hmm.
Because, you know, with 4, if you even get 4 attacks and you get 2 6s on those, 12 mortal wounds, there's not a lot of things that can survive past. So the potential for this unit is very high, and so they put him in the same sort of category as either you pick this guy, or you pick the Royal Zombie Dragon, or you pick Ushoran. Now, I don't think he personally belongs at 450. I think he could be maybe 410, 420. But yeah,
it's
because he used to be 420. He used to be 420, and he's objectively a little worse than he was in by worse I mean he's not as good as he was in second edition. So I think his points could be the same as they were in second edition, which is 420.
Yeah, he definitely is paying for the sins of second edition. I think in 6 months when we get a new edition, everybody's going to be thinking, yeah, it's about time to lower the point cost on this guy. Like, he's paid for his crimes. Let's make him playable again.
Yeah, they just don't want the book to turn into Abhorrant Ghoul King on Royal Terrorgheist, the faction again. You know, because that was firmly its identity, the faction's like main go-to hero for all your damage. So I'm okay with them being safe for now, and you know, you can always adjust points like 3 months down the line.
Yeah, for sure. You know what's weird is that the Rider, the Ghoul King, has less attacks than the Foot Ghoul King, even though it's the same model.
Well, I mean, he's just, you know, he's a bit lazy. He's letting the mount do the work. You know, don't bother him. But yeah, if he went down to 420 or 410, I think I could upgrade him to like a B, maybe even A, depending on what other stuff shifts around him.
Yeah, he gets a lot more value if you put him in like Blister Skin and he becomes a priest, and you can start giving himself a 5-up board that can't be unbound, unlike before. You can make him your general and then give him shadowy obfuscation so he can't be shot. I think this season in particular, you really want to run the spellcasting savant grand strategy, so this guy will not be the general. All the other grand strategies are so bad that it's kind of funneling you into picking spellcasting savant, and that really restricts the value of this guy because he really doesn't want to get shot. Like, this guy,
yeah. Also, keep in mind, everyone who's at least played against this guy from the second edition rules is sort of afraid of him. So he also acts like a little bit of a distraction card effects, where like he will, like, regardless of whether or not how many 6s you're capable of rolling, your luck could be really bad and you don't manage to roll any 6s whatsoever. Your opponents will always try to get rid of him, and you can sort of play around that. Like, there's some mind games there because your opponent knows exactly what this model can do.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you can force them to overextend because they're really worried about the threat of this model. All right, Ghoul King on Terrorgheist. The terror of second edition has been brought to heel, I think. I did not build a single list where I felt good about bringing this guy. And part of it is because, as you explained to me in person, the way you allocate wounds in this game, if you do overkill damage and it gets negated, people can choose to allocate the wounds from his melee, the rider's melee attacks last, in which case it just gets negated and you don't actually do the damage, which means you don't get the deeds. So skilled players will, let's say knowledgeable players, will absolutely do this. And it's kind of stupid that this exists, but that is certainly a thing, and that makes him even worse.
Yep. I don't know how Games Workshop would be able to fix that, because it is a problem, and as you said, people that know how the allocation process works will know how to essentially make Ghoul Kings on Zombie Dragons and on Terrorgheist never generate deeds from causing wounds. The only way that they would be able to generate deeds, as you pointed out afterwards, was from the other prayer, the blessed meal, where when they slay models, they generate deeds. That's
Yeah.
the only way that this guy will be able to get away that shenanigan.
hmm The prayer is called something else, but yeah, the prayer that lets you kill stuff actually seems useful. Although I still think it's more useful on a zombie dragon because the breath attack can trigger deeds, and then you can charge in and deal damage immediately with Feeding Frenzy. So even in that scenario, it seems like this guy gets outclassed.
Yep.
Yeah. Overall, C tier. I think he is viable. I'm not hot on him personally. I think he's very inefficient. I'm sure he will pop
I could
up
see him
some
at a
point.
B, honestly. Maybe C is a little too low. Like he is like genuinely good. Like if you're not running a shower on and you need like a big killy mortal wound guy, he's not bad at all.
Yeah, somewhere B or C. I'm gonna give him the C because, well, let's talk about the next one. I think the Ghoul King on Zombie Dragon is B tier. I think he's a little bit more useful in general.
I was very surprised about
Yes.
B tier because I don't know if you saw Warhammer Weekly. They didn't think so at all.
Yeah, well, it's not the first time we've been ahead of Warhammer Weekly on some stuff. I think there's definitely a lot of potential here, and this is surprising because I think this is the first time zombie dragons have ever been good in Age of Sigmar, like ever since the very first what would you call them? The indexes for armies came out. Zombie dragons weren't good then. They weren't good in first edition. They weren't good in second. They weren't even good in the Soul Blight book. But in the Flesh Eater Court book, I think zombie dragons are solid. So we talked about zombie dragons already. This guy's got all the same stuff.
Yeah, this model was like, it was really bad because the Royal King on Terrorgheist existed, and with that, Feeding Frenzy was like the best thing to do. This model did start to see some play once Horrors became dirt cheap because this was the only model that could give reroll wounds in an aura, which is really strong at the time.
Yeah, he doesn't do that anymore.
Well, thank God, right? Thank God. Yeah. I mean, imagine rerolling wounds in an 18-inch aura. Good lord. Who thought of that?
He's a lot worse than that. But they kind of built a new niche for him, which is really cool. He's like a supporting hammer anvil thing. He's like a monster support piece. So he does all the same stuff as zombie dragons, except like he has the breath attack, he has terror to stop inspiring presence, but he doesn't have reserves. You have to take a mount trait in order to get reserves on him, which frankly sucks. I really don't like that about it. He is a one-cast wizard abhorrent hero monster. There's a lot of good keywords there. Very fast, 14-inch flying move is great. 16 wounds, 4-up save, heals D3. Cool. All the same stuff as the Terrorgheist that we just talked about. His shooting attack is different. It's not the screaming thing that does usually 0 mortal wounds, but sometimes 6. What he does instead is just a 3d6 blast on 3s, Rend 1, which could be Rend 2 with a mount trait, which is actually quite tempting. In melee, he's not fantastic. Right, he's never doing the most damage in your army. There's other more efficient units that you can use. But why you would bring him is because you want to take this +1 hit or a mount trait. It gives every monster within range +1 to hit, and that works on both shooting and on melee attacks. And since all the monsters are on usually forced to hit in melee, that's a huge buff, especially because there's no way to get +1 hit in this army except all out attack or this, pretty much. So those are your options, and only one unit can get all out attack. And you probably don't want to use all out attack. You'd rather use all out defense, frankly. So he ends up being like a cool supporting piece when you bring other monsters in the list. I'll talk about this list later when we get to list discussion, but I feel really good about a Gristlegore list using this guy and 2 zombie dragons as battle line. He can sit in the back, and with this 14-inch flying move, he easily gets into range. He can even use the run and charge spell to be able to charge in with the zombie dragons. But the dragons come into play. Carry on call moves them d6. They get to all shoot immediately. They get to charge, usually making it because they don't have such reliable charges. All of it with +1 hit. Fighting first in Gristlegore, and then when those zombie dragons die, you just spend deeds and you revive them. And that list honestly looks better than a lot of other Monster Mash lists in the game. It's like good enough to like 3-2, maybe 4-1. Like it's not a bad list by any means. And this guy's central to that concept. So I think he is gonna see play, more play than the Terrorgheist, which is a weird thing to say. I don't think anybody expected this to happen with this book, but yeah, he's cool. It's finally a reason to use this model. Now, he's not perfect, right? Like the Terrorgheist, he's inefficient, weak to -1 hit effects because a lot of stuff hits on 4s. He can't run and shoot ever, which is unfortunate. And you want to bring other monsters with him. And the problem with list construction is you want serfs, knights, and courtiers for battle tactics and just general utility and usefulness and efficiency. So you have to hit the right balance of bringing a couple monsters to benefit from all his stuff without going overboard to the point where you don't have enough serfs and knights and courtiers to actually just play a regular game. Again, he could be 40 points cheaper like the Terrorgheist. I would be totally stoked for that. I think all the monsters in this army are a little overpriced. But yeah, he seems good enough to see play. I think he's better than the Terrorgheist, and I think it's like a B tier package, all of this zombie dragon stuff, and Gristlegore.
Yeah, I think he's good. Yeah, in a Gristlegore list definitely, but outside of that, I don't know, because I think his whole shtick revolves around being, around other monsters.
Oh yeah, I would just take a regular zombie dragon outside of Gristlegore before I take him.
Mm-hmm.
And we talked to death about the zombie dragon outside of Gristlegore. It's not great.
Mm-hmm.
Have you had a chance to play him yet? This
Not-
Gristlegold build, I think it's super fun.
Not me personally, but I know you were telling me about it the other day there, where just being able to get always strikes first from Gristlegore, being able to get two zombie dragons, obviously the Ghoul King one and then just a regular battle one, being able to just attack simultaneously essentially with your opponent being able to do nothing sounds like a great time.
Mm-hmm. It doesn't even have to be a zombie dragon, although that is the natural combo. But you could basically Gristlegore fight first with this guy, and then fight with 6 Morbheg Knights or horrors or anything. 20 Beastflayers.
No, that's true. Exactly. I completely forgot about that. And then his spell is great for Gristlegore. Run and charge.
Yeah,
With
it's
everything within 18.
I think you have to. Is it everything in 18? Oh yeah, it is.
Oh, sorry.
It's
wholly within 18.
Yeah, and that's I for some reason thought it was just pick one unit. Like maybe that's the Terrorgheist spell where you pick a unit.
That is.
But yeah, you roll up with that monster squad. Now, this is not terribly useful, this spell, because you can just put zombie dragons in reserve and then carry on call them up. But I guess if you're facing against somebody that like a Slan who can unbind anywhere, and you're worried about not getting carry on call off, and you still want the extra threat range, then this is better. Like it gives you a second. Well, I guess this spell would get unbound just the same. So something else, I guess.
Oh, it depends, obviously, right? Because this spell is for after your units come down from reserves. That's what you're using this spell for. But there's other things you have to use for, because you're probably going to be doing Flaming Weapon most of the time.
Yeah, and after you come out of reserve, you're usually in combat, or about to be in combat, or dead. So there's not that much use for this, unfortunately.
Yeah. I guess unless you plan on doing Terrorgheist as the battle line, just regular Royal Terrorgheist, because those guys cannot come down from the sky.
Yeah, but if you give them run in charge, then they can't shoot. And that kind of feels bad.
Well, the Terrorgeists only have the Death Shriek, which is based off the Bravery.
Yeah.
So,
I guess if you're fighting a Bravery 10 army with Battle Line Terrorgeist, then this spell suddenly looks a lot better. But that's a lot of things that have to line up to make me care about this spell.
It's true.
All right, let's look at our unique characters. First up is Grand Justice Gormayne, who is an abhorrent. He's not a wizard or a priest, although he can gain priest if you go blister skin, which not sure if that's intended. All the other subfaction abilities are keyword locked to that subfaction, but blister skin does not say.
Wait, but he's not a blister skin hero, does he?
He is Hollowmourne, so in theory, he shouldn't get the bonus. Like usually, subfaction abilities are restricted to the subfaction units.
Is that worded all heroes, or is it worded blister skin heroes?
Blister skin says friendly abhorrence. It doesn't say friendly blister skin abhorrence.
Yeah, it's like one of those classic GW mistakes, but I'm sure they'll correct it in FAQ.
It might be a mistake, it might not, because it's actually kind of cool when this guy becomes a priest. It makes
no,
blister skin more
I
playable.
don't think so. I don't think they would bother giving him Hollowmourne if they could do that. They probably knew. They saw this guy. They're like, okay, this guy. Talk about what's good with him, but basically, what's good about him? It's like kind of like a prayer, but even like. Not really, not even a prayer. It's just an ability. that sort of works like a prayer. And they were like, yeah, let's not have this guy be a priest that can curse as well. And that's why they gave him Hollowmourne. I can imagine Hollowmourne is also on what's the other one?
Morgaunt.
Does Ushoran have a key
Oh
one?
yeah, Ushoran also has Hollowmourne, but I think
Yeah.
I think the reason for him having Hollowmourne is to prevent him from generating deeds in Morgaunt. So it's not obvious that it's a mistake that he can gain priest because
So okay, but I could see it as the other way too.
Yeah.
Like they just didn't think about what would happen if you put unique characters. So I mean, I don't personally, I wouldn't build around that concept yet because the official FAQ for this book isn't out because this book officially isn't out. But sure.
Oh, I'm totally going to build around that concept. It's not even that good. It's just fun. Okay, so what makes Gormayne useful? He has one ability. And that ability is, in your hero phase, you can pick a visible enemy unit anywhere on the table as long as you can see it. You roll a 3-up, and then you get to pick one of these effects. It's a lot, but follow me here. So the baseline, you can just have +1 to wound that unit. Or you can run and charge if you finish the charge within half an inch of that unit. So you either get +1 wound or run and charge. Both of these are ridiculously good effects, right? Like that's very, very good already. The other effects you can get are situational. The first one is you get +1 hit on that unit if there is an abhorrent within 3 inches when you pick that unit. So if you started in combat, you can get +1 hit, which is fine, but like this army can get +1 hit from all out attacks, so it's not that useful. The other one is
it can be.
It can be, sure.
Like if you're just charging an Abhorrant Ghoul King on Terrorgheist into something, it usually tags multiple units on this big base, and now they're all +1 hit.
Sure.
No, sorry. Yeah.
Yeah, you have to survive the combat phase and then usually survive your opponent's turn and sometimes survive your opponent's double turn, and then you get to pick +1 hit, which in a lot of cases I'd still just pick +1 to wound. But the last effect is if that unit, the one you picked, has slain an abhorrent, you get +1 damage against that unit, which is like crazy multiplier in this army. Doubling the damage of most units, sometimes tripling, not tripling it, but like somewhere between 50 to 100% damage increase. Now, this is an effect that works on your whole army, no matter where they are, as long as they're targeting that unit, they get these bonuses. It's pretty wild how strong these effects can be, but the problem is that you have to roll a 3+. And I just hate that aspect so much that no matter how strong these buffs are, if you have to roll a 3+ and that's all this model does, like almost right away, I'm not going to even consider this guy because I don't want to build a list that relies on run and charge if I'm going to fail it 1 in 3 times. That just seems like a terrible idea to me. The +1 to wound buff in particular is very good because it works on units that come out of reserve, right? If you drop Morbheg Knights into play, they're not going to have a chance to get deranged transformation. This still gives them all +1 to wound. Monsters can't get deranged transformation. They have too many wounds. They don't qualify for it. So this is usually the only way to get +1 to wound with like zombie dragons and stuff like that. There's also the restriction that even if you have a bunch of units that can get deranged transformation, usually only one of them is going to get it because you can't rely on your casting roll being 10 or higher most of the time. So it's just a good buff. Even if all you get out of this guy is +1 to wound and he just sits in the back generating deeds, he's good, right? I would not build a list relying on him to give me run and charge, but I would build a list if he just gives me +1 to wound and sits back in the throne. Yeah, so that's a strong effect, but he's slow. He's 6 wounds, which is the worst wound value to be in this book because you have 7 wound abhorrents that you can take instead. The 3+ is totally random, which sucks. He's not a priest or a wizard, so just sitting back and judging units like this doesn't generate deeds, which means this guy's going to be using the heroic action more often, and that's not fun. Or you have to put him in the throne, which you also don't want to do because he wants to be, other heroes want to be in the throne, like your arcane scholar or whatever.
He could be a replacement. He could be if for whatever reason you need to fly your Archregent out of there with Flayers, he could replace him on the throne.
You could stick another Archregent in there for only 10 points more.
I mean, so the reason I say that is because +1 to wound is like really strong against the unit. Now, I understand we have, I think, what's it called? Deranged transformation. But remember, that is a spell. And spells can be inbound, and this cannot be. So it's like, do you prefer, always +1 to wound against something, or like something that could very easily be unbound by, all manner of primal dice and anti-magic stuff that's in the game. It really just comes down to preference. I mean, you're already taking an Archregent, so I'm supposing Deranged Transformation, because the other two spells sort of suck. So you'd only really take Deranged Transformation. But I could see him bringing him if, like, I really wanted +1 to wound and I didn't want to necessarily cast that spell against, like, Tzeentch or Illuminate or something.
Yeah. He's also Hollowmourne, like we said, so he doesn't get Deans and Morgaunt. As it's written, he can become a priest in Blisterskin. We'll see if that sticks. I don't even think it's enough to make Blisterskin the best. It's just a fun little thing. So, yeah, overall, I think he's like B tier. I think it's like a hierarchy of like Archregent's the best, then the Gorewarden, then maybe this guy. That's probably like the 3 abhorrents in a row that I would use. Maybe B tier is too low. He might be A tier, but I think I hate that 3-up so much. I just hate it so much. It's the worst. Yeah, I'd honestly, this is going to sound stupid. I'm going to have a stupid Paul take here. I would rather it be a 4+ so that in my brain, I just know it's not reliable. Because when I see a 3+, it's like, oh, it's more likely than not to happen. But with a 4+, it's like, yeah, whatever. I don't care. Anything can happen, right?
Yeah, it's really weird because if you fail that judgment, then this model literally does nothing.
Yeah,
it's
nothing.
not a good combat hero. It's not fast. Like, yeah, it's rough.
And you're going to fail it 2 of the 5 turns in your game. And those could be the first 2 turns, which, like, you really feel stupid for bringing this guy.
Yeah. Sick model, though.
Oh, really cool concept. Love it.
Yeah, his abilities seem great. But just for what he does, beside, like, out of, like, maybe, like, 1 or 2 turns, you can get better value elsewhere.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I even thought the best case scenario is if you're using like units that drop into play. So maybe if you're using like 2, maybe like a Gorewarden with 6 Morbheg Knights, and then a second Gorewarden with Flayers, and then Gormayne. But that's like, you don't have Archregents then, pretty much. Or you don't have Courtiers. Like, you're missing one of the key functionality pieces in this army, and then that's just not a very good list. So, yeah.
No.
Yeah.
And the thing with him as well, like, obviously being unique, he doesn't have access to any command traits, any artifacts, none of that. So he is what he is.
All right, let's talk about Ushoran, the Big Daddy. Apparently, a creature so powerful that praying to him manifests changes in reality. Which, okay, I don't think he should be on that tier, but why not? So he's a 2-spell abhorrent wizard monster war master hero. It's a lot of keywords, a lot of good keywords. Especially, he's a 2-spell wizard, like an Archregent. He costs 460 points, so it's like a 310 points over an Archregent, which is like you swap out 6 Morbheg Knights and an Archregent, and you get him instead. So that's not a terrible value proposition because he's still bringing the 2 spells. So you're trading out a hammer for, you know, his body and utility. Like Gormayne, he can gain Priest and Blisterskin. We'll see if that sticks. He's got a 10-inch move, which is not slow. It's not fast either. Like, anybody who's used Dracoths knows that 10 inches feels fast until it's not enough, and then it's like the worst thing ever.
Yeah, but like people play with Catacross, so it's like whatever.
It's fine. He has 16 wounds, 4-up save, 5-up ward. He heals 2d3 in your hero phase. So it's like having a Terrorgheist that always has the 5-up ward active and heals more every turn. Which is dope. He also, I guess we have to confirm the base size at some point, but he, in theory, if you wrap ghouls all the way around his base, can he get the +1 Cryptguard ward bonus? I don't know. We haven't confirmed his base size yet, so we'll see.
Yeah, from what I saw, and I could be way off, I think he's on a Catacross base.
Yeah, I think he's bigger than the Terrorgheist. So if that's the case, you cannot get a +1 to ward with him, which would be unfortunate. So what does he do besides having a boatload of keywords? Well, he has Feeding Frenzy 24-inch instead of 12, which means you're actually going to have Feeding Frenzy active, because from all my test games so far, this army basically never has Feeding Frenzy. You generate all your deeds, and then you spend them pretty much immediately because you want to summon and heal things. Whereas with Ushoran, well, he can sit more or less in safety and then still have the Feeding Frenzy active. And you can just sit there with 6 deeds on him and spend them off another hero instead. So that that's what that reads to me, is you actually get to use Feeding Frenzy in your game instead of a very situational ability. His other main ability is the Epicenter of Delusion. In your hero phase, you can pick a second delusion to be active. And now this only affects units that are wholly within 30 inches of Ushoran, which is like, it's a ridiculous range. Like, why even have a range? Just make it table wide. But I guess they needed something on the monster table to degrade, so that's what they picked. Now, going over the delusions again real quick, you get +1 to wound monsters, +1 to save on objectives you control, +1 hit if you charged with a hero that's not your general, +1 run in charge, and Feeding Frenzy on a 4 instead of a 5, instead of a 6. So you can just at any point activate one of these, and the way it's written, it stacks with the one you've currently selected. So if you picked +1 save at the start of the game, and you have Ushoran and you get a hero phase, he can pick the +1 save again, and now all of your units have +2 save while you're on objectives. Now that doesn't seem intended, right? That's the kind of thing that probably doesn't seem like it'll last past an FAQ. So we're going to evaluate him assuming that's not the case. Like, you can't pick the same delusion that's already active, right? You can't double down on it. If that's the case, he becomes like a toolbox pick of, is this the turn I'm reviving units? Okay, I'm going to activate the +1 run and charge so that I have a more reliable charge after summoning them. Is this the turn where I'm only going to have like 3 or 4 D? I'm going to have 4 Ds, but not 6, and I want Feeding Frenzy. Okay, I'm going to activate the Feast Day, and then that's going to be my pick for this turn. Is this a turn where I want to fight monsters? Okay, I'm going to have +1 save, and I'm going to have +1 to wound monsters. So it's like a toolbox ability that you pick the delusion to the situation, and that's very, very strong, even if it doesn't stack with the other one.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, picking 2 delusions is this crazy amounts of versatility, because you can keep switching the other one. You can have one as your anchor, and you can keep switching that other one per like battle round. I don't think it's gonna stack personally, but I think it's still really, really good. Like, it gives this army like this key flexibility, which could be extra mobility, extra defense, an easier Feeding Frenzy. He's respectable in combat. He actually interacts with the bravery mechanics this army has, and I think his spell is hilarious. Like, it's like peak, AOS.
Yeah. Okay, let's talk about the bravery thing first. So, at the start of the combat phase, each enemy unit within 3 inches, you just permanently give them -1 bravery, and this stacks forever for the rest of the game. Then, after doing this, each enemy within 1 inch, so everything that's directly in melee with him, they have to make a bravery check, or they gain strike last. Yeah, so people charge Ushoran, he gives you -1 bravery, and then you fail a bravery check, and he smacks you with that big scepter. And it actually hurts. His melee damage is not terrible. It is not bad melee damage at all. So, it's going to hurt if you fail that bravery check. So it gets to a point where like you have to overcommit damage in order to kill Ushoran. You have to charge with multiple units just in case one of them fails the bravery check. You have to put all your shooting into him, and then he heals a lot. So you better kill him with that, and hope he's not on Finest Hour and all that defense and has +2 save delusion active, right? Yeah, he is a big problem for melee armies. And then his spell,
especially disruption melee armies.
Oh,
like,
yeah.
What do they do against them?
Bravery
Jesus.
4 army? Like, you're not fighting Ushoran before he hits you.
Oh yeah, bravery 6. Like, I think what's the name? The Bounders, Boingrots, which are really popular. They're bravery 6. Beasts of Chaos, Bulgors are bravery 6 to bravery 5. Like, okay, cool. You charged Ushoran. You did 8 more wounds. I saved 3 of them or 2 of them. Great. Enjoy fighting last, and I'll just kill you now. Thank you.
Yeah, in another season, when hero selections could be a little bit different, you could bring like a Grim Garland on an Abhorrant and keep him nearby, and now everything is -2 bravery, and then the next turn -3 bravery, and then -4. Like, this stacks forever in every combat phase. You can potentially debuff units if you're in combat every single turn, -10 bravery over 5 turns, or 5 rounds. Wild. And then his spell, like you mentioned, this is AOS 1.0 right here. Cast on a 7, you pick an enemy unit within 18. Sorry, not an enemy unit. You pick an enemy model within 18 inches, and that model fights a different unit with 1 weapon. So if there's 2 units that are near each other, you can have a model just suddenly strike out and hit the next unit. Finally, a reason for Stormcast to have bad attacks so that we don't kill ourselves. This is hilarious if you have like a monster mash type army, or if you have like a monster standing next to a support hero, it just turns around and kills that support hero. Like, it's such a crazy spell, especially, remember, this is the army that can move d6 inches with a heroic action, potentially, if you make the 3-up roll. So, like, the threat range on this could be enormous. Beside, like, it's not just the 18 inches. It's such a funny little spell. I love it. Most of the time, he's going to cast Mystic Shield, Deranged Transformation, and Chalice. Like, he's going to cast the Chalice of Ushoran, which is quite fitting. But sometimes, you're going to have a great, great time with this spell. Go ahead.
What's a good target for it? Imagine someone else's Abhorrant Cool King on Royal Terrorgheist smacking people from Whirlwinds. Yeah.
Or like even just a Rune Father hitting a rune like a Battlesmith, because they got the 3-inch range key and they like to stay nearby. There's going to be uses for this. It's hard to predict exactly how good the spell is. I just look at it as a bonus. Like, everything else he does is so good, the spell is just a bonus to me. So what's the downsides? Why is he not S tier? Well, for starters, he's Hollowmourne, so if you're playing Morgaunt or Gristlegore, he just can't benefit from those abilities, which is unfortunate. He doesn't actually get anything from being in Hollowmourne, so it's strictly just a downside. He doesn't fly. Unlike the other monsters, with his large base and only 10-inch move, he could just have trouble moving around the board, moving around terrain, getting into the right angles. He can't use the faction rampages, so if you want to bring a monster to use the -2 bravery thing, you're paying a lot on top of Ushoran to do that, because he can't bring those himself, which is unfortunate. And then he only learns one spell. He doesn't know his own spell lore. Even though he's powerful enough that you can pray to him and manifest miracles, he doesn't know his own spell lore, which he created. Like, I don't understand that personally. Maybe he had enough text on his Warscroll and they're like, no, let's not put that on there. But if you want more,
I wonder if that's like an internal balance choice. Like, it's wild. Like, it's like they're tossing a coin to see who gets it and who doesn't.
Yeah, like Ilariel gets it, Marathi gets
Yeah.
it, Krondis doesn't.
Teclis get all the elves get it, and then this guy doesn't. Arkan gets it. I guess Nephrata, Manfred don't. None of the other Mortarks but Arkan know their whole spell lore.
Yeah. Weird,
That's
isn't it?
weird.
Yeah. So the fact that you are tempted to bring a spell enhancement or like an endless spell or something to go along with him, I definitely view that as a downside. Overall, it's really just the point cost that keeps him in A tier. If he was any cheaper, he would easily be S tier and you would just slam him into every list. But at this point value, he goes from really, really strong to like a strong consideration. He's not just a slam in every list kind of thing like an Archregent. There will be Ushoran lists, especially if these delusions stack, then he hits that value, I think. Like, +2 save is too good. So as long as the delusions stack, if that doesn't get changed in FAQ, this guy's ridiculously good. Otherwise, he's just a great centerpiece model that you're not going to feel stupid for bringing. He's very strong and flavorful and impactful and just super fun.
This is one of those models that if you're not on the website at 12 a.m., you are probably not going to get this model. Once it comes out on pre-order.
Yeah, it's gonna be sick.
Yeah.
He's definitely gonna be in a bundle box, like the new Stormcast hero, Ionis Cryptborn, the new Sylvaneth hero, Trug. All these heroes come out in boxes first and then come out separately. What do we think is gonna be in that box?
Ooh. That's a good question. Well, it's I don't want to say it, but I feel like it's probably going to be more knights.
Morbheg Knights?
No, sorry. The like the Flayers and also the Horrors. Just like, because it's either that or it's going to be a mixture of like Guard and Morbheg Knights. Because it's going to be like, we have to think of it as a regiment of renown, unless there's a chance that Peck is going to have the potential army of renown in it. But thinking of it as a regiment of renown, it's probably going to be him and then 2 units, give or take. So maybe him with some Cryptguard and then maybe some Morbheg Knights. People are going to be hoping for that.
I think that's what people are going to hope for, and I don't think that's what they're going to get.
I know. That's the sad days.
It's great for people like me who are just getting into the army. I'm pretty sure it's going to have a Crypt Horror box. But we'll see. And that's probably going to launch at the same time as the Vanguard box for this army too, right? So that should be interesting to see all that. Okay, let's talk about Nagash. Again, hooray for the last time, hopefully, right? Like, we don't have to talk about Nagash anymore after this. He is a unit that can be used in any Death Army, and he's just different enough in every Death Army. If you've never seen Nagash on the table, because he hasn't been good for a while, so maybe you haven't seen him before. He is an 8-cast Wizard Monster War Master. He has +3 to cast, Unbind, and Dispel. That does degrade as he takes wounds, but for the most part, you just assume he's getting +3. He knows the whole Lore of Madness, which is cool, and all of the Lore of Madness spells have bonus effects when you get casting rolls of 10 or more, and that's not on unmodified casting rolls of 10 or more, so the +3 does help trigger those. He also has unlimited unbinding, so you just stick him in the middle of the board, and he's just every single spell +3 unbind. Like, he just stops magic. It's really cool. He's also durable as a single model. 18 wounds, 3-up save, 5-up ward. That's pretty neat. He also gives all death units wholly within 12 inches a 5-up ward, which means you don't have to bring the priest stuff in this army. You can just bring all the good abhorrent stuff. You can skip courtiers pretty much. You don't have to give him the charnel vestments. As a hero, he can also use Finest Hour and Heroic Recovery, so he's made even more durable there. He's the only thing in the army that's a 3-up save. He can get to a 2+, Mystic Shield to be a 1+, All-Out Defense to be a 0+. Like, save stacking is a legit option on this guy. He's quite tough. And he's got some utility. He kind of fits naturally with the recursion stuff Death has going on, but he kind of does it in his own way that's a little different. So instead of doing Muster, he has Invocation of Nagash, which allows him to heal 3 wounds on a unit or return 3 wounds worth of models to a unit. Unfortunately, this isn't like Muster's interaction where it says return models to a unit with a wounds characteristic of 1. This is return 3 wounds worth of models. So the difference is when you revive like Royal Beastflayers, for example, you would revive the leader and that's it. Whereas with Muster, you could revive the leader and then 2 baboons, right? This guy just revives straight up wounds. So he's best used with like Morbheg Knights or Cryptguard, I would say. Still, cool. This happens in your hero phase as well. And then he can also do like a Summon Loyal Servants thing, where instead of coming in on a board edge, they come in to play around him. But it is restricted to units that have 3 or less wounds, which means you're only doing it to Serfs or Morbheg Knights. You can't do this to Flayers or Horrors, which is unfortunate. Now, those units are very good, so it's not necessarily a bad thing to be able to revive them. The problem is that it has to activate on a 3+, so it's not a guarantee like Summon Loyal Servants. On the other hand, you don't have to generate deeds and do it. He just does it every single turn. Yeah, so there's pros and cons there. His 2 spells are pretty cool. There's Hand of Dust. You can just pick an enemy model, and basically on a 50-50, that model is dead. It only has a range of 3 inches, but you can extend that with the spell portal. So there's going to be games where you just catch a Maw Crusher and it's dead and the game's over. Like, it just happens.
Yeah,
it's hilarious.
It's been happening. It's been happening for 6 years, and it's going to continue to happen. So
yeah,
like that's like the one thing that's like, if anyone knows anything about Nagash, it's like, yeah, he has Hand of Dust, and that's it.
Yeah. And then his other spell, Soul Stealer, 24-inch range, it deals D3 mortal wounds, and then he heals that many. But if you have an unmodified 9+, it heals D6 instead. So that's what Nagash is bringing to the table. And it's a pretty cool kit, honestly. He kind of just takes the faction in a different way. You don't have to bring the 5-up ward prayer. You don't have to bring as many courtiers or abhorrents because he's kind of doing both for you. But the problem is that he's 965 points, which is like half your army plus an endless spell. His damage for his cost is not great, so the rest of your list has to be very efficient in terms of wounds and damage output, otherwise you're just going to fall behind very quickly. He can cast 8 spells, but there's only 3 spells in the lore. 2 on his Warscroll, Mystic Shield and Arcane Bolt, that makes 7. So if you don't bring an endless spell for him to cast, he's not casting anything with those last spells, so it feels like you're wasting casts. And then he doesn't spend or generate deeds, which, like I said, that could be a good thing because he has other ways of basically doing those effects. But if you have something that works off having a certain number of deeds, like a battle tactic, he's not a Flesh Eater Court hero. He doesn't qualify for any of this stuff. The biggest problem I have with him is that his revivability can just straight up fail because you have to roll a 3+. And I think it's obvious at this point how much I hate rolling 3+. So that's that, and the fact that he's 965 damn points. I don't think he's going to be viable competitively. Like,
There's not enough for him to do in spell wise in this army. Like, I don't even think that Deranged Transformation can affect him. He doesn't have the keyword.
He does not have the keyword, no. But he can put it on other units. He can still stick it on Morbheg Knights, which seem
yeah,
like,
on 1,000 point worth of units. Like, okay, cool. Like,
yeah. He's got all the same problems
this
he
is not
has.
this is not his faction. Like either lore or rules wise. Like
No.
they sort of just conveniently have him there, but this is not his faction.
Yeah, he really does seem way better in Night Haunt. The spell lore is a lot better there. The units he revives are much better generally. He adds something Night Haunt doesn't do, which is like this muster type effect. In Flesh Eater Courts, I think he's just way too expensive. I don't know what point value he'd have to be. 600 something. Like, yeah, he's just not great. So D tier, he'd have to get massively cheaper for me to consider him again. Maybe in a different season. You never know with seasonal rules, right?
Yeah, I mean, I feel like Flesh Eater Courts had 6 spells and they went down to 3. He was way more playable then. I don't know why he would ever see play. Maybe like with a bunch of serfs, like people always try some form of like 1 wound model spam with him.
Well, the problem is that Cryptguard don't boost his ward.
Yep.
And he's not good at reviving Beastflayers. Like I said, it doesn't return like a single baboon. It returns 1 wound on a baboon. So he's just not good at reviving them. So like Ghoul spam, I guess.
That's the only thing. But then if you're doing that, just go play Soulblight Warlords.
Or just like get Hoarfrost, you know, like
yeah. Like, well, he can't even do Hoarfrost.
No, right. He can't. It has to be a different hero. So like, you'd still bring an Archregent with him, I guess. Like, I don't know.
Okay, cool. So now you're 1250 deep and sorry, 11.
What?
Okay, yeah.
You still need to bring units to win the game. So yeah, it's not good. Not good. So yeah. I'm gonna pass on Nagash. If you guys have any thoughts on him, let us know in the comments down below. All right, here is our summary of the Flesh Eater Courts in season 3. I think this is... I think everything's accurate, plus or minus 1 tier. There's a couple units in here that I'm like 100% on, like Archregent, Morbheg Knights. These units are S tier. I don't think there's any disputing it. I think there's a couple other calls that are a bit riskier, like Gorewarden might be A tier. He might not be as high as the Archregent. Maybe we're underrating the Ghoul King on Terrorgheist. Maybe we're overrating Zombie Dragons. But I'm feeling pretty confident about most of this list, plus or minus one tier.
It would just be the Gorewarden. That would be the only thing for me personally, just because I haven't played with him, and I just from compared to the Archregents, that's the only thing that I have to say.
Yeah, that's a fair comparison because the Archregent is that ridiculously good, so I can totally see that.
Yeah, that's the only thing I have to say.
I think this mostly looks fine. I'd probably grade the Terrorgheist Abhorrant Ghoul King maybe 1 higher, but that's not really much of a change. I just think it's slightly better, and a lot of people might prefer that sort of aggressive monster over something like Ushoran for that points cost, but we'll see.
All right, so let's look at the endless spells in this army. First up is the Cadaverous Barricade, which it's a wall. You can bring your own wall to the game, which is cool. After it's set up, it counts as a terrain feature that can still be dispelled, and then it has this other effect where enemy units within 3 inches can't run or retreat, and if an enemy model starts a move within 3 inches, then that move is halved. So there's some good stuff about this. First off, it's easy to cast, huge range, so you can set it up pretty far away. Enemies have to waste a dispel on it, or they have to climb over it because it's a terrain feature. So you have to climb 2 inches up and then 2 inches down and then 1 inch across. So really cutting down movement. And the second fun thing, besides cutting off retreat and run, which is it's actually a really good effect. Like if you can lock people in combat with a block of 30 Cryptguard and then they can't retreat, that's actually really good. But it also stops all kinds of moves. So if they start a charge within 3 inches, if they start a pile-in within 3 inches, all of these things are halved, which is very, very cool. So you could, for example, if you're about to charge in with a Morbheg Knight unit, but you don't want an enemy to riposte, you can throw the Cadaverous Barricade next to that other unit, kill the unit you want to kill with the Morbheg Knights, and then take minimal or 0 damage from that other unit because its pile-in move has been restricted. And this is only something I would ever consider because this thing only costs 20 points. If it cost any more than this, I would never consider bringing it. The tactical value is so limited because, well, let's talk about the cons. Well, first of all, in the spells, you have to give up another spell, and every other spell in this army is very good and very worth casting, and it's hard to find room to cast this one. You also have to survive a Dispel attempt in order to do anything, and right now, especially, it is very easy to dispel stuff with Primal Dice in the game. This is like gone, never sticks around. It can also be difficult to place next to these units. Like if you want to restrict movement of another unit, in this like hypothetical pile-in reduction tactic that I mentioned, it can be hard to put this thing down because it has to be set up more than 1 inch from all enemy models. And it, on its own, it doesn't really do anything. It doesn't do mortal wounds. It doesn't debuff enemies. It doesn't reduce their stats in any way. It's purely for positioning gameplay, and it's quite limited in that respect. So yeah, if it was any more than 20 points, this would not be C tier. But 20 is like, what else are you going to bring for 20 points? Maybe a Battleshock
20 is
Immunity
like a
Triumph?
really good slot in.
Yeah.
20 is like if I'm 1980, I already know I'm not getting a Triumph against most of like the dedicated Triumph list. I'll bring him. My only gripe with it is like in the Primal Dice season, endless spells just take a big hit, and this is a thing that you want sticking around your opponent's turn.
Yeah.
To where like there was a small chance with the 2d6 of them failing a dispel, but with primals that's just like far less likely. And this thing for 20 points has a pretty like explosive effect. Like if I'm fighting Gargants and I can like lower their movement, I mean that's insane. Like that's really good.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, unfortunately, everyone can just get a dispel with heroic willpower, so it's not like it's not like there's an army out there that can't dispel. So yeah, I don't know. C tier seems fine. Like it can see play just because you have 20 points left in the list. It is not nearly as exciting as the next one here, the Chalice of Ushoran, which is a contender for best endless spell in the game, maybe ever printed. Like it's ridiculously strong. Let's talk about it. Cast on a 6, so it's an easy cast. Range 24, so far range. It's also predatory, so it's not just a stationary thing. After you cast it, it moves 8 inches. And then its effect is, for each model slain within 12 inches each turn, so you keep a tally. And there's no limit on this, so it could be 100 models could have died around it. On a 4+, you either heal a wound to a Flesh Eater Court unit, or you return 1 Surf model. It's not locked to Surf, but the way everything works out, it ends up being a Surf. So basically, this is 4+, revive your Beastflayers, half of them that died, half your Cryptguard that died, half your Ghouls that died. They all just come back each turn. It's like having another 4-up ward, but it stacks with wards, and the only way to get rid of it is to dispel this endless spell. Like there's like things that shut off wards don't work against this, right? So it's huge range, easy to cast, easy to get into effect because it casts 24, then it moves 8, then it has a 12-inch effect range. That means you're casting this out of unbinding range very easily. You can also reposition it as needed in order to get it behind walls because the slain or returned models don't have to be visible to this endless spell. But in order to dispel this spell, you have to be able to see it. So as long as you're hiding this behind a wall or behind woods or something and your opponent can't see it, they can't dispel it, which means it's just constantly reviving models over and over, which is insane. And then more than that, it's not just half your models come back, it's also for each enemy model you slay. So if you kill 5 enemy models, that's 5 4-ups to get your own models back. Incredibly good. Like it's what makes Cryptguard and Beastflayers ridiculously strong units. And if your opponent can't dispel it, it might just win the game on its own. Like that's such a powerful effect. It's hard to understate how good this is. Now, I think this is how it works. This effect triggers at the end of the turn before objective control is checked. So potentially you could steal objectives away from an opponent who thought they were going to be on it because you can, revive models. It doesn't have to be any particular unit. It could be any unit in range. So if you have a Chalice set up between 2 objectives and you're restoring models to one or both, you could completely swing objective control away from your opponent. Now, I don't think there's actually anything in the rules that specifies end of turn effects versus objective control, but I think the rule of thumb is everybody does like player stuff first and then game stuff after that. It's a gray area in the rules, but the way most people play it, you can swing objective control with this. So like ridiculously good. The tactical options, the raw defensive power, even when you're not returning Surf, sometimes you're just healing up a Terrorgheist or Ushoran or something. The healing is really, really good too. It shouldn't be understated. If you're reviving...
Yeah, this spell has always been good for them.
Yeah.
This has never been a bad spell.
If you revive monsters with the command trait, they come onto play with 6 wounds, they kill a bunch of stuff, and they just heal up a bunch of wounds immediately. Like, it's so good. it's got all the same downsides as the other spell, it just as an endless spell. Really, the only downside is it's 50 points. Like that can create really weird gaps in your list. Like sometimes you'll have 120 points left over and you take this and you have 50. Well, it's like, well, now you have 70 left over. So like, do you want to take the Chalice or do you just want to take more units? So very minor gripe, but it's something I've noticed in list construction. But for the most part, the Chalice is so strong that it's like, it's probably going to push people into running reinforced units of Cryptguard or reinforced units of Beastflayers. Like it's such a strong effect. So S tier, maybe the best endless spell ever printed. It's so ridiculous. And then we get to the Corpsemare Stampede, which is like...
Do we need to talk about this? It's bad. Like, it's just, why would you play this?
Yeah. It's like, there's too many of these in the spells that just like, roll 6 dice, and on a 6, do
roll
a
6
wound.
dice, roll 9 dice, roll 12 dice. Every 6 up is a mortal wound. Every 5 up is a mortal wound. Like, we've seen this. Like, they're never good unless they, like, somehow had like, you know, like, Quicksilver Swords used to be really racist against, like, Chaos, I think, or something.
Yeah.
But like, these effects are never good. Like, if this wasn't even an endless spell, if this was just, like, a spell, I would not cast this. Now, the only good thing about this is I will say it has a really large base, so it has the potential to move block. But again, we are in a Primal Dice season. So even with a 7-up, like your opponents would typically need an 8 to unbind it, which is not that easy to get on like a single 2d6. Yeah. But with Primal Dice, it's trivial, so it's not going to matter.
Yeah, it's just bad. Like, I don't understand why it's 60 points. It should be 40?
This should be 20,
maybe?
And then Corpsemare could be 40.
Yeah.
I think what they've done is they've looked at how endless spells are being used, and they've realized there's quite a few endless spells that get used as like basically like roadblocks. And this thing, I remember this thing very early on, like maybe like 3-4 years ago, being like a roadblock spell, like for like a Flesh Eater Courts local. So you know it's whatever, but because you could like combine this with the whatever the first one is, the wall, half their movement, and then make sure they can't move over this thing, basically.
Yeah. But that's, you know, an 80-point combo, 2 spells, and relying on spell cards to go off and not get dispelled.
Not worth it.
I think this is proof that this book was written before the GHB, the newest one with the Antor stuff, because there's no way this point value and these rules make sense if they're thinking Primal Dice exists.
Yep. But they have to think about what happens after that, right? Like endless spells, normal endless spells get updated every season because they actually sort of matter with the season. But faction endless spells, just they're good or bad. They're like units, right? And some seasons are good, some they're bad. And this is unfortunately bad because of Primal Dice.
Yeah. I don't think it would be good without Primal Dice, frankly.
I mean, I could see mood blocking potential is pretty huge. Like, this thing is like, it's a pretty big base. This thing is on a, like, I don't know what the thing is called. It's like 120 millimeter oval base or something. And so this thing, I have seen this thing mood block or like frustrate people's pile-ins and combats really well. But that's assuming your opponent, you know, doesn't know how to roll 8s on 2d6 or 3d6.
You know what's weird? These are horses. Like, legit horses. There's no horses anywhere in the Flesh Eater Courts army. So are they, like, summoning zombie horses? Why aren't they riding them around?
Oh, because they're too heavy. They just think they already think they have horses. They have no need to imagine themselves a horse, I guess. I guess I knew with the new Morbheg Knights, they just prefer better horses. These are just zombies from what it looks like, because it looks like they're coming out of the ground.
So, like, can they just summon zombies? Why don't they have zombies in the army?
Who knows?
It's just weird questions. Like, this is not... It's a thematic miss, is what I'm getting at. Like, it doesn't make sense for it to be in this army.
Yeah, this feels like a Soulblight Greatlord spell, right?
Yeah, it does. It about as strong as a Soulblight spell, too.
Yeah.
Section 2, Allegiance abilities. We use the same kind of ranking system because there are opportunity costs here. S tier is something that like is going to really define a list. It's going to be very powerful. You're going to use it almost all the time. That scales all the way down to F tier, which is something that's just too niche and never worth using. Let's talk about the Charnel Throne first. So this is included in the Allegiance section of our review and not in the Warscroll section because it doesn't cost anything. There's no point difference. Like, you just get one. So there's no opportunity cost, so there's not really a ranking for this, but it is pretty core to how the army functions. It sets up like most faction terrain in your territory, more than 3 from stuff. What it does is it can be garrisoned if you have a Feck hero with a wound characteristic of 7 or fewer. And at the start of your hero phase, the hero that's garrisoned gains D3 noble deeds. And that's pretty much the most important thing. The secondary effect here, enemies can't use effects that allow them to ignore battle shock tests. That's pretty cheeky if you're playing against Gits and they're trying to get triumphs. You can be very aggressive with your throne. You can push it up forwards, and then they can't do that. And then, Jesse, you pointed out to me that OBR also suddenly start taking battle shock tests when they're within 12 inches of the throne. So that's pretty hilarious as well.
That's the thing. And so if you're against OBR and they have no monsters in their entire army, you put it straight on your deployment line, and you say, "Okay, come to me," because you have a lot more recursion than they do, and you can actually cause them to seriously take losses from battle shock.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, OBR usually runs Arcan, so they'll probably have a way to break it. But it is pretty funny that this is I think the only way to make them battle shock in the game.
That's true, but also what in OBR is realistically taking battle shock?
Not
more,
much.
More tech guard.
nobody runs 20 more tech guard anymore. And if you're running 6 stalkers and you've killed 5 of them, you're probably already winning. You don't need that extra battle shock or whatever.
Yeah, it's going to be super niche. It's just funny, that's all. So the main thing with the throne is the garrisoned hero gains D3 noble deeds. And because noble deeds are so important in this army, and the only ways to gain them with most of your heroes are going to be casting, enchanting, and using the heroic action, this is the second source outside of those things that gives you deeds. And managing which hero is in the throne at all times is really important, because it's free deeds. At least 1, sometimes 3, you can spike it. Getting up to that 6 value on abhorrence as quickly as possible to make sure you can revive a unit, or getting up to 3 or 4 with a courtier to make sure you have enough to revive models. These are very important things. What you're usually going to see happen with this are people are going to just sit an Archregent in the back, casting spells like Carry on Call and Deranged Transformation that have, Carry on Call's board wide. Deranged Transformation is crazy range with 24 inches. They sit there casting spells out of unbinding range, and they just generate a bunch of deeds round 1, and then they leave it, and then the following turn somebody else hops in there and then starts generating deeds and everything. That's pretty much the gameplay here. There's pros and cons. We have some listed here. There is a grand strategy for keeping enemies away from it, so you are incentivized to put it in the back of your territory. If it's all the way in the back, you might start falling out of range with things. So heroes like Gormayne, who just target something anywhere on the table, or the Archregent that uses Carry on Call anywhere on the table, these are really good heroes to sit in there. So if you want to be aggressive with this, you can put it up forwards and hide the Chalice behind it, which is neat. Now, the only downside I have to say is because you want to generate the deeds as quickly as possible, it's really weird to swap heroes in and out of this thing, because entering the garrison is done instead of moving, and then leaving a garrison happens at the end of the movement phase. So you can't, in the same turn, swap these around normally. What you have to do is teleport the hero off the throne with something like Crypt Flayers or the Gorewarden spell if it's a flying hero, and then another hero has to be within 6 inches in order to garrison it. It takes a little bit of getting used to. It's actually not that hard to do if you're bringing Flayers, and you should generally bring Flayers. They're very good. So yeah, overall, it's good. It's one of the better terrain pieces. It affects how you set up your board. It has this additional utility of stopping battle shock tests, ignoring stuff. It's pretty cool. Yeah, I like it. Let's look at the subfactions. And I'm going to do these a little out of order to how they're written in the book. I feel like it's just going to be better for discussion purposes if we talk about Hollowmourne first, because it is the best subfaction. I don't think the other ones are in the same league as Hollowmourne. It gives you battle line Crypt Horrors, which are a good unit, and making them battle line, they are the cheapest battle line in the book, so that's nice for making like squeeze lists here and there. But Knights are also some of the best units the best units in the book, and giving them +1 damage in melee if they charge is a tremendous damage bonus. On Crypt Flayers, it doubles their damage output. On Morbheg Knights, it's a significant boost. On Crypt Horrors, it's also a significant boost. This is especially big on Morbheg Knights because they can retreat and charge, and making sure they have that extra punch. Sometimes you won't need extra damage, but sometimes it's, bracing for bad rolls. You roll a bunch of 1s when you're on 2s and 2s and have 2 damage, and suddenly your damage still goes through. It is worth noting this doesn't work on the mounts, but it's still a pretty significant damage boost on the lances. So I think this is overall the best subfaction, because damage is utility in this game, right? Needing to put a certain amount of damage somewhere on the table. this reduces how many units you need to dedicate. So it's not just a matter of, it's not like a DPS meter in a video game. It's not just about doing as much damage as possible. Damage in this game has tactical value and utility, and more damage is a good thing. In this case, the fact that it comes with the Battle Line Crypt Horrors, yeah, that puts it over the top for me. I think this is easily the best subfaction. It's so good that Flayers honestly seem better in Hollowmourne than they do in Blisterskin. Even though Blisterskin makes them battle line, when they get the +1 damage in melee, they suddenly turn into this like competent melee fighter, and it's really, really good. The only downsides I could think of for Hollowmourne is that Crypt Horror spam is just not great. A bunch of 7-inch move models that only count as one model each on objectives. That's not ideal. If you want to bring a lot of knight models to take advantage of this, you might consider taking the Cruel Taskmaster command trait. But I honestly do think that command trait is a trap for the most part. Like, currently, right now, there's better choices. Making a Courtier your general is not the best choice. It's not bad. Cruel Taskmaster is a very strong ability, but it's not the best thing you can do. And if you bring a bunch of Courtiers and Abhorrents, it can be difficult to generate enough deeds on all of them because reviving Knights is so expensive. So if you're not taking Cruel Taskmaster and you're constantly mustering back like one model at a time, yeah, it's not great. So that's it for downsides. What do you guys think about Hollowmourne? Am I off the base here that this is the best?
No, it's at the moment with the points cost, in my opinion, with the horrors and just the bonuses you get compared to the other ones, it just generally gives so much in the book. The damage buff and just, yeah, at the moment, just yes, S tier is where it should definitely be placed.
Even if you're running heavy ghouls and royal Beastflayers and Cryptguard, it's still worth it to go Hollowmourne because you get the cheapest battle line available and you get the +1 damage on Morbheg Knights and Flayers, which you will probably use in every single list. And just buffing those two units makes this worthwhile, even if you don't use any Crypt Horrors at all.
I mean, this is 3 of their main units. Like, you could say their different kinds of hammer units are getting +1 damage. I can't imagine this subfaction never not being worth it. It's like, can you imagine if a subfaction set all Evocators and Fulminators or whatever, Dracothian Guard get +1 damage in a faction? We'd be playing it all the time.
Yeah, it honestly feels like a tax to not play Hollowmourne in this army.
Yeah, you have to have a very, very strong reason or like some weird 4D chess, big brain plays in your head to not be playing Hollowmourne. And I'm not saying there's not any reason not to take them, but that reason and your list and your like game plan have to be very, very solid for you to ignore this subfaction.
Yeah, and I'm quite worried that the whole book will be balanced assuming you play Hollowmourne.
I mean, Death has that very problem with Null Myriad and, take your pick. So
yeah. OBR at least has like 6 sub-factions, so odds are at least 2 of them will be good.
Yeah.
Feck is more limited with only 4. I'm very concerned, and it's going to become a mono-build army with Hollowmourne as the only competitive viable build. But thankfully, I don't think that's actually going to be the case, because the other 3 sub-factions are good enough that you will see them in tournaments. They're not like Anvils of the Heldenhammer bad. They're still fine. They're playable and they're good.
And I agree with that as well. Like when we look at the other ones, we'll be able to see the advantages we benefit from the different sub-factions, and they all have their own kind of purpose, and that's the cool thing about it, is that we'll be able to see that there's really good internal balance when it comes to this army.
Yeah, for the units, sure. For the heroes, like we talked about the Warscroll section, most of the bad units in this army are the heroes. But thankfully, none of them are important. Like, it's the units that really win you the game, which is cool. Okay, Morgaunt Grand Court. This one gives you Battle Line Cryptguard, which I am a big fan of. And at the end of each player's turn, you gain a noble deed for every Morgaunt hero contesting an objective. So if your opponent's turn, you're on an objective, you don't have to control the objective, you just have to be touching, like, within 6 inches of it. You stand on that circle, you get a deed. This is crazy when you bring a lot of knights. The fact that it helps you revive Cryptguard, which are a good unit to revive, that's also a really useful thing. It is the only way to get Battle Line Cryptguard, which that is one of the units I would strongly consider double reinforcing in this army, because 30 wounds on a 5-up ward all the time that doesn't need the prayer to go off. That's something nothing else in this army can offer. The only way to get that is to play Morgaunt and to run that double reinforced. Courtiers typically have this problem where, unless you get like Warlord battalions, so you can give them Arcane Tome and the Charnel investments, if you bring multiple Courtiers, they're not generating deeds generally on their own. And that's a problem because you want to be spending deeds as much as possible. And Morgaunt just floods you with deeds. There's almost never going to be a situation where, oh, I've only got 4 or 5 deeds on my Abhorrant, I'm not able to revive this unit. That just doesn't happen when you're playing Morgaunt. You always revive units, and it's really, really good. Like, it gets rid of the random, like, it doesn't get rid of the randomness, but it smooths out the bad rolls to make sure that you're consistently getting to 6 deeds on your Abhorrants, and your Courtiers always have enough to muster. Now, downsides, Ushoran and Gormayne have Hollowmourne, so they actually cannot gain the bonus deeds because this requires a Morgaunt hero, and since they have the Hollowmourne keyword, they are not able to generate those extra deeds, which really sucks. It feels like if you want to play those heroes, you shouldn't play them in this subfaction at all. There are limited battle line choices. You have to bring either Ghouls or Cryptguard, or you have to bring a Gorewarden general, and none of those seem like the best choice right now to fill your battle line. Cryptguard are a fine unit. They're an excellent unit even. But you want Flayers and Morbhegs, even Horrors. So it would be nice if there was another way to get a battle line choice in this subfaction. Ghouls are just, in general, not great to return. Without damage, without buffs like Hoarfrost or things like that, they don't do great damage. They do good damage, but not great damage, and they die so quickly. Flayers in particular are a problem because they do poor melee damage outside of Hollowmourne. It really does feel like you're just bringing a fast shooting unit and their melee damage falls off a cliff. And every time you use Flayers in Morgaunt, which you will because they're still an excellent unit, you just feel like, I should be playing Hollowmourne instead. So overall, I think Morgaunt is a strong choice. Being able to smooth out your deed generation and play a very tactical, grindy game, that's going to be very cool. Hollowmourne is just a little more useful, I think.
And for me, I'm definitely thinking with Morgaunt, there's a high chance that people are going to be doing just mass ghouls, just like the zombie build that people were doing. It's just good. People are just going to be spamming probably 2 units of 60 ghouls, having the Chalice, having just cheap heroes, probably Archregents as well, just to be able to use their ability to bring back up to 3, maybe 6, depending on how many regents you have, and you're just going to try to flood the board. And even when you're in combat, as long as your unit has 20 or more models, you're auto wounding on 5s, and that's basically all you need. And from the mass amount of attacks you have, you'll probably be able to just contest the middle of the board and just swamp your opponent. And if they can't damage check you to the point where they do 60 wounds to the dot, then they're kind of in a pickle there, because that unit is going to be able to come back quite quickly from Chalice.
I think the better... I like the 60 ghoul block. It's got some problems with movement. The footprint is way too big, and once you're somewhere, like, that's where they are for the rest of the game. I think a better unit to revive right now with that strategy is the Royal Beastflayers and the Cryptguard. So I could totally see a list that's something like 2 units of reinforced Beastflayers, 3 units of Cryptguard to fill battle line to make your heroes durable, and then all the usual good stuff like Morbheg Knights, Flayers, maybe even some zombie dragons coming out of reserve to help out with pinpoint damage. So yeah, Morgaunt, everybody's super hype on Hollowmourne, but I think there's a lot of potential in the subfaction. Morgaunt, what do you think? How much better is Hollowmourne?
This is like Hollowmourne, I feel like, is the Mortis Praetorians of this faction. I mean, I'm referencing this as an OBR player. I think it's incredibly useful. Like, I don't know how much of a meta pick this is going to be. But getting deeds quickly is really important. Our heroes aren't really good at combat. Or, I mean, I say the Flesh Eater Court's heroes aren't really good at combat. So that's not how you're going to be generating a majority of your deeds. So if you have extra mechanics to help pump you get those deeds for revival or damage, I mean, this court is it. But then your list sort of has to be focused around that. And I think ghouls have a problem of, like, they don't deep strike like Soulblight Gravelord zombies do. Once you get 60 of them, they're really unruly. But unlike Soulblight Gravelord units, they're not just there to stick on objectives and do mortal wounds back to you on the swing back when they die. You have to actually try and do damage with them. And I think for that purposes, I think, yeah, I agree that Cryptguard and Royal Beastflayers are much better. It's sad that Ushoran doesn't benefit from this, but that's probably wise given like his abilities of like 2 delusions at once and all that fight last nonsense he has going on. But yeah, like this Grand Court for heroic deeds plus the Chalice is like a pretty potent combo. Like if you weren't running Hollowmourne, you would definitely run into this.
All right, let's talk about Blister Skin. So Blister Skin, as we discussed in the Warscroll section, it says friendly abhorrence gain priest, not friendly Blister Skin abhorrence gain priest. So currently I'm assuming that's intentional. It could go either way, but the additional utility of giving Gormayne and Ushoran priest seems pretty fun to me. So they gain priest, which means you can also teach them prayers. So you can give them curse, guidance, heal, or any of the 3 prayers from the Feck book that we're going to talk about soon. But they can't cast spells and chant in the same turn. So you give up all your casting in order to chant. So this feels really bad if you're doing it with Ushoran or the Archregent, because you're giving up 2 spell casts, and the Archregent in particular is like, he's casting the most important spells generally, which are Deranged Transformation and Carrion Call, or the Chalice even. So giving up spells is pretty brutal. Now, the other thing Blister Skin gives you is Battle Line Crypt Flayers. And Crypt Flayers are a phenomenal unit, as we talked about earlier, and making them battle line is very good because they're actually not a very efficient unit. At 160 points, they're one of the more expensive units in the army. You always get value out of them, but because they're so expensive, being able to fill battle line slots is very, very useful. It's like bringing Tempesters and Hammers of Sigmar. Just having that unit as battle line to make it easier to fill battle line slots is a very useful thing. Priest is also a very good keyword in this army. So every list obviously wants the 5-up ward prayer, Charnel Conviction. You can still take a courtier with vestments, right? You can take other prayers like curse or heal or guidance. You could just take curse on every abhorrent. You just take the same list that you're playing in Hollowmourne, unless you're using, Crypt Horrors as battle line. You bring it into Blister Skin, and now you just have this ability to start chanting curse with all of your heroes instead of casting spells. And that can be very useful. You might think, oh, I'm giving up spells, this is awful. But you don't have to give it up with every single hero. It's on a case-by-case basis. Each individual hero can choose what they want to do. And if you have a forward abhorrent that has 6 deeds, you don't really necessarily, like let's say you're in a situation where you don't have very many useful spells to cast left, or there's another Archregent on the table that can cast those spells, or your opponent just has a very good unbinding in range, like if they're playing with Croak or Teclis or Nagash or something like that, or other strong unbinding, you can still generate deeds and get value out of these heroes, even in those scenarios, because prayers can't be stopped like spells can. It's strong enough, I think, to give every hero the priest keyword that you might even consider running a Warlord Battalion for a prayer enhancement, just to get the 5-up board and curse on every single hero and just have the most amount of tactical flexibility. And that's pretty cool. Flayer spam in particular, like this is how you do it. It would be in here that you make them battle line, you bring 4 units of 6. It's the most degenerate thing possible. I don't know if it's going to be very good, but oh man, it's going to suck to play against.
I mean, it's one of those things where it's like you can never overextend into them because the curse alone is going to kill you. Like they're just going to curse you to something and just like spam it to death.
Yeah, it's wild. Curse and Flayers together is a nasty combo. But yeah, Curse with Ghouls is also good. Curse with Beastflayers is good. Curse is just a really good debuff to have in this army.
Yeah, this army very much relies on volume. So like having Curse and volume is like, a no-brainer. Luckily, it's still always gonna be on a 4-up. I don't think they have any pluses to pray. They don't have any rerolls unless they take High Priest.
High Priest could actually come into play if you play Blister Skin, strangely enough.
Yeah, maybe.
Now, if you have a bunch of abhorrent priests, maybe what you might consider doing is swapping the Charnel vestments on the courtier. You're going to take a courtier anyway, and you're usually going to give them the Charnel vestments. They're the best artifact in the book. But in this subfaction, you might, since you've got, let's say, 2 or 3 abhorrent priests, maybe you just swap out for an Arcane Tome, and then your courtier is always unbinding spells. They're always casting Mystic Shield or Chalice. They're generating deeds, probably more reliably than with prayers. So that seems like a pretty good thing to have. Now, the downside is that, obviously, courtiers on their own get nothing from this. The Abhorrant Cardinal seems like he would fit into this subfaction because he is a priest, but he gets literally nothing out of it, so he's actually more worthless here than before. Flayers without the Hollowmourne damage bonus are very lackluster. You need to bring some kind of melee hammer as well. So I think Flayer spam is not great. Even when you run 2x6 Flayer, you want to make sure you still have like a pack of Morbheg Knights or Horrors or something alongside them. And finally, I have to say, prayers are not reliable. Even the 3-up prayers, you never ever make a plan of like, I'm going to get this prayer to go off and that's going to succeed this turn. Like, you have to treat prayers as a bonus, not as something that you rely on. And that is unfortunate. So overall, I think this is still playable and still good. There's no world where Battleline Crypt Flayers can be anything less than B tier. So I think it is noticeably worse than Hollowmourne and noticeably worse than Morgaunt, but it does still seem playable and good.
I agree as well, and it'd be one of those fun lists where if you just felt like running 2 units of 9 and a couple of the Gorewardens that you just go around jumping around the table, it would be quite fun. Not the most competitive, but still be fun.
I think after there's some point adjustments in this book, like if Archregent goes up, if Morbheg Knights go up, all of a sudden Blister Skin starts to look a lot more appealing if Flayers don't get touched. Because I think Flayers are in a good point value right now. Other things are a little too cheap, and all the things that Blister Skin doesn't feel like it's optimal, the Morbheg Knights and the Archregents, for example. Yeah, it would be nice if there were some point changes, and then Blister Skin could look better.
Yep. The Flayers don't need to be touched. If GW felt that the damage buff was too much, just up the cost of the Infernal, but don't increase the cost of the Flayers because they're not the ones that are increasing the damage.
And the final subfaction, Gristlegore Grand Court. So the terror of 2nd edition, when it would allow you to strike first with your general all the time. They had to errata it so it only worked on your turn. It's back in this edition. It is at the start of your combat phase, you can give any Gristlegore monster the strike first effect. So this is deceptively good. Because it makes you want to use a Terrorgheist Ghoul King or a Zombie Dragon Ghoul King, and they can strike first, and they can generate a couple deeds in the hero phase, and then we go into combat, the rider attacks, gets a couple damage in, and then something else attacks immediately. So you can charge with 2 units at a time and take no damage in return in the subfaction, which isn't something you can do in any of the other subfactions. Normally when you multi-charge, like you charge in 6 Flayers, 6 Knights, and 6 Horrors, one of those units is going to take a lot of damage before it gets to attack. With Gristlegore, that's not a problem because you can give your monsters that strike first. Now, this doesn't have to be a Ghoul King on Zombie Dragon. It could just be a regular Zombie Dragon, which becomes Battleline in this subfaction. And that value proposition is actually quite good. For 300 points, a fight first monster that comes out of reserve, moves d6 inches, breathes on stuff, and then charges in, roars something, and that all starts to sound really good and worth the point cost. Battleline Terrorgheist, I don't think are very good, but I am liking Battleline Zombie Dragons for sure.
I think Terrorgheist alone maybe isn't good, but I could see taking like 1 Abhorrant Ghoul King on Royal Terrorgheist just for the more wound output. Or just as like a distraction.
Yeah, you can just run that. You don't even have to run any of the other monsters. Just having fight first on the Terrorgheist, and then you have like 6 Morbheg Knights fight immediately. That's a really, really powerful combo. Because the Ghoul King on Terrorgheist hopefully will get to 6 deeds, and then immediately your Morbheg Knights all have Feeding Frenzy because they're attacking nearby.
Mm-hmm.
And potentially both of those, I guess the Terrorgheist can't come in from reserve, but the Zombie Dragon can come in from reserve, and the Gorewarden can pull the Morbheg Knights out of reserve. So you have both of these units come out with +1 run and charge, +2 on the Morbegs, and get a d6 move with Carry On Call. That's starting to look pretty scary. It's a lot of points, but it's a very powerful tactic. The monster buffs in Flesh Eater Courts are very good. Being able to take a command trait to revive stuff it sucks that it's a command trait. We'll talk about that later. But being able to just have the option is a very good thing. There's a +1 hit aura you can take on the Zombie Dragon. Zombie dragons just natively go into reserve, so you could actually make an army that has null deployment. There's just nothing on the table. You battle regiment, nothing on the table, force your opponent to go first, and then you come into play. Being able to summon back the Terrorgheist and Zombie Dragons with the command trait is really, really, really cool, because people generally have to overcommit damage to kill monsters, because monsters, unlike units, which let's say you have 4 Tempesters, you lose 3 of them, that unit is now doing a quarter of its damage. Whereas monsters are still taking up the same amount of space, still mostly doing the same thing, like some bracket harder than others, but for the most part, monsters are still there, still annoying, and still healing, especially in this army. You've got the Rampage that lets you heal D3 if you hit an infantry unit. There's the Ghoul King healing. There's Chalice. There's Bless This Meal. There's a lot of healing, and forcing your opponent to fully kill your monsters means an overcommitment usually, and then you just bring them back and do it all over again.
Yeah, it makes the trades inefficient for your opponent, which is good. This army actually has a pretty deceptive amount of healing. Like, it doesn't look like it, but it does.
Yeah, and you can mostly skip bringing courtiers in Gristlegore, because you could run just abhorrence, just bring stuff back, don't worry about mustering. I don't know if that's the best tactic right now, to skip courtiers entirely, because there is a battle tactic that is so good, you want to bring at least 1 courtier in every list. Yeah, other downsides. Ushoran has Hollowmourne, so unfortunately he cannot gain Strike First, because this one requires a Gristlegore monster. Although monsters are super fun, you still want to bring a combination of Serfs, Knights, and Courtier for battle tactic purposes. Monsters are very tactically limited, both in terms of battle tactics and just strategically. There's only certain things they can do. And if you play this subfaction and you bring these monsters, you'd think, cool, I get to put them in Wizard Finders, right? No, because when they lose Behemoth, when they gain Battle Line, they lose Behemoth, which means they are no longer an infantry, they are just a troop, and they can no longer go into Wizard Finders, which, that just annoyed me a lot when I found out about that. Because I was thinking, oh, cool, I can have, Wizard Finder Terrorgheist that can just fly around looking for those wizards and giving them a scream attack in the face. So, unfortunately, you can't do that. Overall, though, I think the monster package in this army is very good. Jesse, you've got a lot of experience playing Monster Truck Beastclaw. What do you think about the Flesh Eater Court version of that? Just all monsters all the time.
Well, one thing I would definitely say is that having the ability to bring back a monster that died is a wonderful thing. I have yet to try the Gristlegore list just yet, but I can imagine the terror your opponent has that once they kill one of your Royal Terrorgeist, or just even just Royal Terrorgeist, your Royal Zombie Dragon or Royal Terrorgeist, and then you just bringing it back with only 6 wounds taken on it, they're gonna go from a smile to a frown upside down.
Yeah, and the brackets start at 7, which means you're bringing back a full power unit. Unlike every other thing you can revive in the book, you bring back, half a squad of Beastflayers or half a squad of Morbheg Knights. This is a full Zombie Dragon or Terrorgeist, and with Carrion Call, they move basically and get into combat immediately. And breathe. The breath attack is actually, it can spike high. I played a game over the weekend where it did 12, I think 2 Zombie Dragons did 12 damage to Gobsprak with their shooting.
Yep, because that's the thing, right? It's spiky, but it's still possible.
Yeah, the next time they breathe, they're going to do 2 damage. Overall, Gristlegore is good. I think it's about as good as Blisterskin. There is no bad subfaction in Flesh Eaters. I think all 4 are good and playable, and that's great, because even if one of them ends up being the most competitive option and it gets nerfed, well, there's 3 other good subfactions to fall back on. And it's also great for casual pub nights at the local club. You just show up with a monster truck list, just bring a bunch of zombie dragons and have yourself a great time.
Yeah, it's just fun. All the subfactions are fun. None of them feel like, how should I put it? Anvil of the Helden Hammer. None of them feel like that.
Yeah, that's still the king of all of the worst subfactions in the whole game, right? There's nothing worse than that. Well, let's talk about command traits. These are split into Abhorrant or Courtier. First up, for an Abhorrant, you can take Shadowy Obfuscation, which means your general is not visible to enemies outside of 12 inches. Now, this is mostly not very useful, because you get Lookout Sir right now, which means you're just not visible to anything outside of 9 inches, if you've positioned correctly. This works even if you take a monster general, so that's probably the best case scenario right now. This also does block all things that require line of sight, not just shooting, like Lookout Sir does. So if your opponent's trying to kill you with spells or any kind of effects that aren't spells or shooting, this also stops those. But it's pretty marginal. Like, it's a good effect, right? Like, maybe if Lookout Sir gets changed or removed soon, then this would definitely see a lot more play, because preventing your heroes from getting sniped is very important in this army. But the way the game is right now, I think I'm going to pass on this one. It's strong, but just not good enough.
Yeah, same here.
This next one, Feverish Scholar, it seems like it wouldn't be the best, but I think this is the best command trait you can take in this army. You get +1 casting, unbinding, and dispelling all the time, and while the general has 6 deeds, you get +2 instead. So if you just have an Archregent with +2 cast, you shoot him up to 6 deeds right away in your first turn, with the throne casting 2 spells or 3 spells if you're going second. And then the heroic action, you can reliably get up to 6 deeds in 1 turn, and then the whole rest of the game until you summon back a unit, he has +2 to unbind every spell your opponent casts, dispelling and casting as well. It's really, really important for the spells in this army to go off. Any bonuses you can get to spell casting are very important. I feel it's like Cities of Sigmar has the same kind of problem right now, but unlike Cities, we actually have much more competent casters. Like, we don't have to take a subfaction and hurt ourselves in order to cast reliably. So yeah, Feverish Scholar is very, very good. It's very, very useful. I think it's gonna be the default pick on it, and with an Archregent General 90% of the time. It's that strong.
Yeah, well, especially when you have deranged transformations bonus effect only just being on a casting value of 10, not even unmodified. So whatever modifications you can get to get that bonus, so you can get it onto 3 different units, is very good.
Oh yeah, that's definitely worth pointing out specifically. All 3 Flesh Eater Court spells require casting. They have bonus effects if you cast on a 10 or more. And those bonus effects are worth fishing for sometimes. Like, Deranged Transformation is very good, but Crimson Victuals is also really good, doubling the damage output and then doubling the amount of units returned. That's really, really good. And then Master of the Menageries. You can summon back a monster that is not a hero with Summon Loyal Servant. So, very strong ability, obviously. I don't think I would take it outside of Gristlegore when you can efficiently take at least 2 of these monsters. Like, I don't think you're going to take 2 zombie dragons in a Hollowmourne list or anything like that. It kind of sucks that this is a command trait, because it means really the only time you're going to use it is when you're playing Gristlegore. And it feels like that either make this just something Gristlegore does and then balance the monsters around it, or just make it something the army has, and then you can cost the monsters appropriately. It feels bad that this is a command trait that you have to give up something to get it feels like it should be core functionality of the units. Regardless, just having access to it is very, very good. Reviving monsters is, reviving units is cool. Reviving monsters is very, very cool.
I don't think it'll see play outside of Gristlegore, but yeah, it is a good command trait. I like how they support, those playstyles.
Courtier Generals are more of a mixed bag, let's say. First up is Stronger and Madness. You get +2 wounds and a 5-up ward while you have 6 deeds. Now, +2 wounds is pretty good if you're trying to keep the General alive for Spellcasting Savant. Taking a Crypt Infernal from 6 to 8 wounds, that's pretty cool. Pushing a Varghulf from 8 wounds to 10 means you don't get Lookout Sir anymore, which I think just makes them worse, almost strictly worse. And courtiers themselves rarely have 6 deeds unless they get themselves into combat, because they're not casting enough spells. They're usually not the character you want sitting inside the throne. Yeah, I don't see a reason to ever take this. And then there's the possibility that it actually just makes your hero worse. I think this is really bad. I think F tier might be too harsh, but it really does feel completely useless. Cruel Taskmaster, on the other hand, is very good. Muster returns 2 serfs instead of 1, and you only need 1 deed to return a knight instead of 2. So this is basically doubling the efficiency of your muster. And the best case scenario I see for this is if you're running really, really heavy on knights, and you've got you've got your 2 Archregents, they're sitting there pumping Knights, and you just want even more recursion. Like, you've gone so heavy on Knights, you've got like 4 reinforced units of Knights. I could definitely see running a Courtier General to just make reviving them more efficient. Especially if you have a double reinforced unit, which I think for the most part people are going to use reinforced and not double reinforced. But if you are running double reinforced Flayers or double reinforced Horrors, then Cruel Taskmaster definitely seems like a good pick for it. The only problem
I feel
I
like
have,
this is the one a lot of new people will gravitate to, like in general.
yeah, because it's flashy and it's big, and I think a lot of new players will have trouble fully wiping out Flesh Eater Court units. I think more experienced players will know how to focus fire and position units ahead of time so that they can do that.
Mm-hmm.
But, you know, if you have a bunch of people who aren't like the top table competitive type players, it could be tougher to focus fire units, and then Cruel Taskmaster like just gets so much value, it's ridiculous. It could just win the game on its own. It's that good.
Yeah. But I think most of the time, I think this will be a good separation point. I think more experienced players will probably go for the plus to cast.
Agreed.
And I agree with Morgaunt. It's just because with newer people, it's easier management when it comes to the deed points. Because I feel like sometimes they might feel bad if they can only get to 5 deeds, and then they can only bring back, let's say, two knights compared to if they wanted to bring back 3, or they only got 1 deed point and they wanted to bring back a knight and they feel bad because they didn't get it off. So like I do agree with Morgaunt. It'll be good for the newer people that need to learn how to manage and actually get more easier deed points.
Mm-hmm. It's also good for experienced players as well. I don't want to give the impression that's only for newbies. This is also a good pick as well. And Savage Beyond Reason, your general gains exploding hit 6, explodes into 2 hits, or explodes into 3 hits if you have 6 deeds. So support heroes, which is what courtiers are, generally don't do very good damage, and also they don't want to get into melee, and also even if they do get into melee, they probably won't have 6 deeds, especially because the 6 deeds would happen after they attack for the most part, not before they attack. The only use case I could see for this is on a Varghulf, maybe. Like if the Varghulf ever gets cheap enough, you could run him like 120 points as a general and just give him more damage output. Like if you're running like a Gristlegore list that doesn't want to muster that much stuff, so you don't take Cruel Taskmaster, you just get like a slappy courtier. That's the only use case, and it's not a very good one. So I think it's like a D tier. It doesn't make your hero worse like the other one does. Looking at the universal command traits very quickly, I don't think any of these are really worth talking about, except for High Priest and Master of Magic. I think there is actually a use case for High Priest in Blister Skin armies, or just if you have a Courtier General with the vestments, and you want to make sure that you can reroll the 5-up ward prayer, or curse, or bless this meal if you have some gimmick list going on with that. Rerolling that 3-up to get the 5-up ward off is very good. That's like rerolling Translocate. It starts to get reliable enough that you can start to form plans around it. And earlier I was saying prayers aren't reliable. This makes them reliable enough. So I think there's definitely a use case for it in Flesh Eater Courts. It feels about as good as Cruel Taskmaster. It's probably worse than Cruel Taskmaster unless you have a list specifically built with a specific idea in mind. And in that case, I think it's a good pick.
Yep, especially for the people that are known to be prone to rolling those double ones and those ones when it comes to chanting.
Yeah. Master of Magic, Feverish Scholar exists. That's the problem, right? Is that Feverish Scholar giving you +1 or +2 in this season, because of how Primal Dice work, Feverish Scholar is almost strictly better. Master of Magic does give you the additional utility of re-rolling a miscast, which is cool. If Primal Dice go away, having a reroll available is a lot more reliable, but obviously we're stuck with Primal Dice until the next edition of the game comes out. So yeah, it's a good effect, it's just not good enough. Looking at the Antorian Locust command traits, first one is Shaman of the Chilled Lands, which is a very popular pick for a lot of armies right now. The general learns all the spells from the lore of Primal Frost, which is Merciless Blizzard, Hoarfrost, and Rupture. So Blizzard and Hoarfrost are 2 of the 4 spells this army really wants to cast, maybe 2 of the 5. So it's almost like a no-brainer to just teach your general those 2 things, because your general can then also have Deranged Transformation, and then you just have like a toolbox of stuff you can do with them. Rupture is also just good insurance in case you ever face a Kronspine, which thankfully seems to be extinct now. So yeah, Shaman of the Chilled Lands I think is S tier. I think it's on the same tier as Feverish Scholar. I think Scholar would be my default pick. But there's going to be a lot of scenarios where you just want that second Archregent. You want one in the back casting Carrion Call, and you want one up front casting Blizzard. So I think Shaman of the Chilled Lands can make for some more efficient list building. What do you guys think? Like Shaman versus Scholar, which one would you generally pick?
Probably Shaman of the Chill Lands. I think that's like having access to like Blizzard in this army is pretty good because the likelihood of you killing yourself with the ones or whatever is like pretty low. Because all your like Archregents and stuff are like 7 wounds or something. So.
That's true, and their healing happens in the hero phase, not at the start of the hero phase. So you can Blizzard, hurt yourself a bit, and then heal yourself up immediately.
Yep.
That's a good point. I hadn't actually considered how the return damage from that.
Yeah, and then also doing the chill lands on the Gorewarden wouldn't be if you choose to have him as your general with getting Morbheg Knights, because then that way, if you ever go second, he gets 2 casts, 1 to teleport himself into a better position, and then second, obviously you can't do Blizzard, but maybe you can get Hoarfrost off on Morbheg Knights or even a unit of Horrors, and then get them to charge in afterwards.
The teleport spell in the Gorewarden, I think a lot of people are sleeping on it. It's really good. These other command traits are not great. There's not much to say about them. First up is Eye of the Blizzard. At the start of your hero phase, on a 5-up, you gain a Primal Dice. So Primal Dice are really, really good in this army. Having the Primal Dice advantage over your opponent is a useful thing. But a 5-up, only on your turn, you're going to have a lot of games where this generates 0 Primal Dice, or it generates a Primal Dice on a turn where you couldn't have used it, or something. It's just not great. I would find other ways to get Primal Dice, like the Entorian Acolytes Battalion. Chill to the Bone. Once per battle, ignore a miscast on a 3-up. No, take Master of Magic instead. Eater of Magic. Every time you unbind on a 5-up, you forget the spell. So in Stormcast, I would consider this sometimes, because they have the Dispel Scroll and the Knight Incantor. They can take the Deus Arcanum to get bonus cast. Like, I'd consider this on a Slan, because they have bonuses to unbind. I wouldn't consider this in Flesh Eater Courts. Their unbinding's not very good, and you generally want to start the game with the Archregent out of unbinding range so that you can score Magical Dominance and cast Carrion Call as well. So, yeah, all of these are pretty bad, aside from Shaman of the Chilled Lands, which is an excellent command trait. Looking at the artifacts, first up is the Grim Garland. These are for abhorrent heroes. The Grim Garland gives enemies within 9 inches -1 bravery. That's really cool. It actually combos really well with a lot of stuff in this game, like Terror from Zombie Dragons. That makes it so they can't take Inspiring Presence, so they have to take Battle Shock tests. Ushoran has a permanent -1 stacking debuff. Crypt Flayers get a +1 to wound if you reduce enemy bravery down low enough. All of this is really cool. This also works with Blood Curdling Scream, which is... God, what is that? Is that the Terrorgheist Scream?
Yeah, it is.
So this basically gives you +1 damage on that Scream at all times, which is pretty neat. I think it's fine. I would mostly use this on like a faster Ghoul King on Terrorgheist or Ghoul King on Zombie Dragon kind of hero. I probably wouldn't put it on any of the foot heroes. And since those aren't terribly useful units right now, I think the best I can give this artifact is a B tier.
Yeah, like don't get it wrong. Like you could combo it with the monster mount monstrous rampage, where you get the -2, and then you can even give death armies or demons go straight to a 7 bravery.
Yeah, you're making demons run away. That's pretty neat. But that's all it is. It's just neat.
Yeah.
The Blood River Chalice, once per battle in your hero phase, you can heal 2d3. This is in addition to your normal D3 healing, and if you, for example, use Heroic Recovery or Chalice or Bless This Meal or anything. Again, I would probably put this on one of the bigger monsters if they're looking to get more defensive. The fact that it has to go until your hero phase means there's possibly some kind of like Terrorgheist tank build out there where you buff him up with +1 save, give him the 5-up ward, throw him into combat, and then, recover with Blood River Chalice afterwards. That probably exists. I don't know how useful it is for that point cost. Heart of the Gargant. Once per battle, you get +1 attack with all melee weapons, including mount attack. So obviously you wouldn't put this on a foot hero, but all the mounted guys, this is really cool. This is how you can get the Fang Maw up to 6 attacks. Combine this with the Mount Trait and Feeding Frenzy. You can get 6 attacks with the Fang Maw, re-rolling all of them, fishing for 6s, and every 6 does 6 mortal wounds. this is a scary amount of damage. And in my experience, the Terrorgheist and Zombie Dragon heroes don't live much past a turn. They're pretty lucky to get more than one turn of combat because people will immediately point all their guns and swords at them as soon as they get into combat. So once per battle is just fine. That's all you ever need with this hero. Generally don't need any more than that. This does also help your deed generation on that hero, for example, like getting an extra attack which does 2 damage. That could be the attack that goes through and gets you the 2 deeds that you need to get up to 6, to get Feeding Frenzy off, and then your other units after you strike first with Gristle Gore. But yeah, it's actually a good artifact. It's not bad at all. Courtier's artifacts are looking a lot better, I think. First up is the Medal of Madness. Once per round, you can issue a command for free as if you were the general. So this army definitely wants more command points. It is strapped for command points because it's using heroic actions to generate deeds and sometimes Finest Hour to prevent sniping or protect their heroes. So you're generally not getting the 4-up command point, and being able to just issue a command for free every single round is very useful. This could be a redeploy, an Unleash Hell, could be that extra all-out defense or the run 6, or yeah, it's pretty useful. Since you want to all-out attack with flayers and shooting and combat, you chug command points in this army, and there's not really any other way to generate extras. So I think this is actually worth considering. If it wasn't for the fact that it was competing with the Charnel vestments, I think this would see play.
I think this is an option if you decide to go Warlord, because putting this on, as you said, like the Infernal Courtier or even like the Haunter Courtier, it helps out.
The Flayed Pedant, you turn your hero into a Vexilor, you reroll charges wholly within 12 inches. So this is, again, saving you command points. I think this is worse than the other one. Like, yeah, you can reroll charges with multiple units, and you can fish for 7-up charges for the battle tactic we're going to talk about later. But the problem with this is the positioning requirement on it. You have to be wholly within 12 inches of the unit you want to reroll charges with, and heroes generally don't want to get that close to the front line. You want to keep them as far away as possible. You want to throw units forward, have them die, revive them on flanks, and charge immediately into stuff. That's how this army wants to play, and when you revive stuff, the heroes generally aren't going to be wholly within 12. They might be within 10 to muster, but that's about it. Like, you're not going to be that close to that unit. So it's got some problems with positioning, and overall, I think I'd rather just take the Medal of Madness instead. But either of those, I would not take over the Charnel Vestments. Charnel Vestments are like the best artifact in the book. The bearer becomes a priest, and then you teach them the 5-up word prayer. Yeah, that's awesome. Every list is going to bring a courtier. Every list wants the 5-up ward. It's a natural fit. You bring this in every list. This is the Arcane Tome from Stormcast. Like, this is what this army picks every time. Universal artifacts, there's nothing worth talking about except the Arcane Tome. It's got extra...
Even then, like, what would you give it to? Like a Crypt Hunter Courtier, that's it. But I don't think this army can... I don't know if this army goes Warlord. I think this army goes Bat Wrench.
I think you can go Warlord if you're running double Courtier, because then you get 1 Priest Courtier and 1 Wizard Courtier, and that Wizard Courtier is really useful. It could even be your General for Spellcasting Savant, because then you pick up Cruel Taskmaster.
I don't know about that. With like how deeds work and how fragile this army's otherwise units are, I don't think this army can afford to get doubled that easily.
It's not the best strategy, but it is certainly a lot more useful than all the other artifacts. It's definitely on the same tier as like the Medal of Madness, in my opinion. It's good, because Mystic Shield is a great spell in this army. The Chalice is a great spell. If you have any other endless spell, always having an Unbind on that hero is also a very useful thing. Just extra Unbinds are always good.
I feel like you're always going to have 3 spells in this army with the kind of list you build, and I feel like you don't need more than 2 or 3. Like, you're going to be Mystic Shielding, you're going to be doing the Abhorrant Archregent spell, and you're maybe going to be doing Chalice. Or Deranged Transformation, depending on like what the scenario is. Like, now, if you're not taking like a... Yeah, if you're not taking a surf-based list, you're not going to be taking Chalice. So it's most likely going to be Deranged Transformation, a move after teleport, or drop-down spell, and Mystic Shield. So
There's also Hoarfrost and Blizzard, though, which are nice to have. Even just for like having another Unbind in your list, I think it's really useful. Especially like an Unbind on a Marrowscroll Herald that can't be seen, so your opponent can't snipe them, and you just move them forward without worried. I think that's really cool. Let's talk about the Lore of Madness. There are 3 spells, 2 of which are very good, and one of which is... we need somebody to calculate the numbers on this. First one is Miasmal Shroud, cast on a 6, range 18. You pick an enemy unit and you roll 6 dice. If you roll doubles, they take a mortal wound. If you roll triples in any combination, they take -1 hit. And if you roll quads, they get -1 to wound. If you roll quads, obviously you get triples and doubles as well. But if you roll, for example, 2 triples, you don't give them -2 hit. So it works very well. It's cleanly written.
How many dice are you rolling? 9?
6.
8 if you get a 9. So assume you get it.
If you get a 10 or more, you get to roll 8 dice, which
Okay,
means you're
so-
guaranteed to get doubles. And then triples and quads are some percent chance that I can't possibly calculate. It's difficult.
I mean,
It's low. I think if I had to guess, I think it's like 30% for triples and like 5% for quads, something like that. This
four
does
of a
work.
kind on a dice, I think is like, I want to say it's like 2%.
It's very low
'Cause
on
on-
6 dice and not much higher.
Yeah, on 8
dice.
dice it's on 8 dice is on 6 dice it's yeah.
Now this does work on melee and shooting, and it lasts until your next hero phase. So if you're a gambler, this is actually a really potent spell. If you can get that -1 hit, -1 wound off, obviously insane. Even just -1 hit is a good effect. The problem is just a lack of consistency. You're already casting a spell. You've learned this spell. You're casting it, and so that means you haven't learned another spell, and you're not casting another spell. And this is too much of a trade-off because the other stuff you want to cast in this army is way, way better. So first up is Deranged Transformation, which is the most important spell in the book. It's Celestial Blades, but way better. Cast on a 6, range 24. You have to pick a friendly unit wholly within 24 inches, and it has to have less than 8 wounds, so you can't cast it on the monsters or the Varghulf or anything like that. That unit gains +2 move and +1 to wound rolls. So, awesome steroid. And the fact that if you cast it on a 10+, you get to pick 3 different units, this is probably the most important spell you need to cast for the most part. Maybe Carry On Call, depending on what units are coming into reserve, or out of reserve, or being summoned. But for the most part, this spell you want to cast every single turn. It's just really, really good to wound on 2s. And this does work on... Go ahead.
I was going to say exactly what you were just about to say there, was just it affects melee and shooting.
Yeah, it gets so much value on Flayers, on Morbheg Knights, on Horrors, on Royal Beastflayers. Ghouls, Ghouls can live without it. They don't really need it. But everything else just loves this buff. It's phenomenal. Crimson Victuals, cast on a 6, range 18. You pick an enemy unit within range. It takes D3 mortals, and then you get to pick a surf unit within 6 inches of that unit. And for each mortal wound you cause, you get to return a model. So this basically is like a super muster. It's potentially a 3 model muster. And if you're using Royal Beastflayers or Cryptguard, that's insane value. And if the casting roll is 10 or more, you get to heal 2d3 instead. So this could revive potentially 4 monkeys and 2 leaders from a reinforced unit of Beastflayers, which is insane value. And that's also dealing 6 mortal wounds to your opponent.
Yeah, even reviving Cryptguard, this thing is really good. Like, you're reviving 3 models with a 5 word. So
yeah, and because we talked about how important it is to how you revive stuff in this game. Reviving stuff in the hero phase and then reviving stuff in the movement phase. Those are in 2 different phases, so the movement shenanigans you can pull off with this are tremendous. It's really, really good. So excellent spell. Deranged Transformation and Victuals are both very good. Obviously, Victuals is only good if you bring Serfs. It's not useful for monsters or Ushoran or healing off knights or anything, but the Serfs are so good that you will probably end up using the spell at some point. Lore of Primal Frost. We talked about this when we talked about Shaman of the Chilled Lands. Obviously, Hoarfrost is an insane spell in this army. A lot of units hit on 4s. A lot of units have Rend 1. Fixing either of those is very, very good. Giving Cryptguard Rend 3 is insane. Giving Horrors 1+ to hit is nuts. Yeah, phenomenal buff. Not that hard to cast, on an 8. If you usually take Primal Andorian Acolytes, you'll probably get this off. Very strong buff. Very, very good. Not great on Morbheg Knights, but can't have it all. Rupture, never learn Rupture. That's enough said. You don't need to learn it. It's fine. Merciless Blizzard.
No.
Blizzard has a fantastic buff in the fantastic spell in this army because it's one of the only sources of direct damage in the hero phase that you can deal, and opponents will have to crash into your undead castle at some point, and you can punish them for that with a forward Archregent or Gorewarden. Just casting Blizzard into them as like a defensive measure. Like they charge into you and you shotgun blast them.
Yeah, outside of the Terrorgheist, this army doesn't really have mortal wounds either. So outside. So this is like a spell that can really turn the tide as like a counterattack measure if they overextend into you.
And in a Hail Mary scenario, it might also score you a battle tactic.
Yes.
Priest Scripture, the Rites of Delusion. This has to be any priest, including unique units. You can see they've accounted for the fact that unique units can pray in this army. First up is Bless This Meal. Chance on a 3, range 18. Pick an enemy unit in range. Each time a model is slain, you heal a wound from a feck unit within 6 inches of that unit. So this is not return a model. This is only healing. So this only works for things with more wounds. Really good on monsters. Like if you're running a Gristlegore monster list, this is a good prayer to chant because they come into play with 6 wounds allocated. You chant this on whatever they're about to attack before they come into play. You revive them. They carry on call up. They charge in. They kill stuff. They're fully healed. It's great. There's a bit of weirdness with the wording on this ability. It seems to last forever, like for the rest of the game, and it also stacks with itself. So if you have two turns back to back, you can chant this prayer on the same unit twice and potentially just keep healing off of it. I don't know if either of these are intended. It seems like the kind of thing that an FAQ might fix. But it's good, especially if you're running Ushoran. Like Ushoran chanting this for himself in Blisterskin is hilarious. You can severely wound Ushoran. He can get down to like 2 or 3 wounds, and then he just picks any unit nearby, Bless This Meal, and charges in, and just clubs his way back up to full health. It's really, really funny.
Oh, yeah.
The Summer King's Favor, chance on a 3, range 18. A Feck hero gains a deed each time they slay a model. So you might think, well, isn't that what you get already with deeds already? Like, you go in, you kill stuff, and then you get deeds. So what's different about this? Well, this works on all sources of damage from that hero. So magic, shooting, melee, everything. So Crypt Infernal Courtier can bless himself if he has the vestments. And then when his shooting attack kills stuff, he generates deeds from that. When he charges into melee, he generates deeds from that. Every single source of damage generates deeds. Let's say you bless a Ghoul King on Terrorgheist, or a Ghoul King on Zombie Dragon. Their breath attack can kill models, and then that would generate enough deeds to trigger, potentially trigger Feeding Frenzy before you charge into combat. So it's actually better than it seems, but it's like the 4th prayer I would learn in an army. Like, I can't imagine myself actually putting it into a list. Maybe if you're running Blisterskin with a Ghoul King on Terrorgheist, maybe he might do that on himself. Maybe. Stretching here.
I mean, it's a bit of an ask, but sure.
Yeah. Charnel Conviction, you get a 5 aboard. It's the best prayer. Easy. This is easily the best prayer in the book. I hope you play with Mystical Terrain so you can make that a 2+. If you get the... Yeah, it's actually called Mystical Terrain. So, if you're not playing with terrain rules, start using them, because it makes prayers feel a lot better when they're on 2+ instead of 3+. That's all there is to say, right? It's the best prayer, 5 aboard.
I wish we had it. That's all I can say.
That would be nice.
And our prayers are pretty good. Like,
yep. All right, mount traits. First up, for the Zombie Dragon, you get these 3. First, you get to buff the rend on your missile weapon, which is actually pretty good. The missile weapon can spike and do crazy high damage. If you are running a Zombie Dragon hero, you could easily get all-out attack in the hero phase and in the shooting phase, or in the melee phase as well. This could be on 2s and 3s, or 2s and 2s if you're playing against monsters and you use the Delusion, or if Gormayne judges something. So this could all be 2s, 2s, Rend 2, which is pretty good. The problem is that it's just not as good as the Venerated Zombie Dragon mount trait, I think. But Rend 2 Breath on this is good. Don't sleep on it. It's a very good effect. This army has trouble with armor, and anything that can give you Rend 2 should immediately be looked at. You shouldn't discount it. Death from the Skies lets you set him up in reserve like he's a regular Zombie Dragon. This can trigger Carry on Call. The problem is that as a hero, you want to be on the table in the hero phase. You want to cast, you want to chant. I guess it does protect you from damage, which is very useful. Like it's like having the Shadowy Obfuscation guaranteed for a turn. It's good, yeah. But personally, I'm going to take Venerated Zombie Dragon, +1 hit for all monsters wholly within 12 inches of this unit. So this is a crazy damage steroid. It makes like the Monster Mash list super fun to play. even if you just run the Zombie Dragon hero and you give himself +1 hit in the hero phase, or sorry, in all phases of the game, you save a ton of command points. You can still all-out attack your Flayers, and this guy can also breathe. It's just really good. And then each Zombie Dragon you bring on top of this just gets more and more value. So I think this is probably the best mount trait in the book.
For me, from playing the 6 monsters list in Ogres, this would be absolutely phenomenal. Being able to get attacks that are normally hitting on 4s to hitting on 3s. The damage difference is significant.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it not only saves you command points, but there's a lot of situations where you just can't issue all-out attack to units. Either you want to use all-out defense, or you don't have command points, or you literally can't issue commands because they've blocked it in some way. This just happens. You can't stop it. The Terrorgheist mount traits are also very good. First up is Gruesome Bite. You get +1 attack with the Fanged Maw, and that's the attack you want. Yeah, it's really, really good. There's not much more to say. You bring the Terrorgheist so you can bite things. More bites, more good. Horribly Resilient. Instead of healing D3, you heal 2d3. So this works even in combat, unlike Heroic Recovery, and it can add up to a significant amount of healing if you stack it with the Rampage that heals you for D3, and then the Chalice on top of that. So if you're just sitting there and grinding your way through combat, there could be some kind of like Tank Geist build where you give him the 5-up ward, you give him Mystic Shield. He takes this mount trait, which doesn't have any kind of opportunity cost for artifacts or anything like that. You generally don't bring multiple heroes that could take mount traits. So I think that build could probably work. And then Morbheg Swiftness, you can retreat and charge. It's unbelievably good. Like, especially on a 14-inch flying move monster that does these crazy mortal wound spikes. Yeah, it's really good. Really, really good. Also, for battle tactic purposes, it's really, really useful. You can fly over enemies while you're stuck in combat and then charge into other units. It's phenomenal. It's so hard not to call it S tier. It's just, I think the Zombie Dragon giving +1 hit aura is just stronger overall. It makes better lists. And this also competes with Gruesome Bite. I think they're both kind of really good. Like, all of these are good. There's no bad choice here. Section 3, match play. We use a different ranking system here. We use the same terminology because there are no opportunity costs. You just have all the battle tactics, right? There's no choice here. You do have to pick one grand strategy, so we are going to rank them against each other. But for the most part, the way we talk about battle tactics is an S tier tactic is you will reliably score this in every game. There's either very little dice rolling involved, or you're just gonna have such an easy time doing it. It's very reliable. A tier is like, you'll usually get it. Sometimes it's not the right situation to get it. You know, there could be like your opponent's done something that makes it really, really difficult to do this all of a sudden. But for the most part, it's really reliable and you'll get it. And then that scales all the way down to F tier, which is, again, you're not going to score it. Don't bother. You can just forget that it exists. So looking at the Flesh Eater Court battle tactics first, we've got Screamed to Death, which is a sick name. It's just great. You can pick an enemy unit and you destroy it with screams from Flayers, the Infernal Courtier, or Terrorgheist. Now this can be any enemy unit anywhere on the table, any number of models or wounds or anything. There's no other restriction like so many other battle tactics. Just
kill Scream.
Yeah. This is one of the reasons we've considered Flayers to be an S tier unit, because this tactic is just a freebie. At some point, you will scream something off the table. Even if it's a screen or a support hero or something. You will scream at something and kill it.
Yep.
Valiant Slaying. Pick an enemy monster. You have to destroy it with attacks from an abhorrent. Now, this is really hard to do unless you have a monster abhorrent, so like one of the Ghoul Kings on monsters or Ushoran.
Is Ushoran? Yeah.
He is an abhorrent, so he can score this.
I mean, it's very doable, I think. I think, like, especially if you weaken the monster and you see an opportunity, go for it.
Yeah, you can scream at it first and then finish it off with an abhorrent. It's not impossible to do it with a like Gorewarden or Archregent. It's just very difficult and unreliable, and you don't want to charge stuff necessarily.
Yeah. I mean, if you have a Sharon, this becomes very unlockable because that guy can crawl.
It's like It's like when you run Karazai and there's another monster, you're like, okay, Karazai is going to kill that monster.
Yep.
Overrun. Every enemy unit is within 3 inches of a friendly Flesh Eater Court unit at the end of the turn. So this means at least one enemy unit has to be alive, and your units or the enemies may not survive that long. Because when Flesh Eaters hit things, they generally kill it, and when Flesh Eaters get hit back, they generally die. So it's just really tough to do this, especially if your opponent has like a multi-model unit and they pull models out of 3 inches and then you just fail your tactic immediately, because every enemy unit has to do this. I could see this being done as like one of the last rounds of the game. There's very few units left. You charge with like 1 model in range to attack, and then the rest aren't in range. Yeah, it's not great, but it's still better than some of the Stormcast battle tactics, so we can say that. The Glorious Feast. Every friendly unit, including your allies, not just Flesh Eater units, have to be wholly within 12 inches of a Flesh Eater Court hero that has 6 deeds. So as there's fewer units on the table, this gets more doable. So this could be like a round 5 pick. You've got like 3 units left. You're just trying to find some tactic you can scramble to do. Cool, I'm going to get to 6 deeds with a hero and then put all my units near it. The problem is you need to get to 6 deeds and then not spend them. And that's exactly what you want to do with deeds. You want to be spending them as much as possible, because spending them means you're gaining value out of them. And doing it efficiently is the key to playing this army. So this is a very bad tactic, because it encourages you to do the opposite of what you're supposed to do. And tactically, that's very, very limited, let's say. The Lance formation, really digging deep on that Bretonian flavor in this army. 2 or more knight units have to charge, and each one of them rolled a 7+, which is modified. So if you pick the +1 run and charge delusion, that feeds into that. Morbheg Knights get +1 to run and charge all the time, so that feeds into that. It is random, which is why it's not S tier. Like normally just charging 2 units to score a tactic, you don't have to survive the combat. They can die, the opponent can die. Like the only condition is you have to charge, and that's a really easy tactic. The problem is that it has to be a 7+. So it is random. You can offset that randomness by including multiple knight units. There is a command to reroll. Yeah, it's not terrible. I think it's actually pretty good. Like I gave it A tier. I think I would score it more often than I would score something like Led into the Maelstrom, because this army really doesn't want to charge heroes, and you generally wipe out stuff that you attack. So I would prefer this one, and I usually have lists that have 2 or 3 or 4 knight units. So I think it's A tier, but what do you guys think?
I agree. Unless you're doing just like ghoul spam, but at that point you're losing out on a few tactics, as we'll see with what's coming up. But yeah, it's definitely a very good option.
Yeah, I agree with that. It's an option. If you're running 2 units of like, I mean, you're gonna be running 2 units of knights. Like that's not like I feel like most lists are.
Yeah, at the very least, it's like 6 Morbhegs and 6 Flayers.
The fact that it's modified makes me a lot more happier about it, because it's like if I run a list with Ushoran, I can practically guarantee this, because it means I have to like roll a charge roll of a 5, basically.
Yeah. Now, charging multiple units in this army isn't ideal, because like I said, 1 unit's going to get hit back before it can attack. And that sucks. But depending on how you built your list and how the combats are set up, this I think is a very doable tactic. The lack of restriction.
I mean, it also doesn't need to be the same unit. You could have like a unit charge on a flank against like something that doesn't do a lot of damage.
Yeah, for sure. But then you're dedicating a knight unit to a flank. I don't know how useful that is. It's definitely not an S tier tactic. It's somewhere A or B. I think A is fine for now. We'll see how it plays out.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I definitely agree. I definitely agree with A. Because like even to like as we were saying about like the double charge, like you could even just, if you have like let's say like two horrors left in a unit, and you have a unit of 6, you just charge both. You know that unit of 6 is gonna die, and you can just bring it back possibly the next turn into a better spot.
Yeah, it's not the tactic you always want to do, but there's usually safe times to do it. The Ties of Chivalry. Pick an objective your opponent controls. Take control of it with at least one of each of the following: Serfs, Knights, and Courtier. So 3 different units have to contest the objective, but that's it. That's all you have to do. Just take control of an objective your opponent has, using the 3 units that every list is going to have. This is a reason you want to make sure you have at least 1 Serf in your list, even when you're playing something like Gristlegore or Hollowmourne. You want to make sure you have Serfs and Courtier in every list. The only time this is difficult is if you're bringing like a Gristlegore monster truck list. then you lose out on this tactic, which sucks because this tactic is so easy to do and so reliable. There's actually no dice rolling involved in scoring it aside from just taking control of an objective normally, which is very easy to do in this army. You can always outnumber armies. You can always kill stuff. This army stands on circles very well. Talking about universal tactics, I think the easiest one to do from the General's Handbook for this army is Intimidate the Invaders, because there's so many fast units, there's so many units you want to stick on flanks anyway to score Surround and Destroy. It seems like at every single game you will score Intimidate the Invaders at some point. I suppose I should explain what it does. You have to have more units wholly outside your territory than there are within your territory. So those units don't have to be on the battlefield when you declare this tactic. So you could just summon Loyal Servants to bring back a destroyed unit and have it count outside your territory. Now, this is obviously battle plan dependent, but I think it's fine. Like, I think you'll score this every single game you play Flesh Eaters. And there's very little dice involved because everything in the army can be so fast. Like, Flayers and Morbhegs and summoned units all easily get out of your territory. So I'm going to give this one the S tier. Reprisal. You have to destroy an enemy unit that destroyed a friendly general earlier in the battle. So you never want to score this if you're running Spellcasting Savant, which is, I think, the best grand strategy right now. What we could do is like purposefully lose your Abhorrent General, and then later Gormayne can judge that unit to give it +1 damage against it. If you're not running Spellcasting Savant, it's just, you never want to score this, but it's the kind of thing where, yeah, sometimes you get sniped out and, oh, the Vexillor banner killed me. Cool, I can kill that Vexillor later to score a battle tactic. It's the kind of thinking you have to have.
You're easier off scoring this if you have Ushoran in your list, just because with him being War Master, you could possibly plan this around when it comes to list building. But that's to the extent of it.
Yeah. Endless Expropriation. Destroy an enemy that's bonded to an endless spell or an incarnate, or make it its incarnate wild. Lookout Sir does protect units from shooting, but not from this army's shooting. Every shooting attack in this army is less than 12 inches, so you can reasonably snipe out small heroes that are bonded to endless spells. Bigger stuff, like if they've got like a tech list that's bonded to a Rune of Petrification, that can be a lot tougher. They can Finest Hour, they can have other buffs. So overall, I don't consider this tactic very often. Usually I don't want to kill the heroes that are bonded to endless spells. I just want to dispel them and get rid of them. Not high on my priority list to kill support heroes with Flesh Eater Courts. I'm usually more concerned about killing the things that are going to kill my units. Magical Dominance. Cast at least one spell and have none of your spells unbound. So this is... most armies score this. Whoever's going first usually scores this. Right? Players will deploy heroes out of unbinding range of the other army. There will always be at least one wizard out of range, and whoever's going first scores it. If you're playing a lot of drops, and your opponent forces you to go first because they don't want to get doubled by Feck, because Feck doubles really hurt, then this is a freebie. You will pretty much always score this. However, there's a lot of situations Flesh Eaters will build for Battle Regiment and force the opponent to go first, in which case this becomes a lot riskier, because if any heroes are in range to unbind all of your wizards, it's really, really risky to try to score this. However, there are still spells you can cast while out of unbinding range pretty reliably, so you could have like a forward Archregent and then a back Archregent. The guy in the back can cast Carry on Call and Deranged Transformation, and then you just give up casting everything else, and you still cast it. You still get the tactic. Yeah, I think it's a strong tactic. You're going to score it most of your games. It's not always every single time. This is the scenario, score Magical Dominance. But it's a strong enough tactic that you'll get it most of the time. Magical Mayhem. You have to pick an enemy unit and destroy it with spells or endless spells. So this is probably not going to happen, right? I think the only direct damage spells you have are Crimson Victuals, Blizzard, and endless spells. I don't know if Ushoran's spell triggers this. I'm pretty sure it doesn't. If you make an enemy model kill another enemy model, I don't think that would trigger this. So pretty bad tactic for Flesh Eaters overall. Bait and Trap, you have to retreat with 2 units and then charge with 2 units, and they have to be different units, so 4 units total. Morbheg Knights and Terrorgheist can retreat and charge, which does make it easier to keep pressure up on the board while you're still scoring this tactic. The hard part of this tactic is just having 2 units survive combat, which is usually the units which have the 5-up ward and Mystic Shield, and you want them in combat. You don't want to be retreating with them. So it can be tough, because, yeah, a lot of times you'll either completely die and you won't have an option to retreat units, or you want to be stuck in combat and you don't want to retreat them. So that's why I'm ranking this one C tier. It might be B tier. It might be a little bit better than that. Led into the Maelstrom, a hero in a battle line charge, at least one of those is still in combat at the end of the turn. Here is where the Gorewarden's speed really is an asset. Helping to score this tactic is great. It's, if charging a hero in this army is not ideal, but if you have something like a Ghoul King on Zombie Dragon or Terrorgheist or Ushoran, which want to get into combat, then it's a better tactic. So I think overall it averages out to about a B tier. And finally, surround and destroy. You have to pick 3 units, which means they have to be on the battlefield when you pick them. They can't be in reserve or destroyed. They must be within 6 inches of different edges of the battlefield, and at least 2 of those units must be wholly outside your territory. So, pick 3 units, move them on the edges of the battlefield. Cool. Monsters are on 130 mil bases in this army, which means they can score this. Unlike Karazai, for example, who is on a huge base, he cannot score this ever. You can also teleport the units onto the battlefield edges with the Gorewarden, and because the Gorewarden has to go with that unit, for example, if you cast this on 3 Flayers, and then the Gorewarden and the Flayers teleport into a corner, that could count towards 2 battle edges. So that's doable. And you can summon units into play near the table edges, and then in future rounds score this battle tactic. You can preemptively revive, for example, 5 Royal Beastflayers from a unit of 10, and then all they do for the rest of the game is score, surround, and destroy. And that is honestly a good use of 6 deeds from an Archregent. So, great tactic, very doable.
Here's a weird interaction question. So, like, for example, let's say you start off by saying you're going to do surround and destroy. You do it to a unit that let's say has like maybe 1 model in it. Your opponent has Maelstrom. You don't unbind Maelstrom, and if Maelstrom goes off, killing that 1 model. In the end of your hero phase, you bringing that unit back because it counts as an identical. Would they still count for surround and destroy, or would that be canceled out?
No, it wouldn't work because the unit you bring back is a new unit that's added to your army. It is a replacement that's identical to the previous one, but it's not the same unit. It is a different unit.
Okay, thank you.
Yep, the identical refers to loadout. If it has... It doesn't gain any enhancements. It doesn't gain any battalion bonuses. It's just in terms of like war gear and things like that.
Okay.
Looking at grand strategies, the Flesh Eater Court grand strategies are not good, to put it bluntly. First one is legendary exploits. At the end of the battle, 3 or more heroes have to have 6 deeds on them. You generally don't run more than 3 or 4 heroes in this army, and you don't want to hold on to your deeds, and you don't want to be in a situation where you're scrambling to generate deeds at the end of the battle, especially because your opponent will be actively trying to kill your heroes, and as soon as you have this grand strategy, they are heavily rewarded for killing your heroes. So you don't want to incentivize that at all costs. Really bad grand strategy. Maybe if you run some kind of like if Varghulfs get cheap enough that you can run them as hammers, I could maybe see that. You just bring 6 heroes in a list and cool, like it's okay. For how we're building lists right now, I don't see myself ever picking it. Expand the kingdom. At the end of the battle, a friendly abhorrent is wholly within enemy territory, and the enemy general is not. So basically, this means you have to kill the enemy general and keep at least 1 abhorrent alive, and then move it into enemy territory by the end of the game. So Ushoran does count for this. Gorewarden counts for this. Getting into enemy territory can be difficult depending on the battle plan. Ushoran's huge base can be difficult to get you wholly within enemy territory. So there's a lot of things that have to go right for this. You also have to keep at least 1 abhorrent alive all game long, which is not guaranteed by any means. So I probably would not pick this one either. The only one of these 3 I would consider is Defend the Throne. At the end of the battle, the Charnel Throne is garrisoned by a Flesh Eater Court heroes and has no enemies within 6 inches. So if you just stick your throne in the back corner, you sit there with like Gormayne or an Archregent casting Carrion Call, yeah, really easy grand strategy. However, in a lot of other scenarios, an opponent will just like with a Mangler Squig, they will just fly 100 inches across the table and roll a 3 up to smash your throne, and then you just can't score your grand strategy anymore. So yeah, that's not ideal. And you also don't want to limit yourself tactically to say, I will never put my throne on the front line. It's not just the fact that it can be smashed by monsters. Having no enemies within 6 inches Yeah, sometimes you want your throne in the front line to deny the battle shock thing. So this is the best of the three, but I don't think it's anywhere like S or A. I think it's like a B tier kind of thing. It's doable, but I'm not excited about it.
If I find it's an option if you're not choosing one of your generals to be a wizard. That's pretty much why I find that it's there.
Yeah, if you're not taking Spellcasting Savant, this is a secondary choice. Well, let's look at the ones from the General's Handbook. I think the only one worth talking about is Spellcasting Savant. Your general has to be a locus and alive at the end of the battle. So Archregent, Gorewarden, a Courtier with Arcane Tome, like a Marrowscroll Herald, all of these are the valid picks for it. Obviously, keeping a 5 to 7 wound hero alive is not ideal. It's not a great grand strategy. All of the other ones are just trash. We've talked about them with other army reviews and with Stormcast to death, so I don't think it's even worth our time to talk about them. Spellcasting Savant is the only one. Everything else is just not great. So, putting all these pieces together, as we talked about everything over the past couple months now, we're getting into the list building section of our review. So we've decided to have at least one list for each subfaction, because all of the subfactions look pretty fun. And the first one here is for Morgaunt. So here I've decided to go with an Antorian Acolytes Battalion, which has double Archregent, as we discussed throughout the review. It seems very good. The goal here is just swarming the board with Cryptguard, Beastflayers, and Ghouls, with the Chalice and Crimson Victuals to revive a bunch of them. The Charnel Vestments on a Marrowscroll Herald makes them all very tough. 20 Beastflayers with a 5-up ward, 30 Cryptguard with a 5-up ward. All of this is a solid core. I managed to squeeze in 3 Crypt Horrors as well, so if I ever want to Horfrost them with the Gorewarden down in the Vanguard Battalion, that's an option. They can always spike high and do a lot of damage. I've also brought in a pack of Morbheg Knights, 6 Morbheg Knights with a Gorewarden. So this is a 4-hero setup, and I think somewhere like 3 or 4 heroes is what you want to do. Personally, I'm leaning towards running single Courtier these days. Anytime I run double Courtier, it doesn't feel great. It always feels like I never generate enough deeds, and I never generate enough spells or prayers or anything. Maybe if you're running like a Warlord Battalion to give them like both Courtiers, Arcane Tome and the Vestments. But yeah, this is there's a lot of like the good stuff in here, right? Like Reinforced Beastflayers are good, Morbheg Knights are good, Chalice with all of these units is good, Double Regent is good. I'm still workshopping this one. I think this is the 3rd iteration of this one, and this is what we're shipping it with. The whole concept here is a 30 block of Cryptguard holding the center, while Morbheg Knights, Beastflayers, and Horrors can control the rest of the board. And you've got enough good stuff with the Feverish Scholar, just grinding your opponent down. That's the goal. So yeah, it's been working out pretty well in playtesting. Very resilient to shooting and magic and most forms of melee combat. If you have like, the hardest hitting stuff, that can still kill Cryptguard. But once the Chalice is up, like it's over. Like if the Chalice stays up for a turn, opponents cannot charge into this army. So the trick here is just finding a nice wall to put the Chalice behind and then fighting in front of that wall so your opponent can't get around it to dispel. Generate tons of deeds with Morgaunt, get the double reinforced Cryptguard. It feels good, even though it is 5-drop, which is not ideal. There's just too many units that I wanted to include. Spellcasting Savant is the grand strategy of choice. It will be the default unless you have a reason not to. Has to be a very good reason. All the other grand strategies are very bad. And you can see the model count is just huge. 103 models, 154 wounds. This is like a Soul Blight army that can actually hurt you and not just sit there and die.
And it's pretty durable with the 5 wards all over the place on most things.
Mm-hmm. Yep. And,
or like the big blocks, anyway, yeah.
And with the option to bring the Knights in from reserve, I feel like it retains the tactical flexibility. It's not like one of those lists that just moves up, doesn't get onto the objectives first, and then can't get onto them. Because it has that reserve available, it doesn't get blocked out of that strategy. All right, we have 2 different Hollowmourne lists. Jesse, I believe this first one is yours. Why don't you run us through it?
With this one, I just feel that with the bonuses you get from deranged transformation and kind of how badly you want your spells to go off, and to be able to unbind the certain enemy spells because of the amount of like unbinds you'll have with, especially my list having the 2 Archregents, so you'll have 4. So the Feverish Scholar, and then all 3 see the Acolytes to be able to get the extra primals. But so I have the 1 general with the Feverish Scholar, Deranged Information, having spellcasting Savant as my grand strategy, so that way he's gonna be the one sitting in the back, basically sitting on the throne, generating the deeds, spending the 6 whenever he does get it and there's a unit dead. The second one has Hoarfrost because I do not have a Gorewarden with me, so this one's going to be kind of running up with the horrors, giving one of them hopefully -3 rend or +2 to hit. +3 helps as well because you can still modify that to 2s. But then for kind of like the core battle line, I have the 2 units of 20 ghouls that I can use as screens. Another, and then 20 unit of Royal Beastflayers. Those guys, I just been in love with those guys. 28 wounds, the damage that they can cause, being able to basically neuter a monster if your opponent has one and if you have it in a good position. I have the Marrowscroll Herald with the Charnel Vest and then 5 board to be able to give it to one of my screens turn 1, or even a unit of horrors if I feel like it. Then I have the Infernal Courtier. So he's basically there because I have another unit of the six Flayers. That way I have access to generally all of the FEC battle tactics, making it a little bit easier to be able to score. And then the Chalice to be able to essentially revive the Beastflayers. This might not be as necessary in this list, but if I have the Royal Beastflayers with the 5 aboard, and then they're able to survive a combat with giving them Mystic Shield, and then having the Delusion at +1 save, all of defense, giving them basically a 4-up, potentially unrendable, depending on what my opponent has. So being able to bring them back up to almost full is definitely quite useful.
Yeah, it's such a strong combo that I think most lists are going to end up using 20 Beastflayers and Ushoran and the Chalice. It's just so potent. And then once you have that, you're like, well, what about 20 more Beastflayers? And what about 20 more Beastflayers? Like, it's starting to be a problem, huh?
It's a disease, literally.
Yeah.
I really like this list. The only change I'd probably make is I would switch out 120 ghouls for maybe 3 Morbheg Knights.
Yeah, that's true. You could do that because you have your battle line filled.
Yeah, and just as like run it as like a either early flank killer or some kind, or like, you know, run it as like a distraction, or run it wide as a screen, turn sideways, whichever one works.
The problem I face is that the 2 games I have played with this list, both of them were against Iron Jaws with 2 6 units of pigs. Yeah. And I do have to say, Flesh Eater Courts are not, unless you're a single drop, Flesh Eater Courts is going to have troubles against Iron Jaws, because Iron Jaws, if they get the double against you, you are basically shaking your opponent's hand at that point. There's not much, unless you're specially built, like I think like the list that Paul showed with the Cryptguard. Having those guys, having a big unit of 30, you have a chance of basically surviving the smash and bash, and then you can get them kind of off balanced. But with the army I was against, it's Feka, I think, is just gonna have a hard time against Iron Jaws. So like that's why I kind of have the 2 screens.
I don't know if I agree with that, with like especially this list, because they're not going to deal enough charge mortal wounds to clear any one of these screens, and the entire army of Iron Jaws is 1-inch reach. Like, even the Maw Crusher, I definitely think it only has 1-inch reach. And so you can easily do is like tag them into combat by putting your Crypt Horrors and Flayers like right on like 2.5 inches, let's say. You know?
Yep. And that's the thing. Like I've only played the 2 games, so it's still me trying to figure out their. I mean, like I'm used to playing 6 monsters, so I'm still adapting to that. I'm currently playing Beast of Chaos, so I'm slowly adjusting to the different playstyle of having to move more than just 6 models at a time. But it's a good uphill battle. I'm enjoying it.
Well, I'm going to agree with Morgaunt. I think swapping out the ghouls for Morbheg Knights would be good here. And in particular, in the Ironjawz matchup, what you can do with the Morbheg Knights, because they're so fast and flying, your opponent forces you to go first. You just run them into his face, and then all of his Mighty Destroyers has to be charges into that unit rather than moving freely. Nothing else in this list can really do that except for the Crypt Flayers, and you don't want to throw the Crypt Flayers away, but you can throw away 3 Morbheg Knights, and then reviving them, like they're the best unit to revive in terms of movement tricks. So, yeah, I think swapping the ghouls out for Morbheg Knights would be good here.
Plus, it really, once you run them into their face, it really neuters. If they do get a double, you still know what the range of their movement is going to be. Like, it limits how much they can move all across the battlefield.
Yeah, it turns a double into a single.
Another turn. Yeah. Mm-hmm. No, it makes sense. I like that, actually.
All right, I have submitted a Hollowmourne list here as well. My goal here was to fit it into a battle regiment, and then make the best version of the battle regiment list that I could. That was the only goal. There's no other consideration. And let's see what I ended up with. So I ended up with a Marrowscroll Herald General who took Cruel Taskmaster with investments and the 5-up Board Prayer. That's good stuff. Archregent with Deranged Transformation, good stuff. Gorewarden to have the option to bring in Morbheg Knights from reserve. He's got Hoarfrost, so after he comes out of reserve, he can start buffing stuff, or if he's on the table, he can buff stuff up. When you play Hollowmourne, you want to bring Reinforced Knights, so there are 2 units of Reinforced Crypt Horrors and 2 units of Reinforced Morbheg Knights. 20 Crypt Ghouls fill out the battle line, and then you have the points left over to slot in a Zombie Dragon. Which is a really fun thing to do in a battle regiment list, because it gives you an additional reserve that you can put in with 6 Morbheg Knights and the Gorewarden, or you can just put the Zombie Dragon into reserve and your opponent is already worried about that. Like, you want to keep as many units on the table to use the heroic action as possible. So you don't have to put the Gorewarden in reserve here. You can, you don't have to. Zombie Dragon fills that niche just the same. It's like a low... Like, when it dies, it doesn't come back, which is unfortunate. I'm not sure how I feel about the Zombie Dragon and Hollowmourne. The alternative is just reinforcing more stuff, but this list ran out of reinforcement points. Because it's already got 4 reinforced units, that's the most you can do. Trying to fit everything into a single battle regiment in this army can be really tough if you don't bring, like, a Ghoul King on Zombie Dragon or something like that. Yeah,
I guess with this, you could switch the Zombie Dragon for a Terrorgheist for any viewers that are watching. Like, if you just wanted to go for the lottery and try to go for the 6s.
Yeah, it's 5 points more, so it fits into this list just fine. Yeah. There's some things I don't like about how this list ended up. The grand strategy is defend the throne, which I don't want to do. I'd rather have a back throne anyway, but I want the option to put it up on the front line. I also don't want my opponent getting units within 6 inches of it or smashing it. Looking at this list again, what I would probably do is swap out the Gorewarden for... I'd swap out the Gorewarden and Royal Zombie Dragon, maybe for an Abhorrent Ghoul King on Zombie Dragon or Terrorgheist or something like that. I'm sure the points would work out. Yeah, maybe. We'll see. It was an experiment, and I think it just kind of shows the problems of trying to go one drop with this army. Next up is a Blister Skin. I opted to try to fit Grand Justice Gormayne into Blister Skin, assuming this interaction works. If it doesn't, there's plenty of points here. You can swap them out for any other Abhorrent in the book, except for the monsters. So it's got the Antorian Acolytes Battalion, this time with a Crypt Infernal using the Arcane Tome, since in Blister Skin, everything gains Priest except the Courtiers. Or the Abhorrents gain Priest, I should say. You don't need to have the vestments on the Infernal Courtier, and you can give him Arcane Tome instead, so he is unbinding all the time. I still went with the typical good stuff with the Regent, the Feverish Scholar, Deranged Transformation, and I added Curse, because if I'm up on the front line, I don't want to spend my deeds necessarily. I can get up to 6 deeds, have a +2 unbind, and then start cursing stuff instead, which could be cool. Grand Justice Gormayne here can learn a prayer as it's written, so we've given him Charnel Conviction. He becomes he's basically like a courtier in this list. He's casting chanting the 5-up board and just buffing stuff as he can. Sometimes you get the run and charge off, and your ghouls and Beastflayers just go wild and charge way further than they would ever normally be allowed to charge. Your opponent has to play around that and respect it, even though on your end it's just a bonus. On their end, it's like, oh, I have to assume it's going to happen. You know, like, you can't. On a 3-up, you have to assume it's going to happen. It's got 20 ghouls, 20 Beastflayers, and then a Vanguard. And those are all in Wizard Finders because I love the idea of just clubbing down some big wizard monster with Beastflayers or Ghouls. Like, just the Ghouls do ridiculous damage when they have Feeding Frenzy, Hoarfrost, and Wizard Finders. Like, truly outrageous damage output. Vanguard Battalion fills out the rest of the list with an Abhorrant Gorewarden that has Hoarfrost and Curse, and then 6 Flayers, 6 Flayers, and 6 Morbheg Knights. So again, a mix of Courtiers, a mix of Serfs and Knights, trying to cover all the battle tactics here possible. I tried to fit at least 3 Knight units, trying to take advantage of the unique aspects of Blister Skin. I don't know if this list has enough melee punch. I think if you face anything with Wizards, you'll do just fine, but running 2x6 Flayer already starts to feel like you don't have enough melee power. In terms of models,
if you're not getting that +1 damage buff, it can feel a little lacking for sure.
Yeah, if Curse doesn't go off, it starts to feel that way for sure.
I feel like Curse is such a setup spell, prayer, where it's like you have to sort of like double your opponent into it.
Yeah, there is an interesting sequence of dice rolls that can happen here. Let's say you bring your Gorewarden out of reserve. Next turn, you can use the heroic action to move, and then you're in range to chant Curse. So that's an interesting thing. Like, it does require rolling a 3-up and then a 4-up. So it's not reliable by any means. But it's an interesting play. The other Blister Skin list, I think this is a more traditional kind of... Traditional with a new army, that's a good one. More standard kind of list for Flesh Eater Courts. It's got the Acolytes Battle Regiment. But this one is a little spicy because I fit in Ushoran here. So Ushoran becomes your dedicated Charnel Conviction Chanter. And I've given the Crypt Infernal Courtier Arcane Tome, and I've made him the General because I want to do Spellcasting Savant. And I went with Cruel Taskmaster because I always have the option to just chant Curse and Charnel Conviction with my Wizards. I feel like I can try this with Cruel Taskmaster to revive Flayers. Then I've tried to fill it out with 20 Ghouls, 3 Flayers, 6 Flayers, 6 Knights, and 20 Beastflayers. I'm still working on this. I'm actually kind of just waiting for the FAQ before I put any more time into it, because if Ushoran can't learn a prayer, I think this whole concept is dead. We'll see what happens with the FAQ. But the idea here is you've got Cruel Taskmaster and Ushoran. That combo is interesting. Having a monster in a list is just generally useful. And then double delusions could, like, if they stack, like, it's going to be so wild how good this list is. Just picture 20 Beast Flayers with Chalice, 5-up ward, and double +1 save. They're just not getting off that objective. It's going to be crazy.
Like, I think the Shadowrun list has mostly must exist in either Hollowmourne or Morgaunt. I think Morgaunt especially because that's the one place where, like, he can actually, like, even if you don't get the prayer off for some reason, you can expect a reasonable amount of protection from Ushoran being within 3 inches of the front line or something.
The problem with bringing him in Morgaunt is he doesn't get the deeds from it.
But it doesn't matter. Like, the thing is, you can always pick the delusion to trigger the extra attack on 4s, and then you can just use the heroic action to try and trigger his deeds. And he has 2 spells on himself, so it's
True.
like it's not like him generating deeds for himself is not that hard.
Yeah, that's true. He also melees, unlike the other heroes.
Yeah. He actually has a good amount of
combat phase. In one combat phase, he's going to get to 6 deeds regardless, because it's just the amount of wounds. It's the amount of wounds that he's caused.
And if he gave something strike last, then yeah, you can get the 6 deeds and then attack immediately with another unit.
Yep.
I can see that. And the final list here is a Gristlegore list. So I've been talking about this kind of build throughout the whole review. We've got the Antorian Acolytes Battle Regiment. You're seeing a lot of that in our list so far. I think there's a good I think it's like pretty standard for Flesh Eaters. It's got the Gorewarden General. That way you can take Morbheg Knights to fill out Battle Line. He has taken Master of the Menagerie to resurrect zombie dragons, and this list has 2 of them. And he also has Merciless Blizzard to punish people that get close, or just to, if people don't snipe him out after he drops into play, then yeah, he's going to punish them pretty badly. The Archregent is in here, of course. Every list needs at least 1. It runs the Abhorrent Ghoul King on Zombie Dragon with Flaming Weapon and Venerated Zombie Dragon. So Flaming Weapon is interesting because you can pick the weapon in the combat phase. So if you need a higher chance to generate 6 deeds, you can pick the hero's attacks, or if you just want to go max damage, you can pick the sword claw things, and then that's pretty fun. I did manage to squeeze in 2 units of 10 Beast Flayers. because I want options for Surround and Destroy and the Ties of Chivalry battle tactic, which requires using serfs, courtiers, and knights. The one courtier that I could fit in here was 100 points, so it's the Marrowscroll Herald. He's got the 5-up board. I found that giving the Zombie Dragon 5-up board is actually really good, because when he charges in, if he's charging infantry, he can heal with the Stomp, he can breathe on stuff to clear screens out of the way, he can Finest Hour once your opponent gets in. Like, he's great to throw forward, and then you just drop 2 Zombie Dragons on either side of him. And suddenly you've got this massive force that your opponent has to deal with. And when they deal with it, you just revive it immediately. 6 Morbheg Knights here play the flanks really well. I think what you could do is maybe go 2x3 Morbheg Knights and then 20 Beastflayers, like combine the units differently. Still follow out the battle regiment all the same. But this list is super fun to play. I highly recommend everybody give Gristlegore a try. It's a lot better than you think. It's super fun. So that's our Battletome review. I don't know how long this video ended up being. Hopefully it's been entertaining and interesting. I thought one last thing we could talk about are the army strengths and weaknesses and where we think the army is going to land in the competitive tournament scene for this game. So I've got a list here. I'm going to go over it. Feel free to add anything that you guys feel like I'm missing, or feel free to just jump onto these points. So first up, this army has a good mix of strong melee and good shooting. Not the best shooting in the game. It's definitely the best death shooting. Like, there's no other death shooting that's really comparable. When the Infernal Courtier gets the +1 damage and you're playing Crypt Flayer spam, this becomes the best shooting army in the game, just in terms of raw damage output. But because that's not totally reliable, I think most people are going to use 6 Flayers, maybe 2x6 at most. That's a lot more reasonable. But it's great to have a good mix of melee and shooting. You don't see that in most armies. Most armies are just one or the other, or have to specialize into one of them, but this army runs both, and it feels really good. It also has limited access to reserves and teleporting, which are both very, very good in this game, and increasingly rare. In 2nd edition Age of Sigmar, every army had reserves, every army had teleports. It wasn't a question of, does your army have these things? It's how does your army do these things? And I'm happy that 3rd edition has stripped a lot of that back, because now it's cool when an army like this has reserves and teleporting. It's actually a cool thing to see and not just like expected. There are multiple fast hammer units in this book that have 12-inch flying moves, and they can be boosted to 14 inches. All the monsters, I believe, are 14-inch flying moves. It's a fast army. It is getting across the table when it needs to. It's hitting the stuff it needs to hit. It easily scores multiple battle tactics every game, both the faction battle tactics and the universal ones. This is one of the armies that can very easily get 5 out of 5 battle tactics every single game when it goes to a GT. And that's alone, I think, is going to win it a lot of games. Like, Big Wall right now is kind of doing the same thing. It's just scoring easy tactics, and it's doing very well because of that. I think this army has the best recursion mechanics in the game. It's got the best of both worlds from Soulblight and Bone Reapers. It's got the incredibly powerful, restore models to a unit that Bone Reapers have. And then, like Soulblight, it brings units back to life with half strength. But unlike Soulblight, it's not random. You just generate deeds and then you do it yourself. There is dice rolling involved, obviously, in generating the deeds. But once you have them, it's guaranteed. There's nothing stopping you. So I really do think this is the best recursion mechanic in the game. Unlike Soulblight, you're returning good models, right? You are returning 4 wound models to every single one of your units in every single one of your turns. And you can also you revive destroyed units. And these are good units. It's not like reviving, 20 skeletons or whatever. You're reviving 3 Morbheg Knights out of a unit of 6 and then mustering back up to 6 is really, really, really good. These are powerful units that are very impactful. They immediately affect the board, and your opponent has to play very carefully in order to get around it. And this army can even revive monsters. Like, it's so cool that you can revive monsters in this army, and it's actually a good tactic to do that. So I think this is the premier reviving army. This is the deathiest of all the death armies. But it's kind of balanced out because the units, although they are effective and impactful, they're not particularly durable, right? Like, everything just dies in this army if your opponent looks at it hard enough. So I
really like how they don't have access to like aura-based 5-up boards. Like, I think that concept is like so stupid for an army that, like death armies that have not only high wound counts, but then recursion on top of it, like for Soulblight. So I'm really glad they went for the more like targeted route. Like, you can make things durable, but you can't be everywhere durable.
Yeah,
exactly. Just the one. You only can pick one for a 5-up and leave it at that.
Yeah, and
Yep.
the Cryptguard, they pay a lot for that 5 board.
Yep.
Now, in addition to this cool recursion, they have this ridiculously cool mechanic where reserve and summon units can move d6 inches after setting up. And that is just so dang cool. I don't know if it's like the most flavorful thing, right? That kind of feels more like these units, I don't know.
Stormcast? You mean it feels more Stormcast, Paul?
Honestly, Cruel Boys, like waiting in the swamps to ambush people, that kind of mechanic I don't know if it fits this army. It's really, really cool, and it's powerful, but it's kind of a miss in terms of flavor.
I honestly would have preferred if they got a 7-inch Deep Strike. Like, if the Gorewarden Deep Strikes with something, he gets to bring something with him 7 inches away. Like, I think that would have been more thematic. He's guiding the Flayers from on high. But I agree, walking up after translocating feels like a Stormcast thing.
Yeah, because I was gonna say, I think like the lore behind it is the fact that there's the blood on the battlefield, and the fact is just like there's the new recruits coming looking for the feast.
Yeah, that's okay. So that's another problem with the flavor perspective here, is that reviving a destroyed unit is very much a death thing to do. But this army shouldn't revive units. It should just summon them instead, right? Like, you shouldn't have to have a dead unit in order to summon a new one onto the table, just in terms of the narrative. Because this army doesn't resurrect ghouls. Ghouls are technically not undead. So you're just bringing in new stuff onto the battlefield. So why is it tied to units that are destroyed? I get in terms of gameplay, it makes sense. They don't want the army to just be a toolbox army that can just bring anything onto the board. But it doesn't really fit the narrative. That's kind of my problem with it. Regardless, it's super cool when you move d6 inches after setting up. You get very reliable charges from reserve, and in a lot of cases, you just can't fail them, right? You either roll really high on the carry-on call, or you have a high run and charge bonus like with Morbheg Knights, or you muster and then you gain additional distance. You usually just charge right after summoning, which is awesome. And then if you're playing Flayers, you don't want to charge necessarily, you can just shoot deeper into enemy lines. People will put heroes just outside of 3 inches of their front line because they know you have to set up more than 9 inches away, and you only shoot 10 inches, so like, cool, you just can't be shot. But when you move d6 and you roll that 6, you can get right up to that front line and start shooting all the support heroes in the back. Then you charge in with the Flayers, and it just gets silly. You can also just use this for general movement shenanigans, like stealing objectives, pushing a hero out of reserve, and then pushing them behind a wall. Like, there's so many cool things you can do with Carry On Call. It's unfortunate that it's a spell, you know? Like, it's so powerful, but it's so limited in this way that it could be countered. I wish they found another way to balance it besides spellcasting. Like, maybe if it was a command ability, so you can only do it once per turn, or a heroic action or something. Tying it to a spell doesn't feel great. But maybe that's just a seasonal thing, you know? Like, if we get rid of Primal Magic dice and you have +2 to cast, then suddenly you don't really care about it being a spell. The army-wide delusion buff gives you tactical flexibility that you can switch based on the battle plan and the matchup. So, I'm facing a Gargants, cool, +1 to wound on all my units. Easy. I'm facing a shooting army, +1 save on all my units when I'm contesting objectives. I'm playing on a battle plan that doesn't have any objectives in my home territory, and I'm facing like Iron Jaws or Alpha shooting Caradron. Cool, I'm just going to go with the +1 run and charge thing because I don't need the +1 save this game. It's not going to come into effect. Having the flexibility to pick the one you want after the game starts is really, really good. Very powerful. Very, very good. And the last major thing I want to mention for strengths is that having 7 wound support heroes is awesome. This game right now has turned into a hero sniping meta. There's a lot of lists that are doing very well because they can do like D6 mortal wounds or 2d3 or even 3d3 mortal wounds to a hero that's 20 to 30 inches away. Get around Lookout Sir that way. Having 7 wounds makes it very, very unlikely that happens because it makes you functionally immune to D6 mortal wounds and immune to 2d3. Like, you can just never be killed unless they actually do 3d3 damage, and they have to roll relatively high on that 3d3. And because of how damage is done in this game, like the units that do the damage and how they do it, 7 wounds is like a beautiful value. It's the worst thing to see when you're trying to kill heroes. But they're not a perfect army. Thankfully, they're not. This isn't 40k where they release stuff like Votann and Tyranids and Dark Eldar that just every army's more busted than the last. There's definitely some weaknesses that people can exploit against Flesh Eater Courts. most notably, I think, is that just their poor defense in general, but especially against spells and debuffs. Like anything that gives -1 hit, like if you're playing against Lumineth, they total eclipse so that you can't all-out attack efficiently, and then they have the -1 hit thing going on, and it's such a slog to try to get through it. Any kind of -1 hit, -1 wound effects really hurt this army. They have high max damage, but like their accuracy is kind of mediocre, so anything that debuffs their accuracy really hurts. The shooting from the Flayers is predictable and limited, because you can only shoot 10 inches after moving 12 or 14. Your opponent knows exactly how far out your shooting can go. This isn't like long strikes or ballistas or anything shooting from the back line. You are engaging in melee with these units when you move up to shoot, or coming in from reserve and then dedicating those units to a certain part of the board. This is not the biggest weakness, because even if those Flayers are destroyed, you can just revive them at least once per game. So seems like it's not that big of a weakness. In general, this army has poor saves, and if your opponent can focus fire, they will destroy any unit that you bring, especially even reinforced and double reinforced units. If you don't have Mystic Shield, if you don't have a 5-up board, if you don't have some way to divert your enemy attention, right? Like if they just bring a lot of pinpoint shooting, they can just wipe out one unit at a time, and they'll kill them faster than you can revive them in a lot of cases. Yeah, very, very weak to shooting and focus fire. Units have to survive in order for models to be returned. So if you aren't surviving, you're not returning models. It's not like OBR where you're returning, like a 2+ save Immortus Guard. These units are fragile. They die very quickly. This army also relies on buff spells and prayers that are not reliable. And this is especially the case with Primal Dice Unbinding. Carry on Call gets unbound all the time. Everybody quickly learns how impactful and important it is to the Flesh Eater Court playstyle, and they will try to unbind it with all their primals. If you're trying to get a Hoarfrost off and you don't have Feverish Scholar with +2, it's not very reliable. The 5-up Ward Prayer is not reliable unless you have High Priest. All of these things can just lead to not having a plan, which, I guess that does fit the Flesh Eater Court's narrative. They just win doing random stuff. Most models in this army only count as 1 model each on objectives. This isn't a big deal if you're playing a lot of Beastflayers and Ghouls, but if you're running a lot of Knights, like Morbheg Knights, Crypt Horrors, Crypt Flayers, Morbheg Knights are great on the charge, but after that, they only count as 1 model apiece. It's really hard to hold on to objectives with this army, unless you're playing like tons and tons of bodies. And that can be a problem, because all the units that have a lot of bodies are very slow. They can't come in from reserves. They usually don't have run in charge. They can't be teleported unless you levitate and then teleport them. So all the stuff that contests objectives well is very slow, and all the stuff that actually does damage to take objectives is usually pretty fast. But just, I would say it would be ideal to have fast units that can hold objectives well. That's a good thing to have. Slow units that hold objectives are not as useful. The army totally begins to fall apart if the heroes are killed. There's no typical bodyguard units. There's nothing like Immortus Guard or Spirit Hosts or Praetors in this army. There are the Cryptguard who do get to add 1 to the ward roll, which is nice, but if your opponent charges your hero, like they get a double turn, or they have flying units that can pass your screens, the heroes die, and suddenly all of these trades that you're making by like throwing in 6 Flayers, having them die, and then reviving them, that doesn't happen, and then you're really on the back foot. This is an army that needs to revive units in order to win. You're not going to win with what you start on the table. You are winning because you're reviving units.
And it's costed like that too, importantly. It's actually, like, points-wise, like, it's pretty conservatively costed. Like, we've seen some wild points values from death armies this year. Or last year, sorry.
Yeah, how much did zombies start at? 100?
115.
Yeah, and what are they at now?
150.
Yeah, that sounds right.
Yeah. I mean, all the death summonable units started at like 120 or below, and now they're all 150, 160 or something.
Yeah. And I think the last big weakness that I can come up with for this army is that it's mostly Rend 1 attacks. Outside of the monsters, which can deal mortal wounds, or Rend 3, all the units we talked about are Rend 1 melee attackers. There are, Rend 2 screams on the Flayers, but everything else is Rend 1, and that can really start to become a problem if you're playing against something like Stormcast with +3 to saves, or Slaves to Darkness, which have, Varangard and then +2 to saves. It's really tough. Monsters definitely help this, because you can roar to prevent all that defense. You can try to unbind Mystic Shield, but you can't really do anything about things like the Lord Castellan's +1 save, or cover save bonuses, or things like that. And when things are on a 2+ save, your damage does not get through. And that's definitely a problem for this army. there's a lot of armies in the game that can get to 2+ fairly easily. Despite all of these weaknesses, I don't think these weaknesses are as easy to take advantage of as something like OBR's weaknesses. So we ranked OBR A tier, and I'm pretty confident that Flesh Eater Courts are going to be an S tier army. I think they're going to be out the gate one of the strongest armies in the game. I think they're going to have like at least a 55% win rate. I think they're going to be very disruptive to the bottom table, so they're easily going to get 3-2s. And then at the top tables, I think that's where they're going to be more balanced, but still on the stronger side. So I'm feeling good about calling them an S tier army. I think they're going to be very, very good, and maybe need to be nerfed, especially things like the Archregent and Beastflayers. Those seem a little too efficient for their cost.
Beastflayers might actually, I could see going up. I think 115. I think that's what they cost as much as zombies used to. I definitely think they're at least worth 125, 120, 130 maybe.
Yeah, they seem like they could use a small point bump, and the Archregent for internal balance reasons is just way too efficient.
How much is the Archregent? 140?
150.
Yeah, and in last edition he was 240. He basically did the exact same thing. Obviously, he summoned a unit with a command ability. Now he just has it innately from the battle traits. So it's a big, and also too, now he has the countless servants ability for the bringing models back. Last edition he did not have that. So think about that.
I feel like he could. Yeah,
like,
he could maybe go up 10 points, but I don't want to, like, he feels like a Lord Relictor, right? It's like, I don't want him to go up too much. Like, 160 would probably be okay with him.
I could see him going as high as 180, and people would still bring 2 of him. He's that good.
Yeah, but it's like, at that point, it's just a rules thing then. It's like, what would you nerf a Free Guild Command Coordinator to stop people bringing 2 of them? And the answer is, like, it's just that good. And I think that's okay. I feel like this army is like weirdly elite and has to rely on, like you said, bringing things back. I could see them potentially increasing points on Morbheg or Flayers if this army does really well. Flayers, especially given the fact that the Archregent is making them move after they come down, thereby somewhat increasing their shooting range.
The Flayers seem most reasonably priced at 160. If they go up, I can't see it past 170, 180. The Morbheg Knights, on the other hand, could definitely get like a 20-point hit. They're
150, right?
Yeah.
Knights? Yeah.
Their wound count is very poor for their cost, but everything else about them is so spectacular that they are just, like, you'll see 6 in every list. That's how good they are. And at that point, you start thinking, that's a problem.
Yep.
Like, even my gimmick Gristlegore list, I still fit 6 of them in there because they're that useful. So overall, yeah. What do you guys think? S tier, or is it more balanced than that, than what I'm suggesting?
I think it's A at least. I don't know about S. I think time will tell. I think we're in too much of a... obviously, we don't know what the Battlescroll will do, but I think right now, given the fact that we're in a KO, Khorne, and Ossiarch Bone Reapers meta, Seraphon, and I think all those armies have the tools to deal with what this army is trying to do. Like, OBR can very easily just unbind the spells that, Archregents and whatever Flesh Eater Courts are trying to do in general. The OBR even has tools to deny them Deep Strike, like they force you to come 12 inches away with their aura or whatever, aura spell. I think KO just has excellent battle tactics and is probably one of the armies that can go first and just delete your units off the board and like force you to sort of like immediately start struggling for deed points, and you can't exactly charge them easily with your heroes to try to get those either. And then Khorne. I think Khorne's like one of those armies that, again, like high skill ceiling, just like this army, and if someone pilots it well, I think Khorne could actually take this army out.
I think this army's got the, in terms of raw movement, it's got the advantage because 12 and 14-inch flying moves beats most of Khorne. But their movement tricks are, as reliable as they are. When they go off, they definitely give them an advantage over this. Like, they have higher threat ranges in general, and having to commit Flayers to 10 inches to shoot is not ideal. What do you think, Jesse? Is this army overpowered or just fine?
It's definitely one where people are gonna have to get used to playing against them. As Morgaunt said, it's probably once you get used to playing them, you could probably
get used to figuring out how to deny them tactics over time by making them spread out. And it's definitely wanting to be a castle army. And just like outside of Gristlegore, it's an army that like when you attack with one unit, your opponent's gonna be able to attack immediately afterwards. And if your unit that you didn't fight with isn't tanky enough to be able to like resist the damage, then there's a chance that that second unit is going to be taking a heavy beating, which is going to make the effect of them a lot worse. So once it's right now with people not knowing how they work, I definitely think they're pretty strong, but they're going to be like cities where once people get used to the orders and know what's possible, people are going to get the gist of it.
I don't think they're like cities. I think they're
Well, I just meant like as an example, like in the sense of like once people get used to the orders of cities, they get more of a understanding of the army. Just like with Flesh Eater Courts, once people get an understanding of how Flesh Eater Courts works, they'll have a better understanding of how to play against them.
yeah, I mean, it's like Khorne. I would say it's closer to Khorne. This army has like very specific tricks, and you need to know how to counter those tricks in order to have a good chance against this army. You need to be very well aware of what this army does. Cities, I feel like, is more of a one-trick pony. It's like the Warforger and Command Fusiliers, Warforger Fusiliers, and Command Corps. That's what that army is right now.
Yeah. This army is a lot more varied, thankfully. 4 great subfactions. All of them look playable and fun. The internal balance of the hammer units, like not the heroes, all that looks great. The heroes could use a little bit of tweaking, obviously, but there's tons and tons of variety in this book, and I'm very excited about it. The fact that it's going to also be very good in competitive play is just icing on the cake for me, because I was going to play this army regardless, and it just ended up being very good, I think. I just want to say thanks, Jesse, for coming on the podcast. It's been great having you on here, having a different perspective on how this all goes. And it's just been really good to finally get to do a video with you. I've been wanting to do it for a while. So thanks a lot for coming on, man.
Yeah, no worries. Thanks a lot for having me. It was good chatting with you too, Morgaunt.
Yeah, nice chatting with you, Jesse.
But yeah, no, it was definitely a good experience being on the podcast.
Yeah, well, feel free to come back anytime, man.
Thank you very much.
And also thank you to all our viewers, and especially our Patreon and YouTube supporters. You guys, with your funding, it justifies all the time we spend thinking about one book released 2 months ago. Hopefully our review is timely and insightful and useful. If you think we missed anything in this review, then please leave a comment down below the video, or come yell at us on Discord. We're on there all day, every day. We're very active on the Discord server. We just love talking about Age of Sigmar, every army, not just Stormcast, not just Flesh Eaters. We've got a battle reports forum where we post detailed breakdowns of our games and our thought process and photos and all that stuff. We've got a bunch of phenomenal painters and also just all levels of painters on our server. We've got community contests. If you're watching this video on release, then right now we're hosting a Painting Ionis contest. So if you have the new Ionis Cryptborn model, you have a chance to win some fabulous prizes if you post a picture of them on our server. Consider supporting the gang by becoming a member on YouTube or joining us on patreon.com/thestormkeep. For $5 a month, you get early access to all our videos and exclusive access to the slides that we use in our videos. So if you want to quick reference something, you have that option available. Coming up next on the podcast, we are currently still working on how to play Karazai. I know I've been saying that for a while, but they've released a pretty big errata that really changed how we approach playing Karazai lists. So David and I are still working on how exactly we want to formulate that episode in light of these changes. After that, we are working on an updated faction identities episode, which is going to try to be a good introduction to Age of Sigmar, which army do I play kind of thing, talking about how each army plays, their strengths and weaknesses. It's a follow-up video from a live stream we did in 2022, I think. Feels like it's been a while. And we're working on a whole slew of content because we're expecting the Battlecroll for winter 2024 to come out more or less around the time this video comes out, depending on how long it takes me to edit it. Can't wait to talk about what's in the Battlecroll. It's going to be pretty cool. So look forward to an updated Stormcast tier list, talking about our thoughts for the final 6 months of this edition. Presumably, 4th edition's coming out in the summer. So we will have one last Stormcast tier list update. We're going to do another list building video, and then just general discussion on that. So, yeah, thanks everybody for coming, and we will see you in the next one.
See you guys.